In this video, I'm gonna give you the most up-to-date and valuable remote closing training you will watch on YouTube in 2025. We're gonna spend the next 4 hours together and go over a ton of stuff here. First off, what is remote closing and why is it still the best way to make money online in 2025? I'm gonna give you our exact scripts and framework that not only have we used to help over 4,000 of our students implement, but also what we've used to sell over $100 million online, and the A to Z process of how to find, land, and see success in your first and next remote closing position. So make sure to grab a sheet of paper and a pen because we're going over a ton today. Let's dive in. So this is the ultimate guide to remote closing, episode 1. This is going to be a 15, 20, heck, maybe even 30 episode series. So we're going to go really deep into remote closing. I'm giving you guys everything that you need to see success in this industry, and I'm holding nothing back. My goal for this is to give you so much stuff on the front end that you can go out, get placed, get a remote closing gig, and maybe come to me down the road and be like, hey, Aaron, you've helped me out a ton. Help me get to the next level. That is my ultimate goal. But if you can't make money off of my free stuff, then I don't want you to pay me a single penny. So that being said, if you want access to the document we're going to cover in this video, down below in the description, there's going to be in the second link in the description will be this document, and we can basically follow along, but I'm going to scroll through and go through this entire thing. So let's start off with the table of contents. What are we going over in this video? So first thing, I just want to go over some of our track record and results, why you should listen to me and to us specifically. The main reason is I just want you to know that over this entire series, you're going to be getting the best of not only doing the things that we're doing, but also teaching it. So I want you to understand that. Also, we're going to go over the old way and why you shouldn't waste your time with some of these outdated business models, things like Amazon FBA, dropshipping, affiliate marketing. We're also going to do the breakdown of what is remote closing, what is high ticket closing and appointment setting, and then why this is the best opportunity for you going into and really creating success for your life also, in 2023 and in 2024. We're going to go over the role selection. So should you start as an appointment setter or a closer, which is going to be right for you in your own current situation? Because I don't think there's a right or wrong way. It's just based on you and your situation. And then we're also going to cover the types of offers. So what opportunities are out there for you as an appointment setter or a closer. Now, this is extremely important, guys. Make sure to stay to the end of this video for full context. Because if you just skip even one section, a lot of what we're going to talk about in the rest of the video and then other parts of the series is just not going to make sense. So you got to make, me to you right now, make a commitment that you're going to put this video on, you're going to take notes, and you're going to stick with me to the end. Because again, if not, you might as well just not watch in the first place. So first things first, let's talk about our track record and the results. Again, what I'm doing here is I'm not here to gloat or brag or anything. I don't care about any of that. But I do want you to understand how much opportunity is out there for you if you just put in the work and learn the skill. And also to show you that what we teach and how we teach it, this stuff, it just friggin' works. So first things first, we have Ben here who says he went from 0 experience to his first contract in only 5 weeks. We have Rohan who told us he landed a high paying client in less than 2 months. And then also my personal favorite, Doug, who posted saying he has a monumental win. We have by far the best results in the entire industry of remote closing and appointment setting, and it's not even close, the amount of successful remote closers that have come from our mentorship. I mean, here's just a couple examples of, we can show some of our best results, but these are people literally just from this last week that have been implementing. So Rico says, he has a win, just got accepted on a badass offer. We also have a Nick here who got his first job as an appointment setter in a short amount of time. We have a Gerald here, also had a win, just over 60 days in RCA. Self-source interviews are pouring in. 4 interviews coming up next week. And then also just Kaylin here. This isn't I'm making a certain amount of money win, but it's just saying hey, I joined this community. I feel super encouraged and motivated. And that's really all you can ask for, is getting around a group of people that are just here to help you win. So again, I promise you that you are in the right place to learn remote closing and appointment setting the right way the first time and at a very high level. Now let's talk about the old way of doing things. If you stumbled across this video, there's a really good chance, probably 100%, that this isn't the first step along your journey of trying to creating an income online, right? There are a ton of other more known opportunities like Amazon FBA, affiliate marketing, wholesaling, real estate, SMMA, dropshipping, AI agencies, selling pictures of your feet. Yes, that's a thing. I've even seen courses around it. So I know that it's a thing. Now, the problem though with all these business models is that unless you already have the necessary skills to see success, you are going to lose a ton of momentum, a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of resources. You need to do things like, if you're building a business, you have to run ads, you have to build funnels, you have to create content, right? The content creator, you have to manage clients, you have to deal with refunds and client complaints and fulfillment and retention and sales and finance, and the list goes on and on and on. Not to mention, if you're bootstrapping this thing and you have zero money to start out with, you're going to trade a lot of time for the money. And the reason that we start a business in the first place isn't to get another job, but you end up working more than if you were to have a job in the first place, which means that you're really not making that much money at all. And then on top of that is you have to build a team to actually scale to anything meaningful and pay for a ton of softwares, which means your revenue does not equal income. And the reason I can tell you that is because I learned this the hard way. There was a point in my life with my agencies that I had a couple years ago where we were doing about $70,000 to $80,000 every single month, right? But the thing was, I was barely scraping by because of, I had multiple business partners. I had a lot of expenses. I didn't know how to scale appropriately or correctly. And I had to bust tables on the side. You can see a picture of me there. I had to bust tables on the side just to make ends meet for myself and my family. And it wasn't until I dropped my ego of being this big, bad business owner and jumping full force into learning how to sell and just getting really good at remote closing that I was finally able to build a life for my family that I never knew was possible. I mean, there's a picture of me on the left, happy as ever being a remote closer. Also, there's me. We just bought our dream house, was able to move my family in there. And then there's my family there with a couple of our ducks at one of our other houses with my kids. And we're living the best life. So here's the breakdown. What exactly is remote closing, high ticket closing, appointment setting? And why is this the best opportunity for you to get into if you want to create success online? Now, you might be familiar with brands like Iman Gadzhi, like Jordan Welch, and other online influencers, Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi. Those are a couple of our clients that we're working with on the B2B side. And what people usually do, like these online influencers, is that they promote that they're making money from doing business models like SMMA, for example, for Iman, or drop shipping like Jordan. But have you ever wondered where they're actually making their money? So a couple different diagrams here to help you understand is usually what's going to happen. And if it's, let's say, an online coach, right? They're going to have some sort of advertisement or video that's going to lead to a video or webinar. So, down here in this example, you're going to see this guy, he's saying, he's promoting, here's how to do X, Y, and Z. And he's saying, go check out this other video to figure out how you can implement, right? So they go into that webinar or the video. Then what happens is after that webinar or video is that they have the option to book a phone call. And this is where all the money is made, because on that phone call, they're going to try to sell them into a course or program or mentorship. Now, I want to be very, very clear. 99.9%, right? It's not going to be all of them, but 99.9% of these offers that are being sold are transformational. What does that mean? That means that the person that is booking this call, they're already interested, and whatever the solution that they're there on the call to fix, or the problem they're there to fix, right, is they're buying into something that is going to help them, right? This isn't selling like something that they're not going to be interested in, or, they can't really help them in. No, like they're helping them out of their current position. And that's why, in my opinion, this is way better than any other sales that you can do, is because you're actually helping the person. And then, of course, if you can show that you can help the person, then they turn into a paying client. And that's where, that's how you're getting paid, right? As a remote closer. The appointment setter, you're getting paid more on this side when you're setting the appointment for the closer, but we'll break that down here as well. So we already talked about, advertisement, webinar, phone call. So as a remote closer, essentially what you're going to do is you're going to be the one taking these calls. Why are you taking those calls? Well, the majority of the time where these business owners start spending their time, right, is going to be in this paying client section. So because they sign people on, they bring them into their program, and now they have to fulfill the client, right? They have to manage the ads. They have to, build the funnels. They have to hire contractors. They have to do the reporting. They have to do all these things that is going to allow them to actually scale the business. But the problem is they run out of time to actually take those phone calls. And that's where the remote closer and the appointment setter come in. So back to like the main point why remote closers and appointment setters aren't necessarily like needed, but like necessary, like businesses need these people, is if you know anything about basic business, if you stop making sales, you stop making money. And businesses, let's be honest, they don't want to stop making money. So business is all about providing value, right? And businesses exchange money for value. And then that means the bigger the problem that you solve, the more money that you're going to be paid, right? So there's a quote by Elon Musk here. He says, you are paid in the proportions of the problems that you solve. So again, if you solve big problems, you're going to get paid much more for those. And the best part of this entire thing is you only have to focus on one skill. And as a byproduct of that, like my story, is instead of focusing on all these things, right, focusing a little bit of time here and a little bit of time here and a little bit of time over here on all these different things, is you never really have the time to get good at those things. So again, you focus on one thing, you get really, really good at it, and it's the most important skill that you could ever learn that you need to implement in all these other business models anyway. And keep in mind, we're gonna go more in depth about appointment setters and closers, but I think just while we're here, projected earnings for an appointment setter is gonna be about 3% of the offer price. So sometimes, the offers can be anywhere from starting at $3,000 to $50,000. You can do the math based on the amount of closes that you get. Let's say you do 20 units and you're making 3% of 10,000 of the offer. You can do the math of what that looks like. And then the remote closer projected earnings is going to be about 10% of the offer price. So same offer range could be $3,000 to $50,000, and you're going to make 10% of those. And then just to add some more context here, we are selling products in the online education space. So think of things like courses, programs, mentorships of what people are looking for. Now, massive disclaimer here at the bottom, I would just put like a ton of asterisks around this, is these are just example numbers, right? These numbers are not to be construed as guaranteed income results. There are going to be a lot of different variables, but this is just industry standard, if you will, and something that you can expect and just get a little bit of idea of what can be done through appointment setting and remote closing. Now let's talk about role selection. Your main question right now is probably something like, okay, I understand how this works. This, makes sense. Now, in my situation, should I become a setter or a closer? So here are a few questions that you'll want to ask yourself before choosing which route to go with. So number one, do you have previous sales experience? And don't run away if you don't. It's fine if you don't. Is this something you want to do full-time or part-time, right? Based on your current circumstances, do you have, the opportunity to do full-time or part-time? Or do you want to start part-time and transition to full-time? What does that look like? And also, what is your long-term goal with this? So let's break down some of those questions and then talk through what's going to be the best thing for you. So watching this video, do you have current sales experience? If you have previous sales experience, that's great. If not, that's totally fine. We actually prefer if you don't have sales experience. Now, you might be saying, what are you talking about, Aaron? Like, why would you prefer that we don't have experience? Now, the fact of the matter is, and no offense to any salespeople out there, but most salespeople that come with experience, they also come from an industry that are very predatory with their sales. So a couple examples would be car sales, door-to-door solar, pest control, selling vacuums, right? Things like that, real estate, insurance. And what it also means is that it comes with all these bad habits that come with these industries. And it's, in my opinion, it's so much easier to train someone that doesn't have ego, that doesn't have bad habits, and that it's just someone that we're teaching from the ground up. A lot of times with sales too, is if someone's doing it for 10, 15 years, it's like, sometimes they have just like this chip on their shoulder or on their back, and they're like, I just don't want to do sales anymore. And they jump in and they just don't do that well. It's just because they've just been doing it for a really long time. And the last thing to add there too is because these prospects are coming inbound, right? They're actually interested in what you have to offer in these specific offers, right? In these positions, is all you're doing is asking simple questions to help them solve their problem, as opposed to trying to force them into something. And I think that was the stigma that came with other salespeople is, yeah, it was difficult because they had to like force people to do things that they didn't want to. So in this case, it just, not that it's easier, it's just a simpler process of understanding, why is the person here? What is the problem needs to be solved? How does our course mentorship product, how does that actually fix their problems? And we're going to cover a lot of that in scripts and all that stuff in further episodes as well. So now let's compare and contrast the remote closers versus the appointment setter. So with the appointment setter, it's your job to reach out to people that are already interested in the thing that you're setting for, right? So if we're coming back to this diagram here, is the money is made here with the remote closer, and we'll touch on that here in a second. But as an appointment setter is between the advertisement and the webinar video, the person that watches the advertisement, right, they have to put in their name, phone number, and email in this section here. So your job as an appointment setter is going to be to call, to email, to text that person, and then get them on a phone call with the remote closer. And if the closer goes in and closes the paying client, then of course they're going to transition over. So here's a little example. On my Instagram, I get about 100 people that reach out every single day wanting to learn more about remote closing and how to create success by implementing. And to be honest, I just physically don't have enough time on the day-to-day to reach out to everyone that comes in here. So I have 2 full-time people that set about 5 to 6 solid appointments every single day from Instagram. So if you do that math, that's 5 to 6 a day, call it 5, let's say out of a 7-day week, that's 25 to 35 people booked in on a daily basis. And these people they want what we're selling, right? And it makes it really simple for us to just copy and paste the process. Later on down the road, we'll also go over copy and paste scripts that you can use as well to make sure and ensure that you're seeing success in these roles that you jump into. And what you're gonna see now as you scroll through Instagram is you can't unsee this. Like every single person in the high ticket space, they do this. And you're gonna just see everyone having like a call to action to DM them now. And then just keep in mind, again, you get 3% of anything that closes from the appointments that you set. So the more appointments that you set as a numbers game, the more opportunity you have to close and ultimately make more money. Now, of course, other side of the coin, we have the remote closer. Breaking down this graph again, your job is to have a conversation with the people and get them over the edge to ultimately buy the product, and you're making a commission every time you do so. whether you're helping them lose weight, make more money, build better relationships, learn how to fish or how to paddleboard, like there's an offer for basically everything, and we're gonna cover that here in a second. So back to the graph, your job is to have that conversation and then turn them into a paying client. But a huge thing to keep in mind here is that you are here to help the person. And I'm like drilling this down. I think repetition is the only way to learn, but like you are here to help that person on the other end. So not only are you able to create an income, right, for yourself and provide for yourself and your family, but you are also able to help the person on the other end and to change their life. I didn't write this down, but I want to just make this very, very clear. There is so much impact in what you can do as a remote closer. For example, let's say you're selling them a weight loss course, right? The person that is opting into an advertisement or a webinar, coming in and watching this, they're there because they want to lose weight. Now, it's not because they want to lose weight. Yeah, that's like the high level goal. But the reason they want to lose weight, I just realized I put loose here. So I swear I know grammar. Lose weight, not loose weight. The reason that they want to lose weight is, yes, that's the high level thing, but they want to lose weight because they want to build confidence, right? They want to be able to live longer. Maybe they're diabetic, and if they don't lose weight, like they're not going to be around as long, right? And if they're not around as long, they can't continue to support their kids and grow up with their kids, right? There's always going to be an underlying goal. So if you can be the person that brings them into a program that helps them lose the weight to take them out of that pain, and they're able to, live with their kids longer, and they're able to build more confidence, you can basically be the person that is helping them out of that situation. And to be honest with you, like there's no better feeling in waking up and understanding that what you're doing is actually making an impact in other people's lives. And it's a trickle down effect too. So it's rant over. This could change your life, and as a product, it could help you change other people's lives. So here's me just doing a call breakdown I did a couple months ago. It's on our YouTube channel. You can go check it out. But this is how it would look like. You would be on a Zoom call with another person, and you would be taking those conversations. So let's break down, just again, compare and contrast remote closers. So the appointment setter, you're going to want to start there if you don't have any experience, right? I wouldn't think of it as a bad thing. I think, people look at that and they're like, I don't want to start as an appointment setter because that's like lower on the ranks. And that couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, you are starting there, but you can also still build a good income, right? You can still start as a, base a salary, but at the same time, it's like you are getting paid to help change people's lives. And then when you're in those companies, is you can ascend into into a closer, right? So there's a lot of growth potential, and you're still learning a lot in the process. So really with appointment setting too, you can copy and paste messages as a setter. So again, next couple episodes, we'll go over that. But I'm gonna give you the exact scripts, the exact messages to send that will almost guarantee you the ability to book these appointments. So you could also do this full or part-time, doesn't really matter. You just got to set the expectations for yourself that, okay, if you work part-time, you're not going to make full-time income. You know what I mean? Just keep that in mind. Now, remote closers, again, I would start here if you have experience. If you've done sales in the past, you can definitely come in here, leverage that experience, and then get placed as a closer. You can also do this full-time or part-time. I will say it's not as lenient as an appointment setter. Part-time closers usually don't make it because the business owners are paying for calls to be on your calendar. And if you don't take them full-time, they're going to look at you as like half committed. And you definitely want to be full committed if you want to make the full-time closer income that's possible. Obviously, it's going to be more involved, so you do have to be able to handle objections, have uncomfortable conversations, basically have people open up their wallets and open up their bank accounts for you. So you just got to be comfortable with having those uncomfortable conversations. And if you have to learn how to do that, that's completely fine. But of course, all of that being more involved, that just means a higher income potential. So that's a little bit of a compare and contrast of the both there. So now that you understand this is the best place to learn remote closing, you understand that the old ways of doing things are just not it, and you know the difference between an appointment setter and a closer. Now you're probably asking, well, who can I work with? What are the types of offers that I can sell? If there's one thing that I've realized since jumping into the high ticket space, is there is an offer, course, mentorship program for pretty much anything, like literally everything out there. So if you need work on your relationship and you don't want to get divorced, there's an offer for that and a coach that sells a program around that. You want to get better at jump rope, there's an offer for that. This guy has like 70,000, or this gal has about 70,000 followers of people that are wanting to learn how to jump rope, right? You want to learn how to play poker professionally. There's an offer for that. There's a course that you can sell. Want to learn how to paddleboard? There's an offer for that. You want to learn how to fish, like I talked about earlier. There's an offer. Like there's pretty much anything out there. If you can think it, there's someone that's offering some sort of coaching, course, or mentorship around it. But which one should you choose? Which one should you go with? Well, I personally, and this is what I tell everyone, is start with something that you're passionate about. And maybe passionate isn't the right word, but something that you're at least a little bit interested in. That way, you can sustain this thing long term and not lose motivation. I think sometimes what people do is they'll jump into the offer because it's like super high ticket. They have a really high ticket offer, and there's high commissions because of the amount that comes through of the 10% of the offer price. That's cool. But if it's something that you don't really know about, you're not passionate about, it's going to be really difficult to wake up and like try to sell that every single day. And then you also just like won't really know much about it, as opposed to if you just pick something you know and you like, you're just going to have fun having these conversations and just talking about how great these opportunities are for the people that you're having conversations with. So just again, the biggest thing, understand that there's offers for pretty much everything. So you can just find people, reach out. In the next video, we're going to go over a ton of like where to find these companies, how to reach out to them, the messages to use, how to land the interview. We're going to go over that entire process. So make sure to stay tuned. Now, before we move on, I just want to call out the big elephant in the room right now. And that is, you might be saying, okay, Aaron, there's like no way that people are paying $6,000, $10,000, $50,000 for these programs. That's expensive. I'm not going to be able to make money as a setter or a closer because no one's buying this stuff. But here's how you need to look at this, right? That type of mentality is very old school, and it's a broke mentality, right? If you look at everything as like, that's expensive, you're not looking at it the way that needs to be looked at of, okay, this is an investment. This is an investment that they're making in themselves, right? So the people and the smart people and the wealthy people, these are people that value time over money, and they know that if they just pay someone to teach them how to do it right the first time, they won't have to go through all the hardships and the headaches of trying to figure it out themselves. So people pay a lot of money for certainty. And once you make that distinction and understanding, you'll realize that there's just so much money out there to be made and so much impact as well for you enrolling people into these types of programs. So what's next in this series? We're going to talk about how to land your first remote closing and appointment setting role, going over pretty much everything that you need to do, how to find these companies, how to reach out to those companies, how to land the interview, how to crush the interview. We're going to do that entire process. We're going to go over an entire and full appointment setting course. So showing you all the outreach messages, so you how to see success there. Also a full remote closing course. We're going to do objection handling, jujitsu, so making sure that you can handle any objection that comes your way. And we're also going to do advanced sales techniques, so making sure that you can take your sales to the absolute next level, and then how to ascend even past a remote closer. Most people don't know this. Literally no one talks about it, but you have an appointment setter, you have a closer, and then you have a next step above that, which you can basically make remote closer money without taking a single sales call. And that's going to be exactly what we're talking about. Jumping into the ultimate guide to remote closing episode 2, and this is on appointment setting. So as I said in the first episode, you can, if you want this document and to follow through exactly what we're going over, check out the second link in the description and you'll get basically free access to this document. So that being said, let's go and get into the table of contents. So first things first is we're going to review. This is going to be, really going over what an appointment setter is and who it's for. Now, this is going to be really simple, really quick, because we already talked about this. Also, we're going to do an overview, so where we are in the sales process. This is extremely important, so just you understand where you fit in as an appointment setter and best practices and things like that. And then also just, again, a big part of it's going to be the actual triage call script. So how to become an absolute machine of an appointment setter and make business owners love you and want to keep you around. And then last but not least, we're going to do a live appointment setting call. So again, you're going to be able to hear an example of a live call and the script that we go over in step number 3. Like always, make sure to stay to the end for the full context of this video. So first things first, I want to start with this. A lot of people enjoyed this part of it in the first video. So again, I just want to show you a couple people that have crushed it as an appointment setter, and then also ones that have upgraded into a remote closer, because that's the general ascension path. It's like you start as an appointment setter and then you transition into being a closer. So first guy here, this is Nazir. He actually went from working at Tesla, ended up leaving that, and he started to become a full-time appointment setter. The middle here, we have Daniel. He's 17 years old, still literally in high school, stopped drop shipping, and then started doing an appointment setting. Fun fact about Daniel, he was one of the guests on our podcast. Actually, all these people were, but now he's actually on our team. So he got so good through what he was doing, through just the trainings. He's now working for arguably the best company in the entire space. And then Jared here at the end, he is a remote closer now, but he started and grinded it out as an appointment setter for an entire year. And now he's basically traveling the world, new country every single month, and still taking calls while we're doing it. So what I want to reiterate here is starting as an appointment setter is not a bad thing, right? It shouldn't be looked at as like this is a lower level position or anything like that. This is, yes, it's an entry-level position, but you want to look at it as like the rite of passage to be able to grow within your role. Now, you still have, at the end of the day, you still have pretty insane income potential as a setter. I mean, you can make probably 3 to 4 times you would at like a fast food restaurant. So, it's a good place to be in. And you are going to be the person that they look at as an obvious ascension into the next role. If you work with a company, they're going to be like, hey, this person has like worked with us for a long time. He's an appointment setter. He crushes it. Let's go ahead and move into a closer when it ultimately gets to that point. So again, you have great income potential, you have the growth within the company, and you're literally getting paid to learn, and you can't beat any of that. All right, so super quick review here. What is an appointment setter and who is it for? We kind of already answered the who's it for. Someone that's a little bit newer in the space, someone that's, you don't have a ton of sales experience or any sales experience at all. This is a perfect foot in the door in order for you to get to that point. So just again, quick overview. When we're looking at high ticket businesses, there's going to be some sort of advertisement that they put out there into the public on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Then it's going to lead to some sort of webinar or a video. That person then has the option to book a phone call with a remote closer, and then they turn into a paying client. As an appointment setter, and we're going to talk more about like the differences between these calls, but what you're going to do is when they go from advertisement to webinar or video, they're going to need to put in their name, phone number, and email. Now, when they put in their name, phone number, email, what that does is it sends it over to the appointment setters, and then you would then reach out and talk to that person. Now, the one thing that I didn't really break down in the first episode, though, and really no one talks about this, is there is not a one-size-fits-all script for every single situation. There's actually 4 different situations. We're going to cover the triage call in this episode. In the next video, in the next free course series, we're going to go over the 3 other ones. So again, make sure to click the subscribe button, like this video so that you're notified when we do upload this next one, because those are going to be just as important in this one, because you got to understand all of the different scripts. Now, the part that I didn't talk about is in this section right here, right? They can put their name, phone number, email, and you can reach out. One of the easier ways that you can actually set these conversations is after they have this webinar or video, they're usually going to fill out some sort of application in this little middle section here. When they fill out that application, they then have the option to book the call. But what's going to happen is if the person that's in this little like limbo area here, if the answers to the application that they answer, if it's not up to par on what the closer is looking for, usually you will then go in and have what is called a triage call, which we're going to talk about today. And in that triage call is where you're going to have the conversation of someone that's already actively booked on the calendar. So when you compare and contrast, it just becomes a lot warmer in that case. So we're going to cover all of that here in a second as well. Now, of course, everyone's always wondering, how much can I make as an appointment setter? Projected earnings for an appointment setter is going to be 3% of the offer price, and offers can range anywhere from $3,000 to $50,000. Now, I want to make sure that I make this disclaimer, and I'll make this on every single video. These are just examples. These are not these should not be construed as guaranteed income results. I'm not saying that you're going to get an offer for $20,000 and you're making 3% and you're doing 100 sales. That's not the case. Not only is that unethical, but it's also illegal, and I can't say that. So just wanted to give what the general breakdown of these commissions could be. So now let's talk about where we are in the sales process. And this was basically what I was talking about a second ago, the 4 opportunities to create sales calls. So what we're going to cover in today's video is this specific call right here. And in the next video, we're going to talk about all of these scripts here. So really the way that you can think about it is this is a little bit more inbound, which like these 2 are connected. So we're covering the inbound apps that need to be vetted into the triage call. These 2 are generally going to be a little bit colder, for the lack of a better word. So just a super quick idea of these 4 different calls and these opportunities. First of all, you have the inbound calls. So these are people that have filled out the application, like we talked about a second ago. And they set the call with you as an appointment setter. So they already have the expectation that they're going to be talking to someone, right? These are considered to be the warmest prospects. Next up, we have the outbound call. So you are going to be doing the outreach, right? As the name suggests, it's outbound. So you're doing the outbound call. And this is someone that has either bought something from the company in the past, right? So it's a low ticket product. Maybe it's $15, $47, $97, or they've opted in for a training. So that's basically what we talked about a second ago, is they've put in their name, phone number, email for a specific training. Next one, we have Messenger. So basically it's the same as above. Instead of outreaching through phone call, you're just outreaching through email, through text, through Messenger. And the last one is DM setting. So we'll probably do an entire video on this one in and of itself because it's super important. Usually this is the lowest intent, right? The people, because you're sending the outreach messages, but the way that it works is usually on Instagram or Facebook, you'll say, hey, DM me the word sale, right? And we can talk about how we can help you further. So there is that intent there. The other positive is usually when you're a DM setter is you are using the account of the influencer or the business owner. So there is that built-in amount of like trust, or for the lack of a better word, like a celebrity effect, because they feel like they're talking to this person that has 20,000, 100,000, 500,000 followers. So there's just a little bit of that authority that's already built in. Then of course, I'm going to give you the exact scripting for every single one of these scenarios, focusing in on the inbound apps as well as the triage call script first. All right, so first off, we're going to go over the triage call script. So with this one, this is definitely the most involved. I think the other ones are a little simpler, but the cool thing is I'm going to go through the script and I'm going to show you guys a live call of me performing this script live with another person on the other end. So you'll be able to not only see what the script looks like, but what it looks like in action as well. So let's go and go through this. We're going to go over the triage call at a high level. So we have the rapport in the frame, right? So you can go ahead, if it's a set triage, right, you're setting the frame of that conversation. Number 2 is a mini discovery. So what you need to do is fully understand their problem. And I can't like emphasize this enough of how important the problem is on these calls. Is you need to fully understand to the 1,000,000% what the person's problem is. If there is no pain and if there is no pain and there's no problem, there is no sale. And the way that you do that is you go through probing questions, you go through background questions, you go to need payoff questions, which we'll talk about what that is here in a second. And then you also want to understand their goal. So what is their desired situation? A big thing that we always talk about, my mentor Cole, and he's business partner, basically trained me up and all this stuff, is you got to understand what is their current situation and desired situation. And if you can paint the picture of your saying being the bridge from current situation and to desired situation, you will win every single time. Now, big caveat here is the point of these calls, and I think this is a massive mistake that a lot of appointment setters make, is as an appointment setter, your job is to not sell the offer. You're to sell the thing, right? For example, let's say you're selling a weight loss program. I make that example all the time. But let's say you're selling a weight loss program. You do not want to talk about the weight loss program. These triage calls, these appointment setting calls, are all about the prospect and helping them get to the point where they're talking to the closer for them to break down exactly what it's like. But the problem with most, a lot of appointment setters is they'll go too deep and talk too much about the actual offer itself, which is the closer's job. Your job as an appointment setter, all you need to do is figure out what the pain is, what the desired situation is, and that's it. That's basically it. If you can just do those two things, you'll be in a really good spot and be able to, make a pretty considerable income. So again, understanding their goal or their desired situation, it's all in the discovery. Then you want to transition. So this is literally all that I talked about, is selling the consult first. So you transition into actually selling the consult. Then you go through book and confirm, and then you qualify the client once they've gone through. So that's the high level overview. Here's a script. Now, what I'm going to do is, like I said, there's going to be more of like a live call that we're going to go through, so you can hear it a little bit more live. I'm just going to talk through more or less what this should sound like. So again, rapport, very, very simple at the beginning of the call. You're just going to say, hey, is this John? Right? And I want you to notice the different things that I do with my tonality is with the first couple times you go through these scripts, right? It's going to sound like, hey, is this John? Hey, it's Aaron. What's up? Right? It's going to be very canned, for the lack of a better word. But the more that you work at it, the more that you do it, the more that you get these reps in, it'll start to come off a lot more naturally. And then you can ad-lib your own flavor to it, if you want to say it that way. So you'll notice as I'm reading through this, is I'm not going to read it word for word, is I know what the script is like. So I'm just going to kind of go through it and use my own spin to it. So the way that I would say is like, hey, is this John? They'd say, yeah, this is John. I say, hey, what's going on? It's Aaron. What's going on? How's your day going? And they'll say, it's going good. I'll say, okay, cool. So, actually it was just, they'll say I just got off a call or just got home, whatever. I say, okay, cool. I'm actually I just got done at the gym, got home, showered up, and now we're here on the call, man. Right? It's just like a very casual thing, right? Last thing you want to do is say like, how's the weather where you are, right? I think that's like the cringiest part of it. So if you've done it in the past, nothing against you, but yeah, just don't talk about the weather. It's very canned, like I said. So then just got home from the gym, whatever. How's the week going so far? They'll have a really quick thing about that, and then you go on to it, right? I think the problem that a lot of people have is they feel like they have to force rapport, right? They have to feel like they have the same favorite baseball team, or they both have a specific type of dog. That's not what it is. Rapport is built when that other person can understand that you are the person that can help them fix their problem, right? The demonstration of you being able to fix their problem. So how do you do that? Well, you go through the script in the right way, And that's how you build trust and rapport. Okay, so let's jump into, so the frame here, basically what this is you're setting the stage for the call, right? You're setting expectations. So you jump in, you say, okay, awesome. So let me just go and set up the call really quickly for you. I'd really like to just get as much help to you as possible in the short amount of time that we have set aside, the 30 minutes. And in order to do so, what I've really found to work the best is just getting a super quick idea of where you're at, your goals, where you're looking to take things, and where you need the most help right now. Now, to be honest, this shouldn't take long, and based on all that stuff, I can hook you up with some actual pieces of content that will be relevant and useful to really whatever you're struggling with in business right now. Does that sound good? Now, this part, as I'm saying it, it does sound a little bit wordy. So what you can do is you can even just take the script and then rewrite it in your own words, right? And ad-lib it a little bit more. It was just kind of long, so I would maybe try to condense it down. But you can see in my tonality, it's very like, I'm not saying shouldn't take long, and based on that, I can hook you up with an actionable piece of content that will be relevant and useful to whatever you're struggling with in business right now, right? It's like you can hear me with the cadence. It's just like there's different, just different pauses, and there's ums in there a little bit. Just really having a genuine conversation with someone, right? However you would talk to a friend, right? That would be a huge thing to think about. So cool. So let's jump into the discovery. So here are the 4 types of questions that we're going to go over in the script. There's going to be the probing, there's going to be the background, there's going to be the chunking down, and then the need payoff. So we're going to go over what all those things are here. Now, the first question, and the reason that this is highlighted and bolded, is like I talked about earlier. If there is no pain, there is no sale. So if you find out anything on the call, like if there's only, like you obviously want to find out multiple things on the call, but if there's just one thing you can find out on the call, is figure out what the challenge is and figure out what the pain is. Because if there is no pain, there is no sale. So you got to figure out what that is. So first question. So they'd say, yeah, okay, that's cool. I say, okay, gotcha. So, what do you think is the biggest, challenge in the business right now? And then based on that, I can pair you with something that will be helpful to your situation, right? So again, you're starting off with that question of what's the biggest challenge? This is called the pain first syntax. So figuring out what is the pain and starting with that and then digging, right? If you can think of an analogy, is you want to think of it as like, think of you have a shovel, right? You're going around, you have the shovel, and you're trying to figure out, okay, where's the pain? And once you find the pain point, you're just going to dig, right? You're going to dig down into that hole. And that is where the probing questions and then chunking down comes in, which we'll talk about here in a second. So again, you want to ask different background questions. So, you can say, okay, now that I got some, just so we can get some context on the pain. So let's say they say, my biggest problem right now is we can generate leads. I say, okay, got it. So just so for some context, what are you selling? Like, what is the ultimate offer right now? The way that these questions are framed is more for like a business, right? So to another business. So for example, let's say we're talking to a chiropractor, for example. So I would say, okay, so what are you selling and what's the offer? So they'd probably say something like, well, we fix people's backs and, this is how we do it. I say, okay, gotcha. And what's the price point from that? How much are you paying, or how much are people paying you to realign their back, right? And you can hear, based on the niche that you go into, what you'll start to learn is another way trust is built is you can actually start incorporating different things within the conversation that might sound like what you're talking about. So like I said there, it's like, how much do you usually charge to realign your clients? I think that's what it's called. Yeah, realign or recalibrate? No, realign your clients, right? So that like these are just like little triggers in their mind. They're like, okay, this person might know what they're doing. But again, that's going to come with time based on the offers that you jump into. So you'd ask, okay, cool. And what's the price point for that offer? How much are you charging? I think I covered that, but that's that part. Then you say, okay, got it. And who's your ideal client? Like who would be like the top 1% if you could only work with one client? Who would that person be? And they'd give you that, right? And then keep in mind, you're writing these down, preferably on a handwritten notepad. I think that's a lot easier than typing. I think typing is super distracting. It's loud sometimes. So I just like to do it, by hand, and it just also shows that like I'm listening. So then you go through that. And what's the sales process right now? Like walk me through exactly how someone goes from stranger to paying client. This is a big thing to hopefully help you guys understand is you want to think of this as not as like an interrogation. Because I think if you go into these conversations thinking that, you're doing interrogation, you're just asking these questions to ask them, what's going to happen is you're not actually going to be genuinely curious of the answers that they give you. So what you need to be able to do is you need to ask these questions in the way that you just are just genuinely curious about that person. And in doing so, you're going to get the right answers that you're looking for, because if not, again, it just seems like you're asking questions for no reason. But the reason we're asking these questions is to, number one, figure out their entire problem, and just number two, be the doctor of their business. Is think about it this way, is if there's a doctor and they go into a, let's say they go into, they have a patient come in and the patient's like, yo, I need help fixing my back, right? Or maybe they didn't even say that. Maybe they go into the doctor's office and you're the doctor and you're like, all right, here's a prescription. That is not gonna fly, and they're gonna get sued for malpractice. Why? Because they don't fully understand the extent of their problem. So if you go to these business owners and you just set everyone and you don't understand their problem, their pain points, you don't understand where they're looking to go, it's almost like you're committing malpractice for these business owners. So that's the other reason, is the more that you can get a full spectrum of what's going on with these business owners, is you can then give a proper solution. And if the solution is your product, then cool, that's great. If not, you push them away and you say, hey, maybe this isn't the best fit, but you know that you're asking all the right questions. So little analogy practice there for you guys. So jumping to number 3 is probing questions. So understanding the problem and why that problem is a problem. So why do you need to understand that? Again, if there's no pain, there is no sale. So you got to understand what's the problem. So you start off with, okay, tell me more. So what do you mean when you say that this is the problem, right? If up here they tell you, for example, at the pain thing, you can go back and say, well, John, you told me about, how you're not really generating leads right now. So tell me, like, what do you mean by that? Like, are you just not generating any leads at all, or you're just not generating as many as you need? Like, tell me more about that, right? Or you can do something like, why do you say that this is the biggest challenge, right? How has that impacted your business specifically? So you can say, what is like not having leads? Like, what does that do for your business, right? Do you see how that tonality is more like actually concerned as opposed to like, so how's that impacted your business, right? It's more like, so John, like, tell me, you told me that you're not really able to generate leads. Like, what is that? Like, how's that impacted your business? Like, what has that done for you? Like, how else has that impacted your business? Right? You based on your tonality, you're basically assuming that that thing is bad. So subconsciously they're like, oh shoot, like I never really thought about that. But yeah, like, we haven't been able to like bring in as many clients, and because of that, we had to let go of some of our staff. Like you're going down this process and you're probing and asking more and more questions, and you want to do that for every single question that comes up, right? It might seem monotonous, right? It might seem like it's a lot, but you got to think of it again, the doctor analogy. If you are not asking the right questions to then fully help this person at the highest level possible, is you're doing yourself and you're doing them a disservice, right? So chunking down, kind of similar to it's probing, but you're really going down the down the problem rabbit hole. So again, let's say they say, okay, lead generation is my problem. I say, okay, got it. So yeah, lead generation is the problem, but how are you currently generating leads right now? So what happens in this process is you're getting them to open up and really help you understand what's going on in the business. And then what you can do is delineate whether this is like, is it a problem that you can fix? Or is it something where they just like, they have all the leads, they're just not following up with them, right? There's so many different options or so many different things that be going wrong. So when you ask them, okay, lead generation. So how are you currently generating leads right now? And then they'd say, oh, well, we're doing organic, we're running paid ads or referrals, or we're doing events or whatever it is, right? You don't stop there, you chunk down. So, okay, gotcha. So last month, how many new appointments did you have with potential new clients? And you can even break this down of like potential new clients from organic, new clients from referrals, right? You can see how you can continue to chunk down and go all the way down. But it's like, okay, last month, how many appointments did you have, or how many new appointments did you have with new potential clients? And they'd say, oh, well, we did 15. Say, okay, gotcha. So, how about a month before that? And they'd say, oh, we did this and we did this. So then now what you're doing is, especially if it's in this situation where, we're talking about in the script, is you're getting them to open up and tell you about their business. Because it's one thing for them to say, oh, well, like, I need more leads. But it's another thing for them to open up all the way down here and me to help them out loud say, you've only generated 3 clients in the last 2 months, in the last 60 days. And it sits with them, right? Because they understand, wow, I haven't been doing anything with my business. So it just helps them understand and fully open up to what the problem is. You know what I mean? So how about 2, 3 in the last 2 months? how many of those are perfect clients specifically? So what we're doing now, when you're asking this, how many are the perfect clients specifically, is they told you who their ideal client is, right? They have to be making this amount of money. It's this type of person. It's this type of clientele. And then you ask this, how many of them are your perfect client specifically? And they tell you 0. You're building up the pain. They're talking more about, okay, how do I want more of that perfect client. So then after that, you can even dig deeper into this, right? You're basically pouring salt in the wound, is you say, okay, and out of those appointments, how many did you enroll into paying clients? So what happens is if they had 3 appointments in the last 2 months, or, in our chiropractor example, let's say they had 5 appointments in the last 2 months, and they say, well, how did you enroll to a paying client? And they said 1, it's like, okay, you signed 1 client in the last 60 days. And then you dig it in a little bit more. And what was the price point for that? Oh, $2,000. It's like, okay, and is that what you want to be charging? Or do you what do you really want to be charging? So you're getting more desire, you're building up the pain. So out of this entire thing is you've not only, you've turned, I have a lead problem, into I'm not charging what I want to be charging. I know I'm worth more than this. I suck at sales. I'm not converting anyone over, and I need to be doing better for myself and my family, right? Do you see how the difference is built there, right? So now what you're doing is you understand their price point that they talked about earlier. So let's say in an example, they signed 2 clients and they told us earlier that their price point is $2,000. I would then go into the next question and I would break it down in my head. And I would say, okay, gotcha. So you told me that you signed on 2 clients at $2,000. So that's $4,000. So you're telling me that you had brought in $4,000 for your total revenue in the past 2 months, or what's total revenue? And what happens here is, and it feels like it's like a lot of gotchas almost, but you're presenting it in a way where you're just curious, right? When you notice in the way that I'm speaking, I'm not saying oh, so you only brought in 2 clients? That's not good. It's like, okay, got it. So you told me that your price point is $2,000 and you only brought on 2 clients in the last couple of months. So you did 4,000, correct me if I'm wrong, you did 4,000 in the last 2 months. Is that correct? And now they're stuck in well, yeah. Sometimes they haven't even thought about it that way. Sometimes they're like, maybe not. Maybe they haven't even thought about it themselves. Maybe they're trying to hide it, sweep it under the rug. So just, again, something to to keep in mind there. Now, here's where we start to just really pile on the pain and continue to do that. So we already talked about this, right? In our example, we would say, okay, so is 4K, right? The 2 times 2, is a 4K your total revenue for the past 2 months? Or what's total revenue? Because sometimes our math might be wrong. Because I was doing math in my head. I was saying, 2, because you told me 2 clients at 2K a piece, right? Based on the price point. But they might even say, well, actually, no, it's only 3K. So then I would say, okay, got it. So 3K last month. Now, is that gross or is that net? And then usually it's going to be different because they have expenses. They have all these different things. So sometimes they might even get to a point where they're breaking even or they're losing money. So we went from, I have a lead generation problem, to I'm losing money every single month. So you see how this really, it comes to fruition. Now, the other benefit to this is what it starts to do is it positions you as the expert, right? It positions you as so much more than just someone that is here to take their money and they're a fly-by-night coach, right? It positions you as an expert and that you're someone that's professional and you're actually there to help them out. And I almost guarantee you that nobody else is going to do it in this way. And this is what also gives you the upper hand. So jumping into need payoff. So here's where you go. So you would say, so ultimately, if you're able to get lead generation figured out, what's the goal for your company? And then again, we're going deep into that again, right? So ultimately, if you're able to get your lead gen figured out, what's the goal for the company, right? And they would say, oh, well, we want to be doing $10,000 a month, right? I was like, okay, gotcha. And $10,000 a month, is it you want to be doing that gross or net? Net. Okay, gotcha. And what really would you be able to achieve if you're able to hit the $10,000 a month? Yeah, $10,000 a month is cool. But on top of that, what does that money allow you to do? Well, the money will allow us to hire more people, allow us to do this, okay, gotcha. So, if you were to hire more people, what would that look like for your company? So you see how we're going down and down and down and probing on every single point that they talk about, because we're trying to get a very clear picture of where they are and where they want to be. So again, we do not move past this point. We do not transition and actually ask them if they want a closing call. Keep in mind, this is all the setter call, right? This has nothing to do with closing. This is just on the setter call. We ask them, or we don't move forward until we understand the full context of the situation and the problem, right? Because remember, I've said this a million times, but there is no problem, there is no sale. I want you to stamp that on your forehead. I want you to literally leave this video never forgetting that again. If there is no problem, there is no sale. So full understanding and context of the problem, why the problem is the problem, right? So impact and implication. So why is that problem a problem? What, like, how long has it been happening? What is the reason that it's there, right? And then we've also assigned specific numbers to the problem. So what, the problem is you can't generate revenue. Okay, you can't generate revenue. How much revenue, right? The weight of that, right? How long can you stay in business if you don't make revenue, right? Just really attaching numbers to every single one of those things. We have their goals, so we understand, where they are and where they want to be. And then if and only if you have those 4 things, you then go in and book the consult with the closer. Now, all this stuff that I talked about up here, this entire scripting, right? Starting from 1 all the way down to 5. That should really only take like 5-10 minutes. Like, it should not, I know that seems like a lot. It took me freaking 15-20 minutes to go through and understand with you guys, but it's like, it should be a conversation where you're understanding the problem, you're asking these questions, it's flowing really nicely, right? So just keep that in mind as well. You don't want a setting call to go for like an hour. That just is not efficient. So just keep that in mind. So after you have those 4 things situated, then you go into the transition. So you say, okay, awesome. So look, I have a training for you that's definitely going to help you out with everything that we talked about today. So keep in mind, when you're working with a company, they're going to have like different trainings or, YouTube videos or, internal trainings that you can then hand off to these people. So that's where this comes from. So that's also like one of the reasons why we have the conversation with them in the first place, is because we say, hey, we're going to ask you some questions to give you a training. So we want to deliver on that promise, right? So we say, okay, awesome. So look, I have this training for you that'll definitely help with a little bit about what we talked about today. And while it is definitely a good training, it's not going to be like the one thing or the magic bullet that's going to get you to 500 grand a month tomorrow, right? And this would be insert goal, right? Get you to 10,000 a month, to 50,000 a month, to 100,000 a month, to whatever it is, right? So look, we have clients in the, so this is real estate coaching. So we would say, so look, we have clients in the chiropractor space doing numbers way bigger than what you're telling me your goals were. So independent, if you're interested in becoming a private client or not, I can pair you up with Mitchell. So Mitchell's, he's one of our sales managers. So we can pair you up with Mitchell. He's Cole's right-hand guy and works closely with the clients, and he can show you some of the frameworks and the methodologies that our guy is using to hit 500 grand a month, the other chiropractor we're working with, again, in his industry, if that's something that you're open to. So again, you're framing it more as like a coaching session, which really it is, right? Like at the end of the day, the way that we do sales is transformational. And when they're getting on the call, yes, they're going to like attempt to make a sale, but out of that entire thing, they're going to learn a lot about their businesses and like what the main issues are. So then the last question here, or last little part here, is you'd say, okay, great. And of course, if you do want to know what it's like to work deeper with us, he can tell you what it looks like to do that. So I have my calendar open right now. When works for you? Did tomorrow at 2 p.m. And then he also has, 11 a.m. the next day to book in a time to speak with him. Any of those work for you? Lock in the consult, get them to accept the calendar invite on the call specifically. Because if they don't, recently there was this update with Google that if they don't accept the calendar invite, like it doesn't even go on their calendar and they could miss it, right? So you don't want to do that. And the last thing on here, before we get into the live call, is the qualify section. So before you move off, right, you're really like, for them to show up for the call, you need to understand all this stuff. So you say, okay, and by the way, Cole has me fill out the short form for anyone I put on the calendar. I could do it, most of it myself, but it would be able to take an extra minute here or two to really just help me fill this out so you can get brought up to speed on what we talked about and you guys can just really hit the ground running. Does that work for you? Does that make sense? Right? So then a lot of this stuff, again, you would understand, but a lot of times when you book on a closer's calendar there's a form you have to fill out before so that person, really, literally everything that I said here, right, is like, this isn't just a line. This isn't just something that you say. It's like, we really want to fill out that information so that when the closer goes again on the call, they have everything that they need in terms of, what needs to be had on that call and the context. So again, how long have you been doing or following Cole or following insert influencer or business owner there? You said the biggest problem you need to help with is generating leads, right? They said, yep, of course. And your goal is 20,000 a month. Yeah. Okay, perfect. How does leadership structure in your company work? So do you have a business partner? Or is it just you, one-man band? The reason you want to ask that is to get in front of any objections down the road, talking about, I need to think about it. I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to my business partner, right? We're handling those objections. On a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being things are really, really tight right now, and 10 being I have the resources to do whatever I want. Where do you feel like you are, financially, right? So what we're doing is we're gauging intent, and we're also gauging like if they have money. So if they have a 1, I'm gonna like dig into that, right? They give 10, maybe won't probe as not much, but depending on the answer, I'd say if it's above like or below a 5, I would say what does like
that mean to you? I think you can say that in like, you know, any conversation. Maybe say like, what does an 8 mean to you? And that might mean, oh, I have like $500 extra dollars. It's like, well, depending on the price point of the offer, that might not necessarily work. So you just got to get clarity around that. And the last thing here, in terms of bandwidth, some of the frameworks you guys will talk about require about 4 to 5 hours a week to implement. Is that something you have the bandwidth to implement now? So the reason you ask that is you're trying to gauge, do they have the time to actually do the thing that the program offers? Because if they only have 1 extra hour a week, then it might not be the best for them. Now, that's another thing that you can probe into and chunk down into. It's like, okay, so you tell me you have 1 hour a week. Like, what do you mean? Like, where is the rest of like your hours in a week going? And then you can break that down. Oh, you're spending 2 hours on Netflix and 3 hours, you know, on Xbox and whatever, right? You can chunk that down. That's just a general idea of that. So that being said, I know this is really thorough. Let's jump into the actual live call section of this, and we're going to go through this entire script. I'm going to screen share what that looks like for you as well as we're going through the script. Hey, is this Ezra?
It is.
Hey, what's going on, man? This is Aaron. How's it going?
Hey, Aaron. Pretty good, man. Just another Thursday. How's your day going?
Dude, it's good. It's good. I just got done at the gym and getting breakfast, get ready for the day, all that kind of stuff. We had a call scheduled right now. How's the week been so far?
Oh, yeah, we do. Nice, man. It's been pretty good, pretty good. Just got a workout in myself a couple hours ago. How was your workout?
It was okay. It was okay. Just getting. It's good to get, you know, out in the morning and get stuff done. So, is it cool if we jump in just to make sure we have enough time here?
Let's rock and roll, man. I'm ready when you are.
Cool. So just to set up the call really quickly, you know, I'd really like to just get as much, you know, about you and in the short amount of time that we can, just so we can, you know, help you out as much as possible. In order to do so, you know, what I've really found to work best with these kinds of calls is just getting a quick idea of where you currently are, some of the goals you're trying to hit, and things like that, like where you need the most help right now. It shouldn't take too long, and you know, based on that, I can hook you up with some actionable like content. We have a ton of videos that you can go through that would be relevant to that, and then also help you best in the business right now. So does that sound good?
That's awesome, man. Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool.
So yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
what do you think is like currently right now, what do you think is like the biggest like challenge within the business?
Biggest challenge is getting gym owners themselves to actually just pick up and give me the time of day, or give us the time of day. Reason being, I mean, it's just a lot of competition out there. I know that what we have is unique to gym owners, but, you know, again, it's just getting in front of, if you will, enough gym owners.
Okay, gotcha. And what are you doing right now to get in front of those gym owners?
A lot of it is just guerrilla marketing. So we're hitting just local gyms that are very niche. You know, if you see like a women's gym, for example, or a CrossFit gym, or even like a strictly bodybuilding gym or powerlifting gym, we're just going in talking to the owners. But, you know, a lot of times we're just finding out that maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 other people have already talked to them. So, you know, they've already got something in the pipeline.
Gotcha. So kind of like the competition then.
Very much so. Definitely competitive market.
Cool. And how many, you know, this month, how many of those gyms did you go out and talk to?
Typically I try to hit 10 gyms a week. And that could even be just like a call in, you know, the different areas of the state, but 10 gyms a week. And out of that, normally I'll have a sit down with 1 to 2 of them.
Okay. And 1 to 2 gyms sitting down, how many of those are you closing?
50%.
Okay, cool. So out of those numbers, let's say the last month, out of the 10 gyms you talk to, you're doing about one deal a month.
That's about right.
Okay, cool. What's the offer? Like what are you currently selling?
So we're actually doing Facebook ads for the gyms. Our price point is actually $2,000 for our offer. But same thing. So with that Facebook ads package, they can actually upgrade and they can go to a $5,000 package, but we normally start them off with a $2,000 just to get their foot in the door.
Gotcha. And with those gyms, I think you mentioned it before, like, you know, you're currently going to like these in-person gyms. Like who would be like your ideal client? Like if you only had to talk to like one specific type of business owner, who do you think that would be?
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, definitely a niche gym. Someone who's already out there and kind of within their local community, just has people's interest already peaked. You know, again, bodybuilding and fitness and taking care of yourself is a big part of the gym just environment these days. So definitely establish they've got their own client flow, everything coming in constantly, but just adding along with that. So taking gyms a lot of times from the $25,000 mark per month to the $75,000 and $100,000 mark.
Gotcha.
But we're about strapped.
Sorry?
I said, but we're about strapped with that too.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm just writing down some notes. Sorry, just making sure that I have everything good here. Okay, so 25K, you're trying to help them get to the 25K mark. Outside of that, like, so, and you kind of told me about the sales process a little bit, but let's say you had people coming inbound, right? Like, you've had leads coming through and they were like physically reaching out to you. What is your overall like sales process to bring them from like they have no idea who you are up into where like they're they become a paying client? Like, what does that process look like?
Well, really, as of right now, man, just being completely honest with you, it's very raw. I talk to a client and I pretty much spitball off the top of my head and talk about our services and everything, but our process really hasn't been like ironed out or isn't very straightforward, unfortunately. But I want to get there.
Yeah, I mean, is that something that you're open to like learning more about, like, or like not learning more about, but like open to refining, right? Having an overall process.
Definitely. I mean, as of right now, like I said, I feel like we're about capped. And as I told you, just being honest, only taking on one new gym, closing percentage a month. The math just ain't mathin', if you will. So it's time to increase the numbers.
Yeah, I feel that. What's like the biggest thing right now, not being able to bring in clients, like how is that affecting the business overall?
It's almost just like we're paying Peter to pay Paul, or sorry, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And it's, we have a couple months where, hey, if I sign up 2 clients, or maybe even 3, and that's happened, a couple times since we started off, but yeah, we'll have an influx those months. But if we have a month that I don't sign any gyms, then we're in the hole pretty big.
Okay. Gotcha. So really just being able to, I mean, you already told me, but the lead generation sounds like it would help that out a lot. So ultimately, like, if you were able to get the lead gen figure out, like, and let's say like all that was dialed in, like, what is the ultimate from the one client a month that you bring on right now? Like, what is the goal for your company?
Well,
we
when
can
I
talk revenue,
off,
we can talk members, we can talk whatever that looks like.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, I mean, when I started off with the business, I'm a guy that works out himself. To like to think of fitness and health as being the other side of wealth. But when I started off, my plan was, I really want to get. That's why that 10 a week kind of number came around. Is I really want to get 10 total a month coming in. Now, where I'm struggling with that is, again, the consistency. Like, if I sign up a gym and we increase their numbers, it could only be 1 to 2 months that they stay with us and then they cancel. And I mean, that's a good thing that they're seeing good results, but it also could be that they're getting poached. And a lot of times I ask them, hey, have you talked to another agency? Are they coming on board with better numbers or what they're able to do for you? And sometimes yes, and sometimes no. So I don't know necessarily why, but, ultimately, I guess I'd like to have a consistent 10 clients a month. I'd like to keep them within our course and our program or our agency within about 6 months minimum. And I'd like to be at 100K a month ourselves.
Cool. So, I mean, if we did some math there, like, obviously we'd have to bring on a good amount of people. And you said you were charging like $1,500 to $2,000 a month, right?
It's $2,000 for the initial package.
Is that something? Is that like the price point that you want to be charging, or do you think like what you guys are currently doing could definitely be priced higher, or like what do you think there?
I mean, just understanding a little bit about this market, like, sure, I think we could be higher, but like I don't know. That's tough for me to say because $2,000. I know fitness like the back of my hand, and so sometimes I feel like my expertise is definitely worth $2,000. If not, like I said, our back end at $5,000. But if you're insinuating like 10, 15,000, I mean, it's just tough for me to even myself wrap my head around that number.
Gotcha.
But we could.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think if we're talking about like supply and demand of if partnering up and solving the problem of lead gen, right? You're going to bring in so many more people that because you have that influx of people right now, because if you're bringing on one client a month, it's like, it's kind of hit or miss. Like you spend that whole month trying to get them good results, right? But if they don't get good results, it's like, well, you don't really have a case study to play off of, as opposed to like, if we were able to help you get to the point where, there's 10 or, through some of these strategies, like 10 new clients a month, it's like out of those 10, you'll probably have at least, 50, 60, 70% success rate where they're all crushing it. And then now people are coming to you, you know what I mean? And then because there's more people coming to you, supply and demand takes over where you can start to charge more just from the sheer fact that like you have more people that want the thing that you have. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. I don't think I've ever looked at it from that angle.
Sweet. Yeah, just trying to give some context to the thing. We talked to a lot of gym owners, so a lot of these things are things that we're always talking about.
What other success have you seen within them? With our
clients?
Program?
Yeah. I mean, it's all relative, right? It's all depending on the client, their situation. I mean, just the reason we're talking to you and having this conversation is figuring out what the goal is, right? So some people are like, yeah, like I just want to be able to bring on an extra 2 clients a month. And obviously we help people do that. Or, some people are a little bit on the higher end where they're like, we're already doing 100, 200 grand a month. And, we want to take it to 500 or, $1 million a month, And I know those numbers might seem kind of crazy, but, it's just all relative on what they're looking to hit. So,
all right.
Dude, I think I have a pretty good understanding. Like I said, I'm really only keeping this call like, hopefully 5 to 10 minutes. Is it cool if I share with you kind of like, next steps and things that I think could definitely help you out?
That'd be great.
Sweet. So I think, the thing based on all this stuff, like there's a ton of training that I can pair you with. But it's definitely not going to help you get to like the end goal that you told me, right? If we're looking to get to, 10 clients per month consistently, keeping them, for 6 months, right? That goes into a whole other thing of retention and all that kind of stuff. And ultimately, 100 grand a month. I think the training again is good. It'll help you give some different tools for that. But it's not going to be that magic bullet to help you get there. So, dude, like I said before, we work with a ton of people in the gym marketing space doing like way, way bigger numbers than, the 10, 20, 30 grand a month mark. And I think, I can go ahead and pair you up with one of our head advisors. His name is Mitchell. He's actually, one of Cole's right-hand guys, and he works really closely with the clients, and he can actually show you and give you some strategies and frameworks and, methods that are helping some of these people hit 500 grand a month in their business. So, is that something that you're open to? Just like having a conversation with them and kind of giving you some tips and tricks on how you can get closer to that point?
That'd be awesome, man. Always open to learn.
Cool. So let me just open up my calendar right now. It looks like I have, while I find this time, like, just keep in mind, like, it's not like, if you want to learn more about what it's like to work with us, we can talk about that. But again, there's no obligation to do that. So I have, about 10:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. tomorrow. What is that? Do either of those work for you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and knock it out first thing, 10:30 in the morning.
10:30. Okay, perfect. And 10:30. So let me go ahead and click that here. So I sent it over to you. Can you go ahead and accept the calendar invite real quick and confirm you did that?
Yes, there it is, and confirmed.
Sweet. Yeah, I just like to make sure sometimes it gets kind of mixed up and, not able to get to it and kind of gets glossed over. So last thing here, you just have like 2 more minutes. What I usually like to do for these calls is so that you and Mitchell can hit the ground running as quickly as possible. I just have like a really quick like survey or form that I fill out. I can fill out a lot of it myself because we've already kind of talked about some of this stuff, but it just have like maybe like 2 or 3 more questions for you if that's cool, just so I can fill this out for him.
No doubt, of course.
Cool. So how long have you been following Cole? Like how long have you been following him and like what we're doing with the gyms? Or gym marketing companies?
Probably been following him on Instagram now for about a year, and just kind of been watching his material and everything, and some stuff I just can't ignore. You know what I mean? It's just so good, and I've used some of his stuff even to close some clients myself. So definitely figured I was getting to the point that I needed to have a conversation with you all directly.
Cool, man. I mean, that's good to know that you're taking action on the free stuff. So it makes it, I'm sure it helps you a ton too, just knowing that, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, actually, it does actually work. And just to confirm, you said the biggest problem right now is just lead gen. You're just not getting enough people through, right?
That's it, man.
Cool. And the goal, I mean, what I have written down is, when at least in the next, 3 to 6 months, 10 clients consistently per month, hold them on for 6 months, in terms of, just retention at the minimum. And then also just ultimate goal over the next 6 to 12 months, 100 grand a month.
That's it, man. That's perfect. That's the goals.
Yeah, for sure. And on a scale from, let's say like a scale from 1 to 10, like 1 being like, okay, things are super tight right now. Like this probably isn't something that I can invest in. How I like, and 10 being like, I have the resources. I can like invest financially if it makes sense. Like where are you on a scale from 1 to 10?
Well, kind of like I said, man, it's really hit or miss. So those months that are good, I definitely net 10 to 15,000, but those months that are bad, I'm, like I said, in the hole, probably about 5. So, if I can get some clients rocking and rolling here going, then yeah, money should, or, investing back in my business is never an issue then.
Got it. Cool. And last one here, like in terms of bandwidth, so like the amount of time that you have, do you feel like you have enough time? Like let's say like we're to give you some training, right? Do you feel like you have, let's say 2 to 3 hours a week to really invest the time into implementing some of this stuff?
2 to 3 hours a week, definitely. I mean, I can give you 5.
Okay, cool. And yeah, it's all relative, right? If you have 5 hours a week or 10 hours a week, you can definitely bust through a lot of the stuff and implement a lot more because you have that time. But cool, man. Well, Ezra, it's great talking to you. We're on the calendar, so we should be good to go. Any questions before we hop off here and you have the chat with Mitchell tomorrow?
I think you answered everything, man. I appreciate it. Looking forward to talking with him and looking forward to seeing if we can work something out.
Excellent. So I went ahead and to the email that I have on here, I sent over that training for you. It's just going to go over a couple different things in terms of, some lead gen strategies that we use. Some of them you might have seen, on Instagram and stuff, but this is just a more, a easier breakdown for you to go through and see like, okay, here are some of the things that I can start implementing from just some of the stuff we talked about today. So make sure you got that. And Mitchell, we'll be talking to you tomorrow.
Awesome. You're the man, Aaron. Thanks, brother.
All right. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. So hopefully you enjoyed that video. My biggest recommendation for you is to go through this video again and again and again and again, and really just soak in as much as you can and listen to already successful calls. That's what I've done over the last 5 or 6 years. It's been one of the best learning tools that I've used just to hear other successful people doing what I want to do. So next up in the series, we're going to do 2 other videos around the other scripts that we talked about earlier in the video. We're also going to do a full remote closing course. So that's going to probably span out to be like 2 or 3 videos in and of its own. Also, we're going to go over how to land your first remote closing and appointment setting gigs. These are going to be very, very in-depth videos, giving you the scripts, giving you everything that you need when it comes to, again, starting as an appointment setter. We're going to do the objection handling jiu-jitsu. We're going to go over advanced sales techniques and also how to extend even past a remote closer into what we call a sales integrator. So let's jump into the ultimate guide to remote closing, episode 3 of the free course series. And this is technically episode 2 of the appointment setting. And this is going to be the last episode of appointment setting. We'll do some more advanced stuff down the road, but just so you know where we are in the series. Also, second link down in the description below, you can go ahead and grab this document as well so you can follow along. The scripts are on this document, so you can save this and use them on your own sales calls or appointment setting calls. So in terms of the table of contents, what we're going to do, first off, the first 2, right, review and overview, these are going to be very quick, less than 30 seconds, what an appointment setter is and who it's for if you've never been here before. We're going to break it down, and then also the overview, where we are within the sales process. It's very important to understand where we are in the process so you know which of these 3 scripts to go through and utilize. So we're going to do the outbound call script. So this, if you understand this script, like you will become an absolute machine and make a ton of money. These companies will really, like, literally beg to work with you. Also, we're going to go over the messenger script. So this is how to revive the people that don't respond to certain messages, or let's say they no-show a call. These are going to be some things you can copy and paste. And then also our DM setting plus the examples that I was telling you. So again, the copy and paste these same messages and set appointments like wildfire. And I'm really excited to show you some of the DM conversations. So I was going through some of the ones that we are going to show, and I think you guys will get a ton out of that. So again, make sure to stay to the very end of this video for the entire context, because if not, and you miss one thing, there's a really good chance that you will be super lost. So make sure to stay to the end. So what is an appointment setter and who is it for? We're going through this very quickly. Influencers out there, right? They have an advertisement on TikTok, on Facebook, and Instagram, wherever it is they have an advertisement that leads to usually a video or a webinar or some sort of product. they're going to, in this section right here, they're going to put in their name, phone number, and email to access said webinar or video. As an appointment setter, you're going to do one of two things. You're going to outbound call these people, which we're going over the outbound call script today. You're going to call these people that are here, or you're going to talk to the people that after this webinar set this phone call. There's usually a little section here where you as an appointment setter would go in and make sure that they're a good fit, essentially, right? So they usually, after the webinar, they'll fill out an application. You're going to have the calls with those applicants that have already filled out the application and have booked a call with you. So as an appointment setter, again, they're inbound, they're on your calendar, and you can talk to them to make sure they are a good fit to then go to have the phone call with the closer so that they can convert it into a paying client. So again, appointment setter projected earnings is anywhere from 3 to 5% depending on the offer, and offers range anywhere from $3,000 to $50,000. So 3% of whatever the offer price, that is what you're going to get every single sale. Massive disclaimer here at the bottom, always make it. These are just examples, right? This is not, these numbers should not be construed as like guaranteed income results at all. Just understand what is possible. Now let's talk about where we are in the sales process. So in the last video, if you didn't watch it, obviously check out, this is a playlist, so you can check out the last video. Last time we talked about how to talk to these people, the people that come through inbound applications that are vetted. What we're gonna talk about today is the outbound call and the messenger script, as well as the DM setter script was a little bit different than the messenger script here. Now, as a setter, you gotta remember, there are 4 main opportunities to create these sales calls. And the context here is massively important because each different one of these is going to be in a different frame and a different mindset. So last conversation or last video, we talked about the inbound applications. These ones are going to be the warmest prospects. So to be honest, they're usually the easiest to convert into the next call. So again, watch that last video if you didn't. And we're going to cover the outbound calls, the messenger, and the DM setting. So with the outbound calls, you're basically going to be doing outreach to someone that has either bought something from you or from the prospect or from the, the owner of the company. And then, or they've either like opted in for a specific free training or something along the line. So there's the interest there. They just haven't gotten to the point where they've booked the call yet. We're also going to go over the messenger script, which is basically same to the above. This just goes through messenger, so through text, through email, through text, email, through DMs basically. And the DM setting is usually going to be the lowest intent, but still converts really high because of the authority of the influencer. So let's say you're working with a business owner that has 50,000 followers. There's that parasocial relationship, or that's, the celebrity effect that takes into place. So it becomes pretty simple for you to convert them into a call because they're like, oh my gosh, I'm talking to this guy that has 50,000 followers. Of course I'm going to talk to him. But then they end up talking to the closer, right? And the framing is, you're not like doing a bait and switch, like you're letting them know that. Now, again, I'm giving you all of the scripting word for word for every single one of these scenarios. So make sure to stick around, and we're going to do the 3 of them now. So first, my favorite, because these are the ones that you can really just attack. If you got a name, phone, or email, like you need to be the one like hammering these conversations, multiple per hour, like 100 an hour if you can, based on the amount of people that you get in contact with. So before we get into the script, you got to make sure that you always double dial. And what that means is essentially you are going to call, right? Let's say you have a name, phone, or email. You're going to call the person on their phone. And then what's going to happen is they're either not going to answer, or it might ring like 2 or 3 times and then it goes dark, right? It basically hangs up. That usually means either 1, they don't have service, or number 2, they see an unknown phone call on their, on their phone. They're like, I don't know who this is. I'm going to end it. I don't know about you. I usually don't answer unknown numbers. It just is what it is, especially if it's not coming from my area code. So this little secret here is you're basically going to, again, you dial, right? You call them. If they don't answer, you're going to wait a second and you're going to call them back again. And you're going to call them back again, not saying anything different, but what happens is psychologically is they get another call right after that. And they're immediately thinking like, like maybe this is important. I don't know this number, but they're calling me back twice. Like maybe I just gotta, maybe I should answer it. And they'll answer it. And as soon as you get them on the call, you're free to go really just straight into the script. So that being said, if they don't answer on the second call, then you leave a voicemail, but you never want to leave a voicemail on the first call that you make because you could just double dial and maybe get them on the phone. So we'll go over the voicemail script here in a second after the outbound call script. So keep in mind, again, the last video is going to go more in depth around like the exact scripting of what you're going to do, because outbound calls, this is specifically so that you can set that other call that is the inbound call script, right? So you can dive a little bit more into it. With these outbound calls is you don't have as much time because you're usually, you're reaching out and they might be, at the grocery store. They might be in their car. They might be, not have a ton of time. So really all you're trying to do is slightly verify like their income and ask a couple of these questions. With all that being said, let's go into the script here. So again, outbound caller script, you basically gonna call, they're gonna answer, you're gonna say, hey, is this John? And they'll say, yeah, it's John. I say, okay, cool, Aaron here. Just calling about that $47 outbound mastery course that you purchased from Cole. So again, I'm framing, and I'm basically what I'm trying to do as quickly as possible is remind them what they did and also give them some context so that they're not like, I don't know who Aaron is, right? So it's like, hey, I was just calling about that, that $47 outbound mastery course that you bought yesterday. And you don't say, because I was going to say, does that ring a bell? You don't want to say that rings a bell, is because you want to speak with a certainty that they should know who you are, right? You need that confidence because you're giving them an out, right? They say, does that ring a bell? They can easily say no, and then you've dug yourself into a hole. So it's like, hey, it's Aaron here. I was calling about that $47 outbound mastery course that you purchased from Cole. And then you wait for them, and they're going to say, oh yeah, if it wasn't a course, right? Let's say that it was just a free masterclass, or let's say a video, right? You can say, hey, I was calling about the video that we sent over via Instagram about how to land your next client with remote closing. It was from, I think Cole made it, right? And then you just present it like that. So it doesn't always have to be the purchase. So after you ask this, question, did they get it? They're going to say, yeah, that was me. I'll say, cool. So I just want to check in with you really quickly and see if we're able to get that logins. I know it's easy to lose things in the inbox these days. We're able to get access. So this is with the assumption, we give out free courses, right? So if they have a free course that they opted into, I'm just making sure that they got access. So this, you can switch it to, you might have to switch it up a little bit, and you can say, hey, just want to make sure that you got access to that. You were able to watch it okay. We're able to get access. And then, because you're really just trying to figure out if they watched the content, did they, what was their thought of it, that type of thing, but just confirming that they got access. Because here's where the law of reciprocity comes into play, is essentially you've given them something. So now naturally they're like, okay, I got to give this guy some time because I got something from them, right? So he said, okay, and I'm not sure, sorry, I got to get to my scripting mode. So, okay, and I'm not sure if you read this one, the sales page, but included in your purchase was actually a training from one of Cole's paid masterminds. Has anyone reached out to you about that yet? So I kind of messed up the scripting here as I was reading through, but basically what you're saying is like, hey, I'm not sure that you went through the page that was on, or hey, not sure if you, really digested the information's on there, but I want to go and shoot you over another training, right? So you're just adding on the value that you can, that you bring to them. And it's also saying, hey, has anyone reached out to you about that? Is like, I'm here to give them, again, another thing. So it's that law of reciprocity. And I'm kind of dangling a carrot in front of them. I'm like, hey, we got this other training. You want it? Like, hey, you want it? And then we don't give it to them right away, but we're going to ask them some questions. So it's like, so we'll say, oh no, I didn't get that. Or yes, I didn't. I was like, okay, so, the reason you didn't get it immediately is just because we have a ton of stuff and we want to make sure that you get something that is actually relevant to your situation and useful. So, that can really help you in your business right now. Is that something that's, that I can get over to you? And they're going to say yes. And I'd say, okay, gotcha. So, what do you think is the biggest challenge in your business right now? And based on that, I can pair you with something that would be helpful for you, right? So 2 important caveats that I would have within this conversation is towards the end when I say, gotcha, so so is that something I can get to you? And then we say, gotcha, so what's your biggest challenge? When you're saying that specific thing, is you are now transitioning into the previous script that we went over, and then you can go into the entire thing. The only caveat to that, though, is when you jump into these questions, is because there's a benefit in doing this way, right? Sometimes you'll ask hey, do you have some time to answer some questions right now? The problem with asking that, right? And I think a lot of people do that. The problem with asking that question is you're giving them the option to jump off the call. When what we're trying to do is we need to get the pain, we need to get the where they're looking to go and their current situation, right? Because if we can get those things, it's really simple to sell them onto the next call. So when we're in this situation, is just keep in mind is you might get some pushback sometimes when you're saying hey, when you go into so what is your biggest challenge? Because they, they might be out and about, right? They might not have expected this call in the first place. So just go in with the expectation that you want to present this and just go straight into the question and assume hey, I can go through this in 5 minutes anyway. I'm just going to go for it. But understand that if they're dude, I'm really busy right now, make sure to set another call with them for, let's say, later that day. It's okay, cool. No worries at all, dude. Would love to jump back on with you so I can make sure to get that training over to you. when do you have, let's say, 20 minutes later on today? I have, this time and this time. Which one works best for you? Present that to them. They'll say, whatever. Okay, cool. No worries. Do you feel like there's anything else that's going to get in the way of you jumping in that call? No, getting like kind of the double dot tie down there. And then, and then you should be good. And then, you have the other conversation and then go into the triage call script that we talked about in the last video. So and then after this, you go into that other script, you'd give them over the training and you would set the call with the closer if they're a good fit, right? If they're a good fit with within that. So this is for the free opt-in. So I know it kind of like put it all in one, but we can just go through this for you guys so you can hear it again. So it's like, hey, what's going on, John? And they'd say, hey, it's Aaron here. It's calling about the ultimate guide to hiring an A-player sales rep that you downloaded from Cole. They'd say, yeah, I got that. I said, just wanted to make sure you were able to access it. I know that, sometimes tech messes up these days and, email's crazy too. So just want to make sure that you got over that. They'd say, yeah, I got that. I say, okay, cool. So I'm not sure if you read this on the landing page or in the email that you were supposed to get a training from one of Cole's Pays masterminds. Has anyone reached out to you about that yet? So you can see it's very, very similar, right? It's the only difference is this first line, right? As opposed to the $37 thing, it's the free thing. So you would jump back in, right? The reason you didn't get it immediately is just because we have a ton of stuff that we want to make sure that you got something that is actually relevant and useful to you where you are in business right now. Is that something that I can get over to you? They'd say, yeah. I say, okay, gotcha. So what do you think is the biggest challenge for you right now? And based on that, I can pair you with something that would be helpful. So again, you're trying to figure out, okay, is this something that you want? Yes. Okay, perfect. You already framed that there's a ton of stuff that you can get over to them, right? So it only makes sense through this framing that you need to ask these questions in order to give them the training that is going to be best for them, right? So instead of just saying like, hey, can I ask you a bunch of questions? It's like, no, you don't want to do that because it's like, it just seems very, it just seems very one-sided. So if you just be like, hey, I got a ton of training. I just don't want to send everything over to you. If I just ask you a couple of questions, it just based on that, I can pair you with something that's, it's helpful for you right now. So keep in mind, in this call, and we talked about this on, the triage call script as well, is the goal for you as an appointment setter is to not sell the product. This is a massive, massive, massive mistake that I see a lot of newer appointment setters make is they learn more about the offer and they learn more about, how it can help them and things like that. But the problem with that is they don't necessarily need to sell the product on this thing, right? All they need to do is sell the next call, right? Sell the call with the closer. For example, they could come up with questions like, what do you guys actually do? And I say, hey, that's a great question. Honestly, the best plan of action is going to be to actually get you, talking to one of my right-hand guys. To be honest with you, I don't know a ton on, maybe I wouldn't say that. I would say, to be honest with you, we don't have that much call on this call. So that much time on this conversation right now. Would love to get you paired up with, my right-hand guy, John or Cole or whatever the name is. And they can really give you the full rundown based on, your specific situation. Is that cool? Right. And and then you just go into the next question so that they can't come back at you. So so you don't want to answer any of those questions. It's always to deflect it onto the next call so that they have the incentive to jump to the next call. Same thing with price, same thing with all these things. It's always like, hey, great question. Honestly, everything we do here is completely custom. So I don't have a specific a price point for you right now because I just don't know a ton about you and the business and where you're looking to take things. So again, with all that being said, all you need to do is get on this call and you just figure out the pain, current situation, desired situation. That is it. Everything else needs to be on the next call. Of course, in the video, and actually if you click this video right here on the screen in the document, second link in the description, by the way, is you will go over to the full training where it's going to bring you to that script. And then, I say pain, current situation, desired, but you're also going to chunk down into each of those questions, which you would know what chunking down is when you watch that video. So go check that out either after this video and let's get to the next part. So next script on here, I just mentioned it, but click the second link in the description and it'll bring you to this document so you can physically copy and paste this because this is for the text, the voicemail, and the email that you would send over to the customers after, or potential customers, right, the prospects, when you send the information over or send the products over. So say, hey, John, whatever the name is, hey, John, this is Aaron with Insert Company. Do you remember the insert product you purchased from us? Reason I was calling earlier is it doesn't look like you got one of the bonuses and purchased. It was a private training from one of, Cole, John, whoever influencers, one of their high-end masterminds. Can you confirm? Also, you can use something like, hey, John, it's Cole or it's Aaron from insert company. Did you just purchase the product, masterclass, whatever? Let me know if you have 2 seconds. Just want to make sure you're taken care of. So really what you're trying to do here is a couple things. Number one is give them a reminder, because sometimes like emails are weird. People are opted into it for a million different things, especially now with Black Friday. People are getting crazy amounts of emails. So if you can text them, if you can leave them a voicemail, if you can email them, all these things are going to stack on top of each other. And when they see your name, right, if you're Aaron, the appointment setter, is they're going to see an Aaron texted me, and Aaron sent me a voicemail, and Aaron sent me an email, and it's going to consistently keep you on top of the inbox. The benefit of doing this through text as well is a lot of times, again, when people opt in, they're going to leave their name, their phone number, and their email. So a little hack that you can use, or not even really a hack, it's pretty self-explanatory, is when you send them this text, is because you are asking, hey, can I give you this thing? Is if they want that thing, which they probably do because they've opted recently into the other thing, is when you ask them, hey, do you want this thing? They're going to respond. Guess what? If they respond, you now know that that is a valid phone number. So you call them immediately. You literally call them as soon as they text you back, because you know they're on their phone, you know they want the thing. So it's not like a weird random cold call, right? It's like they're telling you that they want the thing. So it's like, hey, what's going on, man? Was just literally just texting you right now. I'm making sure that you got access to, and then you just go into the script that I mentioned above. So as you can see, it's as long as you get these scripts down. I mean, I've done these probably thousands of times at this point. It's like it's ingrained in the back of my brain. So it's like when you get this down and you go through these for a certain amount of times, it just becomes second nature to you. So that's the text and the voicemail script. All right, so let's jump into my favorite, which the reason I say that is I honestly think that being a DM setter is one of the simplest things in this world. Like, it is the simplest way, in my opinion, to create income, because all you're doing is just talking to people that want to buy the product. Like, it's so dumb easy, and your job isn't to sell the product, right? Your job is just to set more appointments. And if you can just get really good at setting appointments and asking the right questions, it's like you'll see in this live breakdown here in a little bit, it's like taking candy from a baby. Like, it's so simple. So let's go over the message flow. So here's the key pieces to get from the DM conversations, and we'll walk through kind of a script here. It's more of like a script / framework. When we do the live, when I show you some of the live conversations, you'll see what the script is. So key pieces. So the main thing that we want to get here, and I talked about, right, pain, desired situation, current situation, but more importantly than that is you want to figure out, like, do they have a job, right? Because we're selling programs, we're selling high ticket programs. So they need to have either some sort of job, but if they don't have a job, then they need to have some sort of, like, if they have savings, right? Because if they don't have money, then they can't jump in. And it's just not really worth not only your time, but not only worth like their time, right? Wasting their time. So, do they have a job? Do they have some sort of pain? So we basically talked about that already. Are they running away from something? So this is kind of a chunking down piece of the pain, right? If their pain is, I don't like working a job, they're running away from the job, right? They're running away from the people they don't like there. They're running away from low paychecks, right? So it's kind of a part of the pain. And then we talked about this, right? Do they have big goals, and can they not get there? Can't get there with their current situation. This is key, because if they're telling you when you're asking these questions of, like, where are you looking to take things? I want to make $10,000 a month. And then they say, okay, but in my current job, and you say, well, okay, can you hit your current goals with that job? And they say, well, no, it's not possible. That is an immediate way to be like, okay, perfect. So it makes 100% sense. If you can't reach the goals that you're telling yourself that you want to hit, and it's physically impossible within your current situation, let's just have a quick 10 to 15 minute conversation. We can break it down. So I already mentioned this, right? The goal with the DMs is to find the reason they should get on the call and as little and back and forth as possible. So the last thing you want to do is have, a ton of back and forth and 15 messages going, right? You want to break it down to, like, you'll see in some of the examples, it's like 3 or 4 messages or 3 and 4 back and forths tops. Sometimes there needs to be a little bit more convincing, for lack of a better word, but for the most part, you just want to keep it short, right? Well, let's just jump into the script, because here we go. With these scripts, where they're usually going to be coming from is keywords from the DMs. So within the DM conversations, usually what the influencer will do is they'll post in their story and they'll say, hey, I'm looking to partner with 5 new people this month to help them each, insert end result, whatever their offer does. So they're going to say, is DM me keyword DM, right? So they send the keyword DM to the person. Now you know that they're interested. So you're just going to, either through automation or through you physically going through the people that sent the word DM, all you do is say, hey, John, what had you, saw you DM this keyword, what had you interested about remote closing? Or what had you interested about weight loss? What had you interested about making money with crypto? Whatever like the offer is. So then the cool part about this is because they're interested, is they're going to give you the entire rundown and their life story. Usually what they'll say is like, I want to do it because I'm working this job. I hate this job. I can't provide for my family. I want to do blah, blah, blah. And it's like a lot of times it will just give you like all these different things that's going to help you, right? So based on their response, they might say something like, I'm working this job and I don't really like it, right? So then you can say, okay, gotcha. So what do you do for work now? And the byproduct of this answer is figuring out what we talked about a second ago is, do they have a job? Gotcha. Why do you want to make more money? So they might be saying, I'm not making what I want to make. And you say, okay, gotcha. So why do you want to make more money? So we're answering two things here. Number one is we're kind of asking how much money you're making. And we're also asking, what are you trying to run to, right? What is the goal of making more money? You can say, gotcha, why are you looking to get out of that, right? So they're saying, yeah, I'm working a job, I just don't really love it, whatever. And you're asking, okay, so why do you want to get out of that? So what are they running away from and what is the pain? So you can see all these follow-up questions are to get to figure out and really dive into and get these questions answered. Because if we can answer these questions, it'll be very simple to transition them into a conversation. Again, gotcha. What ideally would you be making per month if you could? So it's kind of sneaky with this one too, is you can ask them that, and based on the way that they answer that question, you can financially qualify. So for example, if they say, ideally how much you want to be making per month, and this goes two ways, right? Let's say ideally how much you want to be making, and they say, I would just really love to make $2,000 a month. In my eyes, it's like, you're only getting paid like, what are you doing? Are you working fast food? Are you only working part-time? Like, what are you doing to where your goal is to only hit 2K a month? And then you have the opposite side where they're like, I just want to make 90 grand a month. And then I would say, okay, gotcha. So like, I guess just curious, like, are you making close to that now? Like, what's the breakdown? They're like, no, I'm actually making one. And it's like, it's kind of just becomes an outlandish goal. So what it allows you to do is really reverse engineer the situation and see, where they currently are. So as long as you can check these boxes off of them answering these and getting the answer to those 4 questions, really, where are you now? Where do you want to be? What's holding you back? And, the pain, essentially. Then you would go into book the triage. So if you get all the questions that you need, you just say, okay, got it. So based on all that, I think it makes the most sense to just jump on a quick 15-minute chat to see how we can help you out, if at all. Is that something that you're open to? So again, we're looking at this here saying, is that something that you're open to, right? As opposed to like, let's book a call right now. It's like, hey, is that something you're at least open to doing? They're going to respond yes, and then you're going to send a booking link. So usually with the company that you're working with, they're going to give you a booking link. So it's just a Calendly or OneHub or whatever it is. You're going to send that link to them, and this is important. Let me know when you book so I can make sure that it comes through, and with what email. So the reason this is important is because you want, like, what this kind of does is you're basically saying, book it in right now, without saying, hey, can you book it in right now? You know what I mean? So it's like, hey, let me know when you book so I can make sure it comes through. You can even add something in here like, to make sure that it comes through. Tech is kind of weird sometimes. So it's like you're giving a reason to say that almost. And then with what email. So you can cross-reference what email comes through. But again, more importantly, you're just like giving another reason as to why they need to do it right now, is because you want to make sure that they get it. And then last couple things here is, send the homework video. So the reason there's asterisks is because sometimes they won't have a homework video. A lot of companies call it like a pre-call video. What it does, it just sets the expectation of what they can expect on that call, sets the expectations of what to expect, on that conversation. And it's basically like, hey, show up, here's a little bit about what we do, here's our case study, so it gets them excited for it. Now, so then you would send this, right? Can you check this video before you hop on the call? It will give you a quick rundown of what remote closing is all about. So sometimes it'll do, tell them a little bit more about the offer. It could do a lot of different things, but if they don't have a homework video, that's fine. And then what's also crucial is keeping conversation within these DMs so that, let's say time comes around where they don't show up, is you can then come to the DMs and be like, hey, where are you? Type thing. And you can follow up through here. So hopefully all that makes sense. Let's jump over to the live appointment setting now. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this. All right, so as we're going through these appointment setter conversations, I want you to just remember how simple of a process this is because these are people that are sending us keywords inbound and we're responding to them, is they're already there wanting to talk about how to get started with appointment setting or closing. So just keep that in mind as we're going through here. So they saw, you can see a video that I posted, and they sent in a keyword. So I said, okay, hey, Sasky, thanks for reaching out. More than happy to help out. Cool if I ask you a few questions to point you in the right direction. So of course they say, yes, and they say sure, right? So what we're doing is we're asking permission that we can go in and ask questions. So once you do that, it's like game over. We can send the questions. And then the first question, like we said in the scripting, what had you interested with remote closing? So the cool part about this, again, is they give like their entire life story around, why, like where they are, where they want to be, right? When we go back to the scripting of just figuring out what is their pain points, what are they trying to get away from, what are their, current situation, desired situation. So we can further understand them, but we don't really have to pry a ton because a lot of times they will give these really long drawn out answers. So we say, okay, got it. So what are you currently doing for work? Or are you only running your beauty brand? So this is fantastic. This is called active listening. The last thing you want to do, or I guess active reading in this case, the last thing that you want to do is just copy and paste these exact questions, right? Because they just feel like it's a bot. So the more that you can incorporate different things that they're actively saying to you and then put them back in front of them, it becomes more of just a genuine conversation. You know what I mean? So so that's that. It says, yes, running my band. You have some sales center experience, right? And they say, I do about 2 years of experience. So this person has experience. So the next question here is, so is this something that you are looking to do on the side, or do you want to replace your current income and do it full time? This is a great question because what we're trying to do is figure out if this person is going to be fully bought into this thing, right? Are they like just looking to like dabble on this, or do they like actually want to make this a full-time thing, right? Because if they don't, then it might not be the best thing for us to bring them forward into our program, because if they're not committed, they're probably not going to see success, essentially. So just keep that all in mind. So again, this is this is a good question. I have a lot of time on my hands, honestly. I wish to learn some skills and start earning now that there have been a good gap of almost 6 months since I left my job. I don't mind doing this full time. So again, they're qualifying and they're saying, okay, cool, I want to do this. So what's the goal in terms of money? So again, figuring out what their goal is, where they currently are, like what is their, do they want to do a full-time or part-time? And then they say, okay, I want to do 1 to 2K a month. I'm a fast learner. Once I'm familiar with it, I can aim higher. So at this point within the conversation, remember, we've gotten, okay, we financially qualified and said, okay, they have a job, or at least they're making some sort of income. Also, do they have experience? This isn't going to be always a question, because this is mostly just off of what we had gotten up here, right, in this part. And then this is, so is this something you want to do full-time or part-time? So again, the only reason this question is a thing is because they said that they're already doing stuff in the past. And then there's a goal. So we have those things. Where are you now? Where do you want to be? What's holding you back? And then he goes straight into it, right? And the other cool, or the funny thing here, right, is like, actually, do you have 5 to 10 minutes to hop on a quick call? Tomorrow, save you the carpal tunnel. So really the main reason of that is to make a joke, to give them a reason why we should jump on a call, so they don't feel pressured into jumping on the call, right? And then he basically just gave them the times. They booked the call in and set the appointment. Okay, so here is another great example, guys. Like, this is just, reading through these makes me excited because it's just so freaking simple. This is a cheat code, like a hack in life to be able to do this. So basically we go through, they say, inbound keyword. Again, they want the thing. So we say, hey, Fabio, thanks for reaching out. Just for context, what had you potentially considering becoming a remote closer, and what do you do full-time for work now? So a little bit of a change in the way ask the question, but very similar, right? Getting a lot of the same context out there. So he said, hey, Aaron, work remotely for a software company in the vacation rental industry, mainly deal with the onboarding of accounts, training, and management once they are fully activated with software. So this person actually would be pretty solid if, he already has experience. So I'm looking for extra income as my hours are quite flexible. Can you expand a little bit more on what the role is offering? So he said, hey, sorry, it took a second to respond. Not hiring currently, but we're happy to help. Cool if I ask you a few questions. So he was just basically saying, didn't want to set the wrong expectations of this person. Like, they're saying, can you expand a little bit on the role that I'm offering? We're not necessarily offering roles to everyone, right? We're bringing them into our program to teach them. So it said basically, can we ask a few questions? They said, sure, go ahead. Very, very simple. It's not something where you're reaching out to people that have no idea who you are, right? These are people that actually want the thing. So they're like more than happy to go through and answer the question. So Still working for the software company, I assume. So again, using context from previously, they say, yes, I am. So ideally, what are you looking for the remote closing compared to that? So again, trying to figure out what is the pain. And if they're reaching out because of this, there is some sort of pain, right? And that pain can be one of two things. It can be that they need to make more money, right? Or it's an unfulfilled desire, right? They could be making, let's say they're making $10,000 a month, but they want to make $20,000. So just very important to break that down. So looking for extra income. So again, this is their goal and also their pain, right? Because they might not be making enough. I've worked in sales in the past, and I believe I have the skills to close deals. So again, they have an unfulfilled desire. They're not making enough, but they think they have the skills in order to do so. So, what does a remote closer does? So basically clarifying questions. I know I'm going through this relatively quickly, but feel free to, pause this and wait. So how much would you need to make consistently every month with remote closing to replace your full-time income and be able to do this full-time? So this is just qualifying, asking, hey, in a kosher, well, not kosher, in a more political way, is how much money do you make, right? So I'm currently making $6K a month, but having 3 kids, this is far from being ideal. So there's the pain, right? Boom, easy. There's the pain. I definitely like to see if we can help. Actually, you have 5 to 10 minutes to hop on a quick Zoom call. Save you the carpal tunnel. So again, same little joke. It's it's really easy to put in there, and just this is decreasing the chances of them saying no to a phone call, right? It's saying like, hey, do you just got like 5 to 10 minutes to jump on? My goal is to connect with you with my right-hand man. He works really closely with all of our clients. So basically going and setting them with the, with the client. So I think what ended up happening with this one is you just had to push it off until Monday. And, they obviously get the appointment set. All right, guys, so jump into the last one here. We have Katrina, and it looks like, so she sent in remotes, and same thing here goes. I know it's like monotonous, but I just want to show you that it's literally the exact same thing over and over. And if you just copy and paste and have just a little bit of brain power, you got this. It's good. I believe in you. So here we go. So, hey, Katrina, thanks for reaching out. Just for context, what has you potentially considering becoming a remote closer, and what do you do for full-time work right now? So they answered, I'm looking for a secondary income, currently a sales consultant for a large liquor distributor company. So really great, situation. And honestly, oh, I see what's happening here. These are like follow-ups from, shoot, that's funny. Okay. So then next it says, okay, I'm looking for a secondary income. So then they said, I'm looking for a secondary income, currently a sales consultant for a large liquor distribution company. So came back in and says, hey, Katrina, sorry if it took a while to reply. See what you mean. So ideally, what would you be looking for remote closing compared to sales consultancy? So very, very good job here is listening. Okay, what did you do before? And then bringing that into the conversation. So they're looking for money, freedom, and future. This is all ideal situation, right? Where they want to be. My goal is to start investing. The cost of living is insanity, and I want to be able to do it. So what we're getting here is 2 things. We're getting pain, right? Cost of living is insane. They're not making enough money, and they ultimately want to have more money, more freedom, and more future. So got it. I definitely see, like to see if we can help. How much would you need to consistently every month with remote closing to replace your full-time income? So again, we're saying replace full-time income. Easy way of saying, hey, how much are you making, right? And they said, well, if I was making 10K a month, I'd walk away. I think anyone would, right? So just, maybe not the best way to respond. This is dude. I'm gonna give this guy a freaking pat on the back because he's doing phenomenal. So again, the reason for asking this question is, basically trying to get in a nice way, how much money do you make? So they didn't really answer the question with this. They said, if I was making 10K a month, I'd walk away. So he goes in to double down and says, so you're currently making 10K a month? Question mark, right? Just trying to see how big the bridge is you want to cross. No, I'm not. That's where I'd like to be, though. With what I do, my opportunities are uncapped. It's all about what effort I put into it. I could scale it over time. So didn't really get the answer from it, but we do know that they're not making 10K a month. So you don't need like a perfect number every time, right? You just need like a ballpark to figure out where they are. And, when someone was saying like, if I made 10K, I'd walk away, you could assume that they're doing probably close to that, maybe like 5, 6, 7K a month. Because if they weren't, right, they'd probably say like, oh, like I'd walk away if I was making 3K a month, right? And then that tells us like they're making like $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month. So again, just having a little bit of brain power and knowing exactly like what to say and to pivot. what he realized is like, okay, cool, we have enough questions. They're employed, they have a desire, and we know their current situation. So went in and went ahead and connected. So my goal is to connect with my right-hand man. Works really closely with all of our clients. So goes in and books the call. So she said, okay, I could another day. I got swamped, but overall, just getting more questions. I'm the only reason I'm not going and continuing is because we have like phone numbers and emails and stuff that I don't want to like dox people, essentially. So hopefully this is helpful. And this is how simple it can be to set appointments literally from your cell phone. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I think I had a lot of fun making that, and I think you get a ton out of it. So next up on the series, next couple of videos, we're going to do a full remote closing appointment setting, full remote closing course, how to land your first remote closing and appointment setting role, objection handling jiu-jitsu, advanced sales techniques, and then how to ascend even past remote closer. So appointment setter, closer, sales manager, or we call it a sales integrator is that next step. And you can make more money without taking a single sales call, which we're going to talk a lot about that.
Hey, what's going on? Aaron here, popping in super quickly. So at this point, you've made it give or take about 2 hours into this training. What I want to do just really quickly invite you to book a call with our team down below, first link in the description. What that'll do is just get you connected with someone from our team so that, I mean, you've watched 2 hours or so of this specific training. So you're obviously interested, you're motivated, and you're driven to see success in the remote closing space. So it makes sense to just jump on with our team and see exactly how we can help you, if at all. If we can, obviously we'll talk about what that looks like. If not, no pressure at all. We don't believe in high pressure sales or anything like that. We'll just invite you in if we think we can help you out. That being said, back to the video.
All right, guys, the ultimate guide to remote closing episode number 4. This is Sales 101. So as a quick reminder, if you're new to the series, down in the second link in the description is going to link you over to this document so you can save it for your records. You can follow along with this video. And the first link in the description, make sure to click that as well. That's going to bring you to our remote closing masterclass, which basically takes this entire free course series and puts it into like a 45-minute video. So you can really condense your learning if you want to do that. So click that link probably after you watch this video, though. It'll be a refresher after you watch it. So what we're going to cover in this video. So first things first is the key to sales. So what are people really buying? Like, what are they actually buying on these sales calls? As a hint, it is not going to be your product or your course, which might be a little bit confusing, but we're going to cover that first, so make sure to stick around. Also, we're going to cover the emotional states, so understanding 6 emotional states, and then how to use those to your advantage to make the sale at the end of the call. Next, we're going to cover Heaven Island versus Hell Island. So this is finding the real before and after of your client and where they are and where they want to be, and then how you can use this to help you make more sales, again, at the end of the call. And then we're going to cover, which my personal favorite and something that like literally changed the game for me in sales, is the belief ladder. So this is the 7 beliefs that the prospect needs to have to buy at the end of your sales calls. Now, a disclaimer here, guys. This video is going to be insanely valuable, but really only for those of you that want to learn sales at the highest level. This video isn't going to cover scripts or anything like that, but really the psychology behind all this stuff. So my mentor Cole once told me this: if I teach you the philosophy behind sales, you will learn the way of thinking, and in turn, you will understand the fundamental communication you can use in every aspect of your life. So instead of just having a script and like, here's a script and go enjoy and try to use that, if you can understand the philosophies behind this and really just like, again, the fundamental communication and how to use that to your advantage, is you can not only use this in your sales conversations and make a crazy amount of money, but you can also use it in every aspect of your life, in your regular relationships, talking to people on the street, and it's going to make you an extremely likable person. So make sure to stay to the very end for the full context of how to implement all this in your sales process. So a second ago, if you were confused when I said, okay, people don't actually buy the product or the course, this will clear it up hopefully and show you like what people are actually buying, what they're not buying. Now, on the left here in this red, what people do not buy, this is what most people are thinking. Most of the people think they buy because of your offer or because of you, right? Your company, your personal brand, or testimonials. Now, don't get me wrong, those things definitely help, but these are more the logistical reasons as to why people are going to buy the offer. So again, it helps, but the reason that people are actually buying is states of being, both on an emotional and a surface level. So the way you can think about this is people are essentially buying the end result on a surface and emotional level. All this surface level, emotional level, we're going to give you a ton of examples here in a second. So just remember, people are buying that end result, right? They're buying the end goal of where they ultimately want to be. Now, when the path of least resistance from their current situation to their desired situation is your offer and that meets in the middle, that is when they're going to buy. So again, current situation, you need to understand their surface and emotional level. And then your desired situation, your offer needs to be the best, the fastest, and the most surefire way, like 100% guaranteed in their mind, to actually bridge the gap from their current situation to their desired situation. Okay, so we have this surface level and emotional level. Let's break down and give you a couple examples. So the surface level current situation for someone that needs to lose weight, right? They're gonna say, I'm overweight and I need to lose weight, right? Or someone that wants to, let's say, make more money and, make money online, right? They're gonna say, I hate my job. I need to find a way out of this job. Then we have the emotional level current situation, which is, okay, my spouse now finds me less attractive because I've put on pounds since we've been together. So you can see very different there, right? One is like, I'm overweight, I need to lose weight. The other is, well, my spouse finds me less attractive. And those are the reasons, right? The reasons as to why they want to lose weight is going to be the reason that they make a decision at the end of the call. And it's what's also going to position you as the expert in understanding that you can solve their problem. So again, I feel stuck and unfulfilled in my position at work. So again, surface level is I hate my job, I want to get out of it. The emotional level is I feel stuck and unfulfilled in my position of work. So if we start to look at the surface level desired situation, right, is the person that says they want to lose weight, they're going to say, I want to lose weight because I've gained 20 pounds, right? That's the surface level desired situation, is they want to lose weight because of that end result, right? The result of them gaining 20 pounds. Now, the emotional state of that, right, is I want to feel confident again and have my partner look at me like they used to. The biggest mistake most newer salespeople make, or not even newer, sometimes like really seasoned salespeople, is they just keep it at the surface level. But the emotional level of I want to feel confident again, right? You are going to sell them at the end of the call on them wanting to feel confident again, not on them just wanting to lose the weight, right? You can obviously see that the emotional level is so much more impactful. So again, I want to quit my job. That's what they're saying as the, desired situations. Hey, I want to quit my job. But the emotional level is I want to have more money so I can travel and actually enjoy my life. Also, I want to just really be able to impact other people's lives. So as you can see, as we're breaking this down, is we transition from, I feel stuck and unfulfilled in my position at work. If we can sell them on being able to impact more people's lives and then also just actually enjoy their life, we're selling on so much more than like, all right, we're going to help you out of your job, right? It's like, hey, we're going to help you out of your job so that you can make more money and then travel the world with your family and enjoy life and then also impact people's lives, right? You can see even the way that I'm saying it is like, it just comes off so much more powerful. And those are the reasons why people are going to buy. Now we can take these emotional states, right? I obviously gave a couple of examples, but these can be broken down into 6 key categories. Now these, I took this directly from Tony Robbins. He talks about these 6 human needs, and these are what they're written down here. So certainty, variety, significance, growth, contribution, and love and connection. Now we'll break down each of those, but what you need to understand is certainty and significance are the most important, and they're going to be the most powerful when you're having these conversations with the prospect. So this is a really quick diagram here. So what we're going to do is just give you an example of the entrepreneur that's on the business roller coaster. So I used to sell real estate agents, so I'm just going to use real estate as the example. So their surface level situation is that they have inconsistent lead flow and revenue and income and life, right? Inconsistent everything. Their life's inconsistent, their income's inconsistent, their revenue's inconsistent, and their surface level destination is they want consistent increased revenue, more lead flow, right? Higher income, better life. That position right there is where most salespeople are going to try to sell, right? And the reason they don't make a ton of sales is because they don't make it past the surface level situation. So if we look at the emotional situation, right? The emotional situation that, let's say, this real estate agent has, and we break down these 6 basic needs, is uncertainty. Is, they have anxiety that comes from not knowing where their next lead, their next client, the next dollar is going to come from, right? So what we want to get them to is certainty, and we'll break down the emotional destination here in a second. So maybe the lack of significance, right, is not feeling as if he's the provider that needs to be at home, and then also just making less than his peers. So on the left side, you can see that there's lack of all these things, right? One of the emotional states. So lack of significance, lack of, love and connection, lack of growth, all these things. So, that being said, lack of love and connection is just the lack of the family, and the wife is just stressed and pressuring him to either figure it out, right? Figure out how you're going to make more money, or go and get a new job, right? Feeling that pressure at home and not really able to, work on a daily basis without his wife, or husband or partner, whoever. right? Complaining that they're not actually growing and not making the money they need to, right? Lack of growth, kind of just talked about that. So exactly where he was a year ago, right? There's no progression over time, which most people, if they don't feel like they're growing, well, you're dying, right? It's the saying that people always have. And there's also lack of contribution, so passionate about what he does, but he's not helping the clients that he needs to because he's not generating the leads that he needs to. So now if we go to the other side, right, looking at the emotional destination, this is certainty, significance, love, and connection growth, right? So certainty is knowing where his next clients are going to come from, as opposed to where it was, right? Anxious of like, I don't know where my business is coming from, right? Significance, right? His peers and his coworkers are looking up to him, asking for advice, right? He's doing, different workshops on how he's seeing so much crazy success, right? That's where he wants to be. Love and connection, right? His family, his wife loves and appreciates them as the provider, as opposed to the other side, the wife is like really discounting his work, saying, hey, you're not bringing in how much money you need to be. I'm here watching the kids, right? On the other side is they appreciate him for being the provider. Also, they have growth, right? Breaking records as opposed to before is being exactly where it was the year before and the year before in the same, 3 or 4 years. And then also contribution, right? Making more impact, case studies, helping more clients. This is the reason why people are going to buy. So again, most salespeople, right? They're going to say, oh, you don't have leads. Well, let me give you this system that's going to give you more leads, right? That's not going to make sales. What is going to make sales is, hey, John, look, this system that we have, and we'll cover scripting here in a little bit, this system that we have not only is going to help you get out of your situation of being in the same spot that you've been, really not knowing where your business is going, to a point where your wife and your family basically, they're looking at you as not really the provider. We're going to help you get to, the other side of that. So I can go on and on about that, but that's hopefully helping you understand emotional versus the, emotional versus the surface level, and both from a current situation to a destination. So really important note here, guys, this is going to make way more sense when we start to go through the exact scripting in the next series of videos, but I do want you to understand that just understanding the psychology behind this, understanding this will make you an absolute killer on your sales calls, to a point where if you're a remote closer, right, it's going to help you close more deals and make you seem so much more competent on your sales calls for, your sales manager or the owners of the company. And if you have your own business or you're thinking about owning your own business, this can help you out a ton as well. All right, so let's talk about Heaven Island versus Hell Island. So it sounds a lot more dramatic than it is, but it's really just another way to position current situation versus desired situation. So this will make more sense, Heaven versus Hell Island, when you see the diagram down below. Now, once you've elicited that emotion from the prospect, they're going to want to take action and get closer to their desired situation. However, this is very important, this doesn't mean that they're going to want you to be their solution, all right? They're not going to want your solution. So I think this is where a lot of, again, newer salespeople mess up, is they talk about current versus desired situation. They ask, where are you now? Where do you want to be? But they don't position their method, right? Their thing, their end result as a solution that's going to help them get to their end result, and the only way to get there. So again, if we're looking at this kindergarten drawing here that I whipped up on my iPad, is we have a couple different things here. So I'm giving credit to where credit is due. Travis Sago, kind of an example from him. Also Cole Gordon. Mostly all the stuff that I talk about, Cole's my direct mentor and business partner, so I learned a lot from him, and I pretty much learned all sales stuff from him. So here's where we position it, right? We have Hell Island on the left side and Heaven Island. So Hell Island is, again, if we're using the weight loss example, I talk about that a lot. So weight loss is like they are, overweight, it's making them depressed. They don't feel confident, right? Is we have Heaven Island on the other side is losing the weight, gaining the confidence, all those types of things. Now there's all these little pieces right here, right? All these different scenarios where it ends, right? These are different ways that are not going to help them get to their end goal, right? So other options being, maybe it's doing it themselves, right? Maybe it's a different competitor, whatever it is. As you're painting the picture of Hell Island versus Heaven Island, and I'll give you guys some examples here in a second, but the goal here is to position your solution as the only way they're going to get to that point, right? So the way that we can look at this in that weight loss example, and I'll give a couple examples, but weight loss here, right? This could be, keto, right? This could be another one of your weight loss competitors, right? Or one of the other courses that someone's selling. This could be, let's say it's the carnivore diet, right? This could be going vegan, right? This could be, a different situation that's, maybe it's going to get them to the end result. But remember what I talked about earlier. You need to position it as the fastest, most effective way to help them get to that point. And then, each of these sharks is going to be just different objections. So we'll talk about some examples here in a second to where you'll be able to basically harpoon these sharks, as Cole likes to say. You'll harpoon these sharks before you get to the end so that, again, this becomes just the surefire way that they're going to want to get to that point. So a couple different notes that I had down here. So number one, I just supposed to say paint, but paint heaven versus hell island clearly based on your question. So again, we'll talk about that more in the scripting section, but this is just to help you understand, give you a visual representation of your goal on the sales call, right? So again, destroy other options. So you're going to ask based on asking questions. So asking questions of like, what have you tried in the past? Why did those things work for you? Why did they not, right? What research have you done about those things? You can ask more questions and then ultimately harpoon those other options or harpoon the sharks based on the way that they answer those questions. So again, clearly show your path is the most likely, most effective, fastest way to success. We talked about that. But the key here, guys, is to help bridge the gap and create the path of least resistance and destroy all of the other options. That is your goal with Hell versus Heaven Island. So keep in mind here, guys, there is only 2 jobs on every single sales call, and that is it. Only 2 jobs. Number 1 is to understand if and how you can help the prospect, right? If and how. Because here's the thing, guys, is you're not going to be able to help every single person, right? Every person that comes through this on the sales call, you might not actually help them. So number 1 is just understanding if and how you can help them. And then in order to do so, you need to fully understand their current versus desired situation. We'll talk about chunking down, the right questions to ask, all that kind of stuff on the next video of all the scripting. But just again, this video is more of just understanding what you need to do. So number 1, understanding if and how you can help the prospect. And number 2 is eliminate all the other objections before the close, which means, again, destroying all the other options of getting to desired situation. More on that, again, in the next scripting video. Okay, so let's jump into the last section here, which is the belief ladder. This is a pretty dense section, but if you didn't take notes on like the rest of this video, you're going to want to take them on this one because this is going to help out a ton. So these are going to be these 7 beliefs the prospect needs to have to buy. These are also going to be these 7 reasons why your prospects don't buy, right? Those things are, and I'm going to show you in a second, but pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, and trust. So that again, pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust. The reason that I say that without showing you is I want you to understand that these are going to be things you need to have ingrained into your psyche. I can say these things in my sleep, right? Because I've said them over and over and over again, right? Pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust. Pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, for like you just need to understand these at a really high level. So again, having these 7 reasons that your prospect don't buy is what that means is every single objection can be traced back to one of the beliefs. This is why it's so important. Is there just like 7 random things that you're gonna, that I'm gonna tell you is anytime you get an objection is going to trace back to one of the 7 beliefs we're gonna talk about. So the goal is to, by asking skilled questions, right, through this entire process, is you are building these beliefs in the prospect's heads. And as a byproduct, you are getting the prospects to close themselves by the end of the call, because by the end of the call, after asking these questions, I'm gonna give you some of the questions you can ask, is by the end of the call, is they don't have any of these objections because you've asked the right questions to destroy those objections before you even get there, right? So doing this also, again, it also means simultaneously you're breaking down the limiting beliefs as well, right? So we're talking about the 7 beliefs. I kind of mentioned it here, right? The 7 reasons your prospect won't buy, but the 7 beliefs are also tied to 7 limiting beliefs as to why they won't buy. Now, here's the ninja part here, guys, and why I just think it's so important to understand these psychological things is you can use any script out there. If you get the 7 beliefs, you can use, you don't even have to go through a script. If you just understand these 7 beliefs, obviously I don't recommend going to a conversation and, saying, hey, do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this belief? Like, obviously don't say that, but you can really use any script if you understand these 7 beliefs and the 7 limiting beliefs that go along with it. So if you haven't heard it enough already, let's do it one more time. So the 7 beliefs are pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, and trust. Take a screenshot, whatever, take a picture if you need to see them here. So in this section, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna break down each of these beliefs in 3 parts. So number 1 is we're gonna cover what the belief is. Number 2 is what questions you can ask to pull out that belief from the prospect and also what it needs to be, right? What the belief needs to be. And number 3 is the objection that it handles. So I'm going to basically prove to you that having these 7 beliefs is going to break down a ton of different objections. So this is just a quote from Cole. He talks about this all the time. Again, it's one of those things that is ingrained in the back of my mind is business is about solving problems. And when you solve problems, you create value and people exchange money from or for that value, right? So sales is just a demonstration that you can fix the problem for somebody else. I'll add one more thing to this is the reason remote closing is such a powerful thing is because you are solving a massive problem. The bigger problem that you solve, the more money you're going to make. Sales and doing sales and getting the business owners off of sales calls is a massive bottleneck for them, right? So that's why remote closers get paid a good amount of money for it. Amazing quotes there from Mr. Cole Gordon. So let's go over the first one here, which is pain, right? Pain is going to be the gap between where they are right now and where they want to be. So you can talk about, the pain is talking about, again, Heaven Island versus Hell Island. So the gap between where they are now and where they want to be. So just understand here, guys, is that if there is no pain, right? Again, there's put the asterisk here. If there is no pain, there is no sale. And the reason that is because the rest of the beliefs that are on this, right, the other 6 are all predicated on the pain. And that'll all make sense here once we do just a full recap at the end. So I just want you guys to understand this. If there is no pain, there will be no sale, right? And pain it could be broken up into 2 things, right? You might be saying, well, Aaron, what if the prospect is, they're already making $1 million, right? There's no pain there, right? Pain can be broken into 2 things. There can be a pain, right? A physical pain of, let's say, I can't pay my bills next month. Or the other pain could be an unfulfilled desire. So they might be making $100,000 a month, but they want to be making $1 million a month, and their peers are also making $1 million a month, and they just feel really small in that friend group, right? So that is an unfulfilled desire. It's not necessarily a pain of like, oh my gosh, like I can't survive, right? It's like, oh my gosh, I'm not the best. I'm not, living at the same level as my friends. So the question that you can ask, and again, these are like single questions. There's going to be multiple questions that you can like really dig into, but I'm just trying to keep it simple for you guys so you can understand. Is the question you would say is, so John, prospect's name. So John, what do you feel like is the biggest challenge in your business right now, right? Let's say if they want to make more money, or let's say they're currently in a job, right? So John, what do you feel like is the biggest challenge right now in getting you out of your 9-to-5 job, right? Weight loss. So John, what do you feel like is the biggest challenge right now of, losing 15 pounds, right? So the reason that we want to phrase it as the challenge is because remember, if there's no pain, there's no sale. We want to get the pain at the beginning so that the rest of the questions that we can ask are going to be based on that specific pain. And again, that'll make more sense as we go through these. So what objection does this handle? So that's going to be number 3 here. This handles all of them, right? So again, business is about solving problems and filling that gap. And if you aren't aware that they have a problem, you can't bridge the gap. So it's like when you have Heaven Island versus Hell Island, if you don't have Heaven Island versus Hell Island, if they don't have a Hell Island or Hell Island to Heaven Island, if they don't have a Hell Island, you can't get them to Heaven Island because there is no starting point, right? It's like, if you go and get into an Uber and you say, yo, take me, they're going to be like, what do you mean? Like, take you where, right? That's a little bit more of like the end goal, like of Heaven Island, but the example still makes sense. So last time here, guys, if there is no pain, there is no sale. So you need to get a pain. You need to get a pain point from the specific prospect. Okay, so let's cover doubt here. So the prospect must believe that it's possible, right? So it's a little bit confusing because doubt is not believing. So I'm trying to like phrase it in the right way. So doubt is the prospect needs to believe that it's possible, but that they are not able to do it on their own. So this one's a little bit tough because you have to show them that it's possible, but also that they have to do it with you, or doing it so themselves would waste time, money, resources, reputation. So let's say, for example, again, they want to like build their business, right? Let's say they're doing $10,000 a month and they want to get to $20,000 a month, right? The prospect needs to believe that your thing, right, the way that you're teaching them to get that point, your service, is going to help them go from $10,000 to $20,000 a month, but they can't do it themselves. And then doing it themselves might, they're going to waste time because they have to go out and figure out exactly the strategies that you're using when they can just pay you and literally get to that point, right? So doubt is them fully understanding that your solution is going to help them get there. So, one of the things you can say is, why don't you want to do this yourself, right? What's keeping you away from doing this yourself? So it's going to handle that objection, right? Or what have you done in the past to help you achieve X, Y, Z results? So sometimes the objection, right, is they say, I'm going to go do it myself, right? So we're trying to get it away from them saying I'm going to do it themselves, or, I don't think it's going to work, right? Because if they don't think it's going to work, and let's say they've tried it in the past, that's why we're asking them, what have you done in the past in order to do that? So it's a really interesting thing you have to get here. And this I learned from Cole Gordon. He learned it from his mentors. But it's this idea called the buying pocket. So when we're talking about current versus desired situation, is you have their current state and desired state, and they have to be in this middle area. And that's why I said up here why it's a little bit tricky, is because they have to believe that it's possible, right? So them being in this area here is their current state, right? If they're here, that just means they don't believe that it's possible of this method to help them get to end result, right? But they also have to believe that they can't do it themselves. So they have to be in this area where they believe that it's possible, and they also don't believe they can do it themselves, and that is when they're going to buy. So based on the questions that you ask, these are a couple of good ones, is you're going to get them into that buying pocket so they understand that you are going to help them get from current state to desired state. Now I put a little note here at the bottom. Sometimes doubt is built in, right? So for example, let's say if you're selling a CRM software, let's say it's a SaaS service, right? The doubt is already there because most people, if they get on a sales call and you're selling SaaS, is they're not going to go out and like want to build their own software, right? So it's already built in. There's a couple different examples, but that's like the main example you can take away from this. Now, cost is not the price. Price and the money objection, right? That's money. And we'll talk about that in a second. But cost, I'd say this is probably the hardest because in my opinion, it's kind of like an intangible. But the cost is the prospect must believe that doing nothing is far more painful than the investment in time and money to fix the problem. So this diagram, kindergarten thing from Cole, this will help. This makes sense in a second. But really what this does is it helps with urgency, right? Urgency of why is this important now? So this is the question that I have in here is, when you're on the sales call is, John, just curious, why is this important for you to fix right now? Like, as opposed to, let's say, a month from now or 3 months from now, like, why is this important right now? And you would chunk down, you can ask more questions based on that, based on their answers. And what this does is, this gets away from the objections of, the dreaded, right? This is what everyone struggles with. I need to think about it, or let's get started next month. So you can handle those objections before they come up when you understand the cost of not doing it. So I'm going to try to explain this. It's just a little bit difficult to explain, but on the left here, you have perceived pain. So if I had, let me just do the weight loss example, because that, again, weight loss is just the easiest to explain for me. Is down here, we have the pain of time and money of the investment, right? Because if someone, let's say you're on a sales call, so you're selling them something. So there is going to be a time and money investment, right? The pain of spending $5,000 for a weight loss program, but there's also the time that goes into it, right? They're going to have to do the workouts. They're going to have to eat right. They're going to have to come to coaching calls. They're going to have to attend coaching calls. They're going to have to fill out tracking forms, right? Checking their weight, drinking enough water, right? That's the pain here. But it needs to be less than the current and future pain of doing nothing. And this action threshold, they need to get past that in order to buy the product. So for example, when you're talking about cost, right, in this weight loss example is, again, they currently are in a position where like, yeah, they're going to invest money. But over here, it could be like, when we're talking about the cost is, hey, so, what's going to happen if you don't lose 20 pounds? And we're going back and forth to, the emotional states is when you ask those emotional questions of, why do you want to lose weight? Oh, because I gained a ton of weight. My wife doesn't look at me, the same anymore. And she doesn't want to be, intimate with me in bed because of that, right? That's kind of a dramatic example, but that needs to be stronger. Or, another thing could be, if my doctor says if I don't lose this weight, I'm going to have to take medication for the rest of my life. So the pain of doing nothing, of not being intimate with his wife, having to, take medications, not being confident anymore, that pain needs to be more than this pain down here, right? The pain of the investment and things like that. So hopefully that makes sense, right? And I'll just go back to it again, right? They need to believe that doing nothing is more painful than the investment in time and money to actually fix that problem. So if that makes sense, if you have any questions, obviously just let me know. So desire, right? So we're pain, doubt, cost, desire. So number 4. So the prospect must believe that solving the problem in the gap will give them a better future situation. So really what this is, right? The desire, pretty self-explanatory, is this is their heaven island. So we need to know a couple of different things. We need to know what they want. We need to know why they want what they want. We need to know a number assigned to that, right? That could be, a scale from 1 to 10. And then also how getting what they want will impact another area of their life. So let's give a different, example than weight loss. The questions you can ask is, okay, John, so, you're telling me that you want to go from $10,000 to $20,000 a month in your business. I'm curious, like, so that's what they want, right? You want to go from $10,000 to $20,000 a month. John, I'm just curious, like, why is that important to you? Like, why is it important to go from $10,000 to, $20,000 a month? And that's what I mean with the number, right? Is having a number, like a clear number of where they are to where they want to be, right? This could be, if we're doing weight loss, it's like, I want to get from 10 pounds to 20 pounds, right? If they're, let's say dates, right? I want to go from, it's like a dating example. I want to go from 1 date a month to 10 dates a month, right? This is giving you a number assigned of where they are to where they want to be, really painting the picture of that heaven island. And then also how getting what they want will impact other areas of their life. So it's important to get all these things. An example of that would be, let's say the 10 to 20,000 a month. They're at 10,000 a month. They want to go to 20,000 a month. The reason they want to do that is because it is going to give them more money to pay for more, or to hire someone on to help them take over their video editing so that they can spend more time with their family, or, spend more time actually enjoying the money that they're making within their business. So as you can see at the very beginning, it's like, oh, I want to make more money. But it's like, okay, what do you want, right? You want to make more money. Why do you want that? A number assigned to that, and then how that's going to impact other areas of their life. And you need to have all 4 of these. It can't just be, remember, can't just be surface level. It has to be the emotional level as well. So this will help you handle a ton of different objections, right? Similar to the pain, because you're getting them from pain, Hell Island, to the Heaven Island. So this really will help handle any objection out there. And then you can start to call out if it's actually what they want, right? Actually the desire. So money, this is the one that, everyone's always looking at, right? So this is the belief that the prospect has the resources and the willingness to fix the problem. So there's a reason that there's 2 of these, right? Resources and willingness, right? Resources, and again, keep in mind, not having the resources is a condition, not an objection. So them saying, I don't have the money, is different from them willing to spend that money, right? So when we're talking about having the resources, right? If they literally have, let's say your program's $5,000 and that you're selling is $5,000, and they currently have $200 in the bank account, right? That is a condition, not an objection. If they come up with the objection of, that's too expensive, it literally is too expensive. So you got to make sure that you're asking those questions, and, we can go more into that of having, and we talked about it down here, right? Having the open wallet technique. So the questions you can ask, right? Where are you right now in terms of your business? So if they currently have a business, is you can gauge money-wise if they have the money by asking these questions. So you can say, where are you right now in terms of your business? And they would say, I'm making $20,000 a month, right? You would chunk down to that, right? You would ask like, okay, cool. And is that net or gross, right? And then based on that, it's like, okay, that's gross. Okay, what's net after expenses, after you pay everything? Oh, it's this amount, right? And so if they physically tell you, I'm making $5,000 a month, and that's, savings basically, is now, okay, they have the money. Now we just got to get the willingness of them, to fix that problem and jump into it and spend that money. And then you can also, figure out what their current job is, right? So ask them the questions of, what do you do for work right now? Oh, I'm unemployed. Well, that's going to already precede, well, they might not have the money. And then I'm going to dig deeper into that, right? So again, more questions chunking down, we'll cover in the next episode. So a big thing here, if they don't have the willingness, this usually ties back to not having enough cost. So I didn't put it on here, but the objection obviously is them saying like, that's too expensive. We're trying to stay away from that. So if they don't have the willingness, this usually ties back to not having enough cost. So as you can see, and really what this ties back to is like the cost objections is going to be the same objections here based on that. Second to last here, we have support. So this is the people around them. So this could be their spouse, their partner, whoever, in support of fixing the problem, right? So this could be a wife, a husband, a partner, whoever, or a business partner, right? They need to fully support this person fixing whatever problem they have. So some of the questions you can ask is, what does your spouse / partner think about you fixing insert problem? So what does your, what does your spouse or partner think about you losing 20 pounds, right? Oh, they would love it, right? And what you're trying to do is make sure that that person isn't going to get in the way of making a decision. And that's the reason you ask these questions. So a better way to do it is like get in front of it before the call. So let's say you're, the appointment setter and you're setting the call is, a question would be, is there anyone else that needs to be on the meeting before we set the call? So this could be in like an application. You can say, are you the only decision maker, right? You can have that as a checkbox. They click that. If they don't click that, then maybe you can jump on a call with them, cancel maybe not cancel the call, but just have a little bit more understanding of like, okay, you're not the main decision maker. Let's like get them on the meeting, right? Can we like include them in the call? Can you put, you know, an extra email, the person needs to be there, right? It just helps you out a ton. So again, I need to talk to my spouse or partner. This is a massive one, guys. Like I can't even tell you how many times people will say, well, I got the objection of like, I need to talk to my wife. I need to talk to my partner, right? Now, we'll talk a lot more about objection handling. A lot of times this is going to be a smokescreen, and there's ways to handle the objections, but this training isn't about like handling objections. This is just to like show you what understanding these things, right? Understanding the beliefs is going to help, you know, the objections that you handle. So a couple examples that you can, and questions you can ask. So trust. Do they see your solution, right? Do they trust in your solution as clearly different, unique, and superior than that of the similar things that they've tried, right? So one of the questions you can ask is, you know, on a scale from 1 to 10, right, John? And this is all going to be through the pitch, right? So a lot of the other things are based on questions that you ask. This is going to be something that after you ask all those questions, there's a transition where you say, hey, so John, or, you know, Mr. Prospect, is it cool that I share with you how I can help you go from Hell Island to Heaven Island? Yes. And you would obviously answer that. You wouldn't say Hell Island versus Heaven Island. And after that, you would do your pitch, and then you would ask this question: on a scale from 1 to 10, how confident is it that our method is going to help you achieve insert goal? Depending on what they say, if they say anything less than 10, there's a trust barrier there. Not going to go a ton into the objection handling, but you basically want to say, okay, cool. Where do those last points lie? When they say, oh, it's in XYZ, you would handle whatever that comes up. So let's just say, for example, it's, you know, I'm confused on like how this thing works, right? You would handle that. You'd ask the question again. Okay, now where are we on that scale from 1 to 10? If they give you a 10, now they should trust and be bought into your method being a thing that's going to help them get there. We'll talk more about that here in a second too. So what this does is it helps you, you know, overcome the objections, really any other objection, but more specifically, I've been burned in the past, or, you know, hey, I've tried this before, right? They need to be sold on your method being the thing. So again, basically putting it here, the prospect needs to be 100% sold on 2 things. Number 1, the method, right, that you're teaching them, and the product. So for example, if you are selling a course on YouTube, right? A course on YouTube, organic content, right? The method would be organic content, right? YouTube organic content. So a lot of the way that you handle the question, or the way that you do your pitch, is you're selling them on the method of why YouTube is great, right? So YouTube organic, it's good because you don't have to spend money on ads. It's good because it's, you know, well, it's free, right? It's good because the leads are warmer. It's good because all these things, right? You're selling them on the method during the pitch. And then they also need to be sold on your product and your way of doing it specifically. Because if either of those things are not true, right? If they're not sold on the method or the product, they do not trust the method or the product, and they're not going to buy, right? So they need to be sold on those things in order to move forward, right? So not only trust, but literally all the other ones that we talked about. So here's going to be the big aha moment of if you're hearing a lot of the same things in terms of the problem, right? So look at this. Pain is at the top, right? The pain is going to be their problem or the gap in between where they are and where they want to be. Doubt is that they can fix the problem, right? Can you fix the problem for them? Cost of not fixing the problem, right? Understanding the desire to fix the problem, understanding that they have the money to fix the problem, understand they have the support in fixing the problem, and they understand that they trust that your solution is going to fix the problem. So you can see, if you don't have pain, there is no sale, because if you don't have pain, you can't establish the pain in any of these, right? If they don't have the pain, there's no doubt in fixing whatever that is, because guess what? There is no problem, there is no sale, right? If there is no problem, there's no getting the doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust of those problems, is because you don't have the problem, because you don't have the pain. All right, guys, that was a long one. It was dense, but I know it's going to help you guys out a ton. So next up in the series, we're going to go over next video, full closing script and how to become a master salesperson. Also, how to land your first remote closing and appointment setting role, you know, where to find those jobs, objection handling jujitsu, some ninja tactics there, advanced sales techniques, as well as how to ascend even past becoming a remote closer. All right, guys, so welcome to episode number 5 of the ultimate guide to remote closing, going over our sales process and the script. As a friendly reminder, down in the description below, the second link in the description is going to bring you over to this exact document. I think you'll really need it for this one, so you can just copy and paste this, put it into your own document, or just follow this along as you're going through your own sales process and your own scripts on your sales call. So just a couple things we're gonna go over. Really, the bulk of it is gonna be on the actual walkthrough of the script. But first things first, we're gonna go over where we are in the entire process. So just a refresher of where we are in the sales process overall. The second thing we're gonna cover is just an overview of the script. So just a high level overview of the sales call map, and that will make sense a little bit more here once we actually go over it. And then last thing is gonna be the sales script walkthrough. So walking through the entire $50 million sales script. And the reason I call it 50 million is because we were able to sell 50 million in our business last year in 2023 using this exact framework that we're gonna go over. So I'm literally giving you the exact same, I'm not holding anything back. Like I said in the intro, so let's jump right in here. So again, make sure to stay to the end for full context. If you want to check out our full remote closing masterclass, there'll be a link on this document, also the first link down in the description. Feel free to check that out. It gives remote closing, it condenses it a little bit more into like a 30-minute video, as opposed to having to wait and go through all these, videos here on YouTube. It just condenses it a lot more. So let's go and cover where we are in the overall sales process. So in episode number 2 and episode number 3, we went over this part right here. So going over, how we're getting these conversations, whether they're inbound apps, outbound calls for the appointment setters, right? Are they from social media, outreaching on there? So that's what we covered there. And then we talked about the qualification call. I believe that was episode number 3 as well. Down below, there should be a link to the full playlist for this video. Also, if you're in the playlist, you'll see all the videos that are a part of this. So obviously we have the qualification call. So making sure they're good, they're financially qualified, they actually want to grow. Those things are massively important before we get them on the sales call, because if you don't set them up for success on the sales call, whether it's for yourself or for your own closers, it's going to be really difficult to get them to enroll as a client if you don't ask the right questions on some of those previous calls. So now that we have an understanding of where we are in the overall sales process and that closing and enroll section, now let's go and cover a map of the closing call itself. And the reason that I call it like a script or a sales process is you want to think of it more than just words on a page, right? Or words that are on a script. There's so much more that's involved within the script itself. And if you can understand this, which I talked a lot about in the last episode, is if you can understand this and the way that everything fits together on like a psychological and high level, you'll become way better of a closer. Like this is what the top 1% of closers understand. So this is what the call is going to look like. And then I'll show you in the script where all this kind of comes together. So at first, we're going to have the introduction of the call. So this is where we build rapport with the prospect, and then we build the frame around the conversation. Now, in the information gathering, which a lot of people call this discovery, is what you're going to see here, if you watch the last video, is a lot of this is going to pertain to the 7 beliefs that the prospect needs to have to buy, which we went in heavy detail, basically an hour-long training in episode number 4. So we asked the background questions, and you can see we have, pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust, the 7 beliefs. So we have pain, doubts, financial resources, right? Solution, cost, desire, and support. So a lot of the 7 beliefs that we talked about in the last episode, that is where really the majority of the discovery is going to come from. Then we have the transition. So this is where you transition, it's within the name, right? From discovery into the actual pitch. So we're going to go over the super basic transition in this one. It's literally 2 sentences, so it's not that hard to bring together. And then the pitch, we're going to cover that. So the promise, the bridge, and delivery is the 3 parts of the pitch. Very important that we have all of them. And then we're going to do the committing phase, which is the temperature check. How do you feel on a scale from 1 to 10? Talking about next steps, what that's going to look like for them. And then the investment, which is dropping the price. And then objections at the end. This we'll probably cover high level. I don't know if we're going to have a ton of time, but I do want to make an entire video around the different types of objections, how to handle objections, how to do it based on the script itself. Little bit of a spoiler. This is not how most people do objection handling. A lot of objection handling, people will do, they'll say, oh, if they say this, then you say this. That's actually the wrong way to do it. Only certain people are going to be receptive to that type of sales. I think now more than ever, because there's more people in the space, there's a lot of coaching offers, is people are a lot more skeptical to trust anyone that hits them with, if they say this, you say that type of objection. So again, we're not going to cover too much in this video, but we'll have an entire other video breaking down exactly how to handle objections. So here is the meat and potatoes of today's video. So we're going to go over the problems first syntax script. So all that really means is, as we talked about in the last video, the main thing that you have to figure out on these sales calls is the pain or the problem, right? On top of the 7 beliefs, there's pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust. Everything other than pain is 100% predicated on what they tell you the problem that they have is, or the pain that they have. So this is problems first syntax. This is going to be the majority of the time, or the majority of the time we're going to use this type of script. The other type is called goals first syntax, which a lot of times you're not really going to deal with that unless you're in like B2B sales, like higher level B2B sales, where you're selling like, higher level businesses and things like that, that don't really need to get out of their current situation, but they want to hit the desired situation, or I'm sorry, they don't have necessarily a pain. It's like the goal that they're trying to hit is a lot more prevalent to them than the problem, right? Like getting out of their job or things like that. So this is like really the script, and I am going to break it down. So you might have to like download this document or go to this document, copy and paste this, put it into a doc, and you might have to delete some of these things that aren't super like relevant, but I think having these notes on there could help out as well. So it just really depends on overall what you're looking to do. So as we talked about, the call map, we'll say, is first off, we start with rapport. So to keep in mind, the way that I'm going to present this is I'm going to try to keep it conversational. I obviously don't have someone else that's like saying it back to me. So you almost have to like pretend that someone else is talking back. I'll kind of give what a different person would say. So, I started off and was like, hey, is this John? Right. And this would be, on Zoom. So maybe you wouldn't say this first part, but you would, jump on a Zoom call. You would just start like conversation, right? Hey, what's going on, man? How's everything going? How's your week been? And then they'll just say, oh, my week's good. I was like, yeah, same thing for me. I was just, I just got down to the gym. Pretty productive week so far, right? Now, you don't want this to be like a back and forth. Like the biggest mistake that people make is they build rapport or they think rapport is like, you need to have like the same favorite baseball team. You need to like have lived in the same place, right? That's not where rapport is built. We've talked about it in previous episodes. Rapport is built when you can demonstrate that you can fix a problem for somebody else. Like that's where rapport and trust is built, right? So just a couple like back and forths, right? Some pleasantries back and forth, one or two just, back and forth. And then you need to grab control of the conversation, right? The last thing you want to do is it to get really awkward and there'd be like awkward silence. And then they come in, they're like, so like, what's this call about, right? You don't want that to happen because you want to be able to have control of the conversation. So once that goes back and forth, you just want to jump in there and be like, hey, great. Well, so, John, I know we only have a limited time here. So ready to jump in? Is that cool? If you got a clean sheet of paper or something to write with, and then like that as a question, right? So they can write down notes. And then they'll say, yeah, that works. And we want to, as you can tell with the tonality, like it comes with time and practice, but you don't want it to come out like, hey, great. Well, so I know we have a limited time here. So are you ready to jump in? Right. And you can hear like the inflection of my voice is there's, upwards inflection, which usually demonstrates uncertainty. And that's usually how questions are answered or questions are asked, right? With the upwards inflection, like, how's your day? Right. It's like, how's your day? It goes upwards as opposed to how's your day? Right? Like that's obviously like a little bit different, but that would be like a statement versus a question. But you can hear when I say it, it's like, great. Well, so, John, I know we only have a limited time here. Is it cool if we jump in? So you see the difference, right? Is it cool if we jump in? Is it cool if we jump in? Very subtle, but also very powerful in the way that you present yourself with certainty and confidence. So I put here, if skeptical, this is now when you would be like, you would jump in a little bit more and ask a question of like, hey, like, seems a little bit like, is this still a good time? Like good time to connect for you? Another time you'll see this is maybe you jump on the Zoom call and they're maybe in their car or, they're at their kid's baseball game or, whatever it is. If they're not super present, right, they're driving, they're at a restaurant for whatever reason. It's like, dude, you scheduled a call at this time. I don't know why you're at a restaurant, but you never know what people are going to show up in these conversations. So if there's anything like that from their tonality that seems skeptical, then you want to call that out, right? You never want to take a conversation that they're not 100% in the conversation. And, actually grabbing this, like, you have a clean sheet of paper or something to take notes with. This is going to like preemptively make sure they're in a buying scenario, right? They're at a desk, they're, distractions away. They might say, I can't grab a paper because I'm driving, right? So that's usually a red flag. You would want to reschedule something like that. So sorry, spent a lot of time on that. So let's go into the frame. So the frame is, a little bit more here. Keep in mind, anything that's highlighted in blue is something that you would want to change within the sales script based on your specific offer and what you're helping them with. This is going to be more towards like business owners, people looking or wanting, aspiring business owners and people wanting to get out of their 9-to-5 to start a business, or in like they're in that middle phase where they have a business and they, working a 9-to-5 and they're trying to grow the business so they can get out of the 9-to-5. That's kind of the archetype or the person that we're talking to in this conversation, in this theoretical role play. So here's what it's gonna sound like. So you're gonna say, gotcha. So what I found to work best on these calls, John, is first just diving deeper into the specifics of your business and your sales process. Now, how that's working right now, and ultimately what you feel like are the specific, challenges keeping you from moving forward. Now, once we do get some clarity there, if we can help out, then I'm more than happy to walk you through that or wherever you want to go. And if not, we can figure out whatever else is best for you. Now, this was kind of confusing in the way that I read it. What I did was I took a transcription from one of my sales calls, so it doesn't translate 100%. So just keep that in mind when you're going through this. I might refer you to someone that we know, give you some homework to work on in the meantime, whatever you need. That sound cool? So you're trying to keep it, you're trying to pull out of the conversation a little bit, make it to where it's conversational, make it to where, you're framing it as, hey, I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions. If we can help, cool. If not, totally fine, right? I think there's a completely different subset of the market where the way that they teach sales is very hardcore, and they'll frame it as I either need a heck yes or a heck no at the end of this conversation. And I think that could work, but it only works for certain people that can present themselves that way. I'm more conversational. I found that I sell better not trying to be somebody that I'm not. And at the same time, it's also only going to work for a specific portion of the market, right? It's probably not going to work for women that well. Just being honest, right? Being trying to hard close someone, it's probably only going to work for young dudes. You know what I mean? Because they're in that motivation, rah, yeah, let's do it, that type of thing. Maybe it's not necessarily an age thing, maybe just a personality type, but I just found this process that we're going through works for 99% of situations, as opposed to the other way of doing it will work for a very 15% of the market. So just keep that in mind. So let's go through the discovery. So discovery flow is how we're going to go through discovery. So first things first, we're going to isolate the challenge. So as we talked about in the last video, is we're breaking down what is the pain, what is the problem, right? We're isolating that, and then we're probing and getting really, really specific on what the actual problem is and the specifics of it, right? So after that, we're going to go over the desired situation. So this is going to give you the ultimate goal, as well as the ultimate goal. I put quotes on that because it's figuring out to them what is going to be their ultimate goal, not just personally, but also what does that mean to them on a much deeper level. So we also talk about monetary. So how much money do you want to make, right? Why, what is that number? Why is the number? And then financial qualifier of pertinence. So if it's again an offer that's more biz op, I guess, for lack of a better word, biz op just means business opportunity. So they might be a full-time job, right? If they have an already successful business, you probably don't have to go through the financial qualifier. We're going to talk about long-term vision is what we talk about, non-monetary goals. So hey, cool, money's great, but long-term vision outside of the money, why do you want to build this business or whatever that's that thing is that they want. And then number 3 is we're going to go through their current situation. So uncover the reason for change, go over the doubt questions, the solution questions, the cost and why now questions, and the support questions. So as you can see, pain, doubt, cost, desire, money, support, trust is a lot of the questions that are a lot of the beliefs that we're going to have to break down are in their current situation. So you'll see through the questions that we ask is we're basically checking off the box on every single one of those 7 beliefs. If we get to the end of the call and we can confidently say that we understand what those 7 beliefs are and either paint the picture of where that belief needs to be or break the limiting beliefs based on those 7 beliefs, is we're going to be in a really good spot to close because we have all the ammo and everything we need in order to not only close, but handle objections if they come up, if they do at all. Because in theory, if you can get those 7 questions answered, you shouldn't have any objections. So now let's jump into the questions and the scripting breakdown. So what we're going to do here, as we talked about in that flow, is we need to isolate the challenge. So keep in mind, you're going to, if you're copying and pasting, you're looking at this, right? We're going to go from here and we're going to bring it all the way down to this, where we're then leading here. So it's okay, cool. So John, we agreed. That being said, probably the best place to start here is just tell me what's the biggest challenge with your sales right now, or what's not really working at the level that you think that it should, right? And then you can hear in my voice, the way that I'm saying this is I'm knowingly adding ums. And I'm not saying you have to add there's, people will say if you use the word or if you use filler words, then it might sound like you're uncertain. But the way that I'm doing it is I'm intentionally doing it so that I can make it seem conversational, right? It almost makes me seem human, as opposed to saying that being said, probably our best place to start is to tell me what's the biggest challenge with your sales right now, right? It's like I'm almost trying to find the words to say. I'm like acting as if I know, or I'm sorry, I'm acting as if I'm trying to find the words to say. So it's like, that being said, John, like probably the best, so you can hear like I'm even like pausing there and like almost like gathering myself in a way. So it's like probably your best place to start, man, is, tell me what's the biggest like challenge you're facing in your sales right now, or what's not really working at the level that it truly could, or that you think that it should. And again, this part right here, you would change this out based on their specific offer you're selling. So if you're selling dating coaching, right? What's the biggest challenge with your dating life right now? What's the biggest challenge with losing weight right now? What's the biggest challenge with your marriage right now? If you're selling, marriage counseling, things like that, or what's not working at the level that you truly think that it should. And then you could ask some background questions. I put if necessary is because a lot of times the questions as we scroll through the script is they're going to be answered. Anytime that I would, like if I'm talking to a prospect and let's say they have like a service-based business, is I'm going to ask a little bit more about like that, right? So for example, if they're like, I'm like a business coach, for example, and you want to ask like, what is their offer? What is the price point? Just a little bit more about like the business itself, as opposed to like them as a person, if that makes sense. So background questions if necessary, only if they have, more like a service-based business. So then we're going to jump into desired situation. So we'll say, okay, gotcha. So, well, what might make the most sense is to begin with the end in mind here. So this is after you've probed on the challenge. So keep in mind, you're going, what's not working level that you think that it should. So they might say, for example, I need more leads, right? Okay, cool. So you need more leads. How many leads did you get last month? Okay, exactly. We got 10 leads last month. Okay, gotcha. And out of those 10 leads, how many of those were like the perfect client that you're looking for? There are probably about 2 of them. Okay, gotcha. And out of those 2 clients, you just told me that, your price point for your program is $2,000. How many of those 2 people that were the ideal clients, or I'm sorry, how many of those 5 calls you took are your actual, like turned into actual clients? Oh, well, 2 of them. Okay, gotcha. So what is the price point? They tell you the price point. So you're really just asking questions and you're isolating the challenge and figuring out what the actual problem is and bringing up the pain that's associated with that challenge. So just keep in mind, this is like the general scripting, but as you're having conversations with people, is you do want to dive a little bit more into their current situations. Like I said, this is where it separates the good salespeople from the great salespeople. Is decent salespeople, they have like word for word scripts. Great salespeople understand the general philosophies behind this. Again, watch the last video if you're a little bit confused at this point, because it'll help you understand like some of the psychology behind this. So desired situation. So after we've gone through the pain, right, figuring out what the challenge is, what are they struggling with, we now want to figure out their desired situation. So, gotcha. Well, what might make sense now, and maybe it wouldn't be begin with, right? It would just be dependent on where you are in the conversation. So, what might make more sense to jump into now is let's get the end in mind here. So ultimately, John, Jacob, whatever the name is, ultimately, John, what do you think the goal is here? So they're going to tell you, let's say their goal is, okay, using that same example, I want to generate more leads. And then you can go down the same questioning, right? It's like, okay, you want to generate more leads. Okay, cool. So, the goal is to, maybe they'll say like an end goal of like, okay, I want to make $20,000 a month. And I say, okay, gotcha. So $20,000 a month. Where are you right now though? Like based on that. And then you go down the entire sequence of where are they now? Okay, you're making $20,000 a month. Is that net? Is that gross? Right? Is that, and was that last month, or is that consistently month over month, or what did you make last month exactly? Right? So you're asking those probing questions. Okay, tell me more. Why is $20,000 a month important to you? Right? What did that allow you to do? Right? And then, so here's the thing too, is when you ask this, a lot of these on here up into current situation, is what's going to happen is you're going to ask this question, right? What's the goal? And they might give you everything, right? They might say, well, I'm making $20,000 a month and I want to, I want to make $20,000 a month. I want to get to a point in my business where I don't have to worry about where the leads are coming from. I want to be able to support my family, right? Things like that. But sometimes they don't say that. Sometimes they just give you like a one-word answer. Then you have to probe into and, introduce some of these probing questions. So it's going to be very dependent, again, that's why I don't give specific scripts, is because if we just give you like a copy and paste script, is you don't know where to go if they if they get you off track, right? You want to be able to think to be able to act in the sales call. Because it's like when you're on a sales call, right? You don't want to be looking at like your script like this and being like, oh, here, what's part of the script do I need to be at, right? That's not how you handle a sales call. Will you do that for the first handful of calls? Probably, right? Because you got to get the reps in. So then you jump into, so if they give you everything, then obviously you can just skip on to the next part. But make sure that you do go through this and you make sure you understand like what are each of the pieces that you need to understand from the goal question. So again, you can say, and what's your monetary goal? This is assuming they don't give you the monetary goal. So, let's say they say, I want to make $20,000. And you could jump in and say, seemed like you thought of that number for. That was pretty quick. Can I ask like why that number specifically? Like why specifically do you want to make $20,000? And they'll say, oh, because of, and then they can go through that whole list that I talked about, right? I want to make more money. I want to be able to make more money so I can spend time with my family. Or maybe they don't say that. That's when you can jump into it and you can say, have you thought about the number before? Can I ask like why that number specifically? And then they'll say, oh, well, because I've never been able to make that money before. And I would say, okay, gotcha. So like based on that money, what would that do for you? Like what would that do for you on a personal level? And you're really digging into and probing into these different parts of their psyche, if you will. So the next part here, financial qualifier, again, this is only going to be pertinent to someone like if they're currently in a job and you just got to figure out like how much money they have. This is a much lesser evasive way of asking how much money they have, right? So you say, and how much money would you have to have just to replace the amount of income that you're making full time? So instead of saying like how much money you're making, it's like how much money do you need to replace the amount of money that you're making, right? In order to do this full time. So then they can tell you, oh, I need this amount, and that's probably going to be. A lot of times it's not the exact money that they're making. It's usually like that goal is usually more because they take that as like, I want to have a little bit of cushion on top of that in case it doesn't go well, right? So, but at least it gives you a pretty good understanding of like, this is what I need. Then like, obviously if they say something like, well, I would need $50,000 a month to break it down. Obviously you would want to like break that down and be like, okay, gotcha. So you're making $50,000 a month right now. They're like, no, I'm only making, or they might say no. And then say, okay, well, like how much are you making right now then? And then, so it's like, you can see that you initially asked it in this way, right? Through the financial qualifier, but now it seems less invasive because you're having a conversation about it already. So then you would jump into, is that ultimately the goal? Like, do you want to transition out of your current job? Because sometimes people like their job, sometimes they don't like their job, right? So if they like their job, is like, what's the ultimate goal? Like you want to transition out of being, let's say let's say they're working corporate and they want to, build income online, right? You would say, is that ultimately the goal? Like, do you want to transition out of being in the corporate world? And they would say yes. And I would say, okay, but like, why though? Right? So you can see like, that's a really big question I like to ask, but why though? Like why specifically? Then you can probe into that. And then it was replacing enough to allow you to leave, or how much would you have to be? So again, this is kind of like, I kind of preemptively said this, but is replacing enough to allow you to leave? So that's where you're preemptively asking that question is like, is replacing enough to allow you to leave? Because if they give you like a really high number is, for example, let's say that like, how much do you need to replace your income? And they say $5,000. And then I would say, is replacing enough to allow you to leave? They might say yes, and they might say no. I would actually, if they said no, I would say, okay, gotcha. How much would you need to leave that job? So now I'm like, and keep in mind, like I take notes via like, I don't do it online or on, Google Docs. I do it on a pen and paper, because what you're doing is you're writing down all these things that they're saying to you. And this part is very, very important for the end of the call. And we'll talk about more about like Socratic dialogue, because we talked about it a little bit last time. But basically what it is you're asking these questions so you can bring them up at the end of the call, because one of the biggest things that people want to do is they want to appear consistent. And it's called like a consistency bias. I forgot who said it. I believe it's Robert Cialdini. I forgot what book I think Influence is the book. And he talks about the consistency bias where people want to appear consistent. So if they tell you all these things and you write them down and you bring them up at the end of the call, and then you question them on their decision-making processes based on what they're telling you within the call, they have no choice but then to stick with the original thing that they said because of the consistency bias. They want to be perceived as consistent. So anyway, we'll talk more about that at the end as well. So, how much would you have to be bringing in to be able to walk in the door and put in those 2 weeks? So this is like that end all be all number. Like, what do you need to make every single month to go into your boss and be like, yo, here's my 2 weeks. See you later, right? Because we're trying to build that scenario in their head and get them to think about, oh, well, like I would need this amount of money. And then overall, what's your long-term vision for quitting your job? What is your long-term vision for your dating life? What is your long-term vision of blah, blah, blah? And then they're going to give you that and you need to probe into again. So honestly, probing questions, it needs to come after every single question. I didn't put it on here, but it really does need to come after every question, right? What is your monetary goal? And there's probing questions. And then you can see here, there's probing questions here. Overall, what is your long-term vision? Probing questions. Let's say, what is your long-term vision for your dating life? And they say, oh, well, I wanna be able to find a wife. Okay, gotcha. What is that like? What does that person look like for you specifically? Oh, they're this body type, this personality, whatever. Okay, gotcha. Why is that important to you? And you can see there's different probing questions that you can go through. So then after that, you go through all the probing. And it's like, okay, so now can I ask you a personal question? And they say, yeah. And I'd say, okay, well, the reason why I'm asking is because my goal isn't to, and then in this part here, you would just replace this with their situation that they're trying to get to. So I'll just go through this. It's only to, and the reason why I'm asking is because my goal isn't only to help you build a business that's building you wealth, but also, one that's empowering you to live whatever lifestyle that you really want to live. So when you think about that, right? When you think about that ultimate lifestyle, what is that for you? Like, what comes up? What are like the non-monetary goals, like the personal goals that you want for your business to allow you to achieve that? So you really got to like build this out based on, again, your specific offer. But, if it's dating, I would say like, I'm going to try to build this out. So the reason why I'm asking is because my goal isn't to help you get on more dates, but my goal for you is really just to fully understand, like, what are your long-term and personal goals in finding more dates and getting married so that we can like fully help you achieve that, right? And I was kind of building that on the fly. So really, as you're going through this, the biggest thing to understand is you're trying to set up asking non-monetary goals and their personal goals. That's the reason that you're setting this up in the way that you are, so that you can get away from like just money, right? And just building the business into how is that going to make them a better person inside? Because that inside in their heart and soul, the answers to those questions are going to be what really help them over the edge to help them understand, that they can actually achieve those goals. So we went over desired situation. Now let's cover current situation. So current situation. Now, what do you do now for work full time? So again, keep in mind, this is for someone that is, and remember, this might seem super redundant, right? Because like, now what do you do what do you do now for work full time? You wouldn't ask this question if you had the conversation up here about what they're currently doing. So I would just, and you can see here, there's a lot of redundancy here. So, I'll just go over this, but you can see, but sometimes this is why it's important to understand that like a framework is important, but you don't want to have a specific script, because if you're in a script and if you were to look at this next part and you're like, wait, hold on, like I already asked all these things, what's going on? As long as you're writing down your notes, you can glance over to this and you understand that you already have the answers to these first handful of things. So with your current situation, I'm just going to go through it so you can kind of understand, you'll get the tonality. So I would say, now, what do you do for work for full time right now? Or if you already knew that, you'd be like, okay, so John, and you told me that you're currently working corporate. And then, right here, they said, they already told us they didn't like it. So I could dive more to that and say, what's the, like, why don't you, like, remind me, like, why don't you like that? Let's just, I want to focus on that a little bit more. Why don't you like the job? And then more probing questions, right? What's the worst part about that job? Taking me back to the day where you said enough is enough, what happened? So if we're using this business growth example, is you're trying to get them to the position and admit to you really the breaking point within their situation, right? So what we're trying to paint, for example, if let's say it's a weight loss thing, right? And there's this story that Cole had, it rings in the back of my head, but he talked about, you want to ask them, take me back to the part where you realize that you knew that you needed to lose 30 pounds or you knew you wanted to lose weight. And, the prospect tells a story of like, I was playing with my daughter and she jumped up into my lap and she said, mommy, you feel squishy. So that moment in that person's head, right, in their head, is the breaking point where they said, enough is enough. I need to make something happen. So the important part of this, right, what's the worst part about that, right? What's the worst part about your current situation of wanting to lose more weight? What's the worst part about not being able to get enough dates, right? Take me back to the day where you said enough is enough. And they'll tell you those anecdotes and their stories, because when they can tell you those stories, that's what's going to bring them back to the position where they decided to make that decision, that enough is enough. And then it elicits the emotions that come with it, right? So you need to, this is a part that I would really, really dive into. Keep in mind, sometimes these conversations aren't like quote unquote easy to have, but when you can fully understand that you asking these questions could literally change this person's life, because they probably have never had people like actually break this down with them before. And it's like literally sales, especially in specific industries, it turns into like therapy sessions almost, and you just like get them to talk, right? How long have you been doing it, right? So you're trying to figure out and build doubt, right? When we're talking about the 7 beliefs, how long have you been doing it, and how long have you been thinking about starting this business, or how long you've been working out, and how long have you been wanting to lose weight, right? How long have you been doing it and thinking about starting this business? And then can I ask you a personal question after all that time? What was the final straw? Like, what made you draw the line in the sand and say, you know what, this has got to become a priority right now? So really, kind of the same thing that's up here, right? But what we're trying to do is, again, build the doubt of, number one, they've already tried it in the past, they can't do it, and also cost, right? What is the cost of not doing it? Because if they tell us, I've tried this multiple times, my daughter told me I was squishy, right? All those things, is at the end of the call, remember, consistency bias, is we can build that, hey, like, Nancy or whatever, Susan, you told me that, the main reason why you wanted to start losing weight is so that you can make sure that you don't, come down with some sort of sickness and you're able to spend, your life with your daughter, right? So you told me that, but now you're telling me like this isn't a priority and you don't want to move forward. Like, help me understand where the disconnect is there, right? Your brain, as opposed to saying, what do you need to think about? Or like, you can't afford not to do this, right? Like, that's what usual salespeople will say. So little shots at hardcore salespeople. Okay, so we've gone through that. They do like it. So this would be the 2 options, right? They don't like their situation. You would go through some of those questions. If they do like their situation, and then you would just say, so, what do you like about it, right? What do you like about your current situation? And how long have you been doing that? That's how long you've been working in corporate. How long have you thought about starting this new business? Because here's the thing, if they're comfortable and they're in the spot where, they're okay and they like their job, is we got to figure out, okay, cool, but like, why are they on this call then? Why are they looking for a change? So what do they like about it? Tell me more about that. How long have you been doing that for? How long have you, thought about starting this business? And then there were more around like the desire of why they want to start the business versus getting out of their job, because that's not a pain point for them. So I would say, well, wow, can I ask you a personal question? After doing that for 5 years and, it's going fairly well for you, I mean, why all of a sudden do you want to start doing that or stop doing that and do this business? So you can hear the tonality is I'm coming from a place of genuine curiosity, not a canned script, right? Like a salesperson, like a hardcore salesperson will call them. They'd say, why all of a sudden do you want to start this business? Why do you want to do that today? Right? That's usually what they would say. As opposed to, you can see here, it's like, well, so, John, can I ask you like a personal question? And the reason we say that is when we ask, can I ask you a personal question? It's preemptively saying, can you, like, I'm basically expecting a personal answer, right? So it's like, well, John, can I ask you a personal question? They say, yeah. After doing that for, 5 years at this point, like, it sounds like it's going pretty well for you. why, like, I'm just curious, why all of a sudden do you want to stop doing that and start a business instead? Like, what happened? What happened to make this a priority for you now, though? And that's where they start to bring in, okay, this is what happened, this was why I want to do this, and then you just probe into that a lot more. So we're jumping down doubt. The question would be, what do you think has been the biggest thing in getting this started by yourself? Or what do you think is the biggest challenge in getting this started by yourself? Probably a better way to put it. And what's in the way? So that's kind of, it depends on how you want to say it, right? So this almost like preemptively says, what's in the way. So like, what's the challenge? So remember, the last video we talked about doubt, and this is the special one to where we have an interesting situation, and this question will usually answer both of these. So with doubt, we need to be, if we're looking at two sides, right? We have a current situation, desired situation, and then the middle section, right? In one, between the current situation and the buying pocket is them understanding that whatever the thing is can actually be solved, right? The thing actually works. And then in the other, between buying pocket and desired situation, in between that is them understanding that they can't do it themselves. So what we're trying to do is build doubt in that it does actually work, right? Get over the doubt that it actually works, and then also over the doubt that they can do it themselves. So that's the idea here. So with this question is you're asking, what's the biggest thing in getting this started yourself? So they might say, well, I actually did try this myself, or I've tried this myself multiple times. I say, okay, gotcha. Like, what have you tried? What have you tried to get more dates? What have you tried to do this? What have you tried to blah, blah, blah? So what I'm listening for are different things that they're saying to then quote unquote use against them at the end of the call, right? Because if they say, well, I'm just going to go try this myself. Well, John, I mean, you told me a couple of seconds ago, like you tried this yourself. You tried this yourself for the last 5 years. So I guess I'm just curious, like if you've already tried it in the past 5 years and you've tried to do it yourself and you've used all these different methods, like what's going to be different this time, right? So that's kind of the idea with this question here. So again, probing questions on every single one of these questions. And then we have solution questions. So, have you reached out to anyone else to get help with this in the past? Are you working with anyone right now? Have you been out there considering other coaches to possibly help with? Have you done coaching before? So the solution is we're trying to figure out what they've already done in the past to try to get to their solution. And the reason we're asking this kind of plays into doubt as well, but it's like, have you reached out to anyone else to get help in the past? If they say yes, we'd say, okay, and we'd probe into that. Okay, so what, like, who have you helped in the past? So then again, you would ask more questions based on what they say there. Are you working with anyone now? Right? So this is another big one because they might already be working with another coach. And, and then right here too, it goes into this one. Have you done coaching before? Guess this is all kind of like the same question, just kind of answering it a little bit differently. But it's like, are you working with someone now? And if they say yes, it's like, you got to figure out, okay, like what, like why is it not working with them? What's going on? One thing that you can figure out here, what type of prospect this is, right? So if they're saying like, I'm working with someone right now, and let's say they're trying to build their business, I'd say, okay, like, I'm just curious, like, why, like, if you're working with the other person now, why, like, be on this call with me? And I might say, well, I'm not seeing results. And I would say, okay, gotcha. So, like, why don't you feel like you're seeing results? And they'd say, well, they told me to do blah, blah. And what I'm trying to figure out here is, again, what type of prospect they are. Because if there's someone if they say something like, and I start to get a little bit skeptical, if they say I'm working with someone else and it's just not working, if they say anything about like their method or like specifically like their thing doesn't work, and then I probe into that and ask them, what is that specific method? And I know just from knowing my competitors and knowing what actually works within the space, if they tell me something like, oh, this isn't working, I can probably nail it down to like, it's not the process isn't working. It's just like that person is not doing what they need to do in order to take action, or I'm sorry, in order to see results, which is taking action. So the last thing that I want to do is enroll a client that isn't going to take any action, So anyway, just keep that in mind as well. So then, have you done coaching before? All this pretty much asks the same questions and getting to the same outcome. And then you're going to ask support questions. So, are you married? And, this support would be, if they're specifically married, do they have a partner, business partner? So you can say, so John, I'm just, are you married? You got kids? Or you can say, so John, like, do you, just so I make sure that I'm on the same page here, like, do you have a business partner, any other decision makers? Are you married, anything like that? And then, would say, what would your wife, husband, partner, business partner, what would they say about this transition? Are they supportive? And you, because they're supportive of your dating life. That's probably not the best question to ask a married person, but is your wife, is your husband, your partner, what do they think about you, trying to generate more leads for the business? Are they supportive in that? And if they'll say yes and they say no, be like, if they say yes, it's like, okay, gotcha. Like what have you guys talked about? Oh, we talked about blah, blah, blah. Or if they say no, it's like, well, okay, so like, why wouldn't they be supportive in you losing 20 pounds? Why wouldn't they be supportive in you growing a business? Why wouldn't they be? So the reason we want to ask why they wouldn't be supportive is because that is going to come up as an objection later on in the call. And we don't figure out why they aren't supportive, right? Because they're just going to come up with like, I need to talk to my wife, because that's going to be a, an objection. Do they know, and then do they know that you're on this call, right? That could be another thing. Like, do they know that you're on this call with me right now to help you do this? Like, what would they think? What would they think if they did know that you were on this call? And then just really diving into figuring out what their relationship is with their partner, with their, spouse, with their business partner. And then overall, like based on their answers, you can dive a little bit more into it. What I'm usually looking for here is like, are they supportive? Are they on the same page? And would they be supportive and like be excited that they're on the call? If it's anything other than that, I'm diving into it and figuring out what is the actual problem there. Okay, so now we've made it into the transition. So as a refresher of where we are in the conversation is we already did the introduction. We went through all the information gathering, and now we are in this transition, which is the super basic transition right in here. And then we're gonna talk about the pitch and the committing phase. So this is gonna be the easiest language to transition from discovery into this transition into the actual pitch itself. So this is what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, look, I don't feel like and you want to do this more of like when you're positioning it, is you're almost like thinking like, do I have any more questions? Do I not? So it's like, look, man, I don't feel like I have any more questions. Is there anything else that you feel like we haven't covered that I need to know to help you out best? And they'd say, yes, no. If they say yes, it's like, here's this. Okay, cool. Noting that down. Say, well, John, based on what you told me previously, I definitely think we can help. And you want to emphasize that, right? We can definitely help you. And then you can insert thoughts, right? You can say, the reason that I think we can help is X, Y, and Z. I wouldn't try to dig too deep into it because we want to spend the majority of the time on like the pitch and helping them understand and building the trust of like, we're demonstrating that we know your situation, we know where your problems are, we know where you're trying to go. Our thing is going to be the solution to that problem. So, you can insert some thoughts. All that being said, where do you think we should go from here? And this is a really important phrase, right? You can say, where do you think we could go from here? I can walk you through the entire process of A to Z of how we can help you get to outcomes. So help you get to $20,000 a month, help you get to more dates, help you get to the point where you're enjoying your marriage more, right? Help you get to whatever, if you'd like. But, you tell me where you want to go from here. So what we're doing and why this is so important is this needs to be in here. This might seem really small, but it needs to be in the script, because if you don't do this, what's happening is one of two things are happening. Really one main thing's going to happen is if you don't ask this question of where do you want to go from here, is there is no transition, right? So it just seems like this really big, long conversation, and you want them to ask you for your help, right? So you want them to physically say, hey, where do you want to go from here? They have to physically say, how do you do it? How can you help me? Right? And then now they're asking as opposed to you pushing this thing on them, right? The saying goes, people love to buy, but they hate to be sold to. So when you ask this question, it helps you a lot. So, tell me, where do you want to go from here? And they'll say, okay, how can you help me? And then you want to give some thoughts. So the couple things that you can do here, you can give a case study story, right? You can do a personal story. You can just give some basic valuable insight on the what, not the how. So the biggest thing that I like to do, and this would be if you're a closer, you'll want to like get different case studies of other people that have gone through the program that have seen success right through the thing that you're selling, because you can like introduce that as the like in the transition. So I'd say, okay, so before John, I give you like the exact step-by-step plan. I think your situation is really similar to a guy that we started working with about 3 months ago. He was in the same situation. He's a full-time, and you can just tell like a personal story or a case study, right? So it's like he was also a dad, not really a ton of time on his hands to get to the gym, but just through like 1 or 2 different changes of like how we were positioning his workouts, how we changed up his diet a little bit. It not only gave him the opportunity to spend more time with his family and not feel as if he was like deprived from things that he loved because of having to eat healthy and work out, but he's actually now able to live a much more fulfilling life because he feels confident in his skin. He's been able to lose pounds, and now he feels more attractive to his spouse, and they're able to XYZ, whatever the end result is. So make sure that it is an actual case study. You don't want to like make up a story and try to like fit all of like their specific things into like a story. Just find someone that you feel like, just think about someone that's kind of similar to their situation. Tell their story as if like you're almost like painting them the picture of that could be their potential situation as well. and then you would transition. So here's the pitch. So the pitch, here's the way they want to think about it as well, is the pitch is, yes, it's you telling them what you can do for them, but it's also simultaneously you like educating them. Now, this is the reason it works so well, is because you're breaking down like, here's exactly what we're going to do. And at the same time, it's positioning your thing as exactly what's going to help them get to their end result. Keep in mind, everything that I'm going to go over here, right? The bridge, the pitch codex, sales process redesign, these are like the couple steps that you would go through. This is going to be very specific to like building out a sales process. You would have to get with, like, if you're a remote closer or if you're the owner of an offer, you do have to get with the person that you're selling with and talk about the offer and how you can create this for your specific process. But you can take a lot of the same things that we're talking about and then position it into your own thing. So I'm just going to go through this so that you can kind of see how it's done. So the high level promise. So you would say, gotcha. So, John, do you still have that pen and pad? He'd say, yeah. I'd say, okay, great. So on the pen and paper, what I want you to do is write out 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Leave space in between, but just do 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason you're doing this is you don't want this to be what most salespeople do, and they just talk for the next 5 minutes, and they're like, this is what we're gonna do, here's how we can help, here's blah, 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 blah. It's like, it doesn't become collaboration. So what's happening is now you can physically get them, okay, I'm gonna write out 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see them doing that. If they don't do that, you can call them out on it and be like, yo, like, I'm gonna give you everything that you need right here. And then what else is gonna happen is they have those written out, they can write them out. Where's that paper gonna go? Probably gonna be right there on their desk. So what it does is it allows you to stay top of mind, and it's always gonna be there just staring at their face. And now they just can't forget you, right? You're the guy that is actually trying to help them out and create a process for them. So great, it's great on a paper, write out 1 to 4, and you could be 1 to 3, depending on how many pillars you have. Again, wait for them to acknowledge that they've done this. Okay. Let me just go and preface by saying that everything we do with our business is completely customized on what's best for the client, right? What's best for you. So for you specifically, it's going to be these 4 things, 4 steps that you can go from, and then you would insert current situation to desired situation. So 4 steps you can go from not feeling fulfilled in your life and being able to build a business that actually makes a difference in the world, right? But you would take things that they told you in current situation and things that they told you in desired situation, back to consistency bias, you're putting it back in front of them. Not only does it show you that you were listening, but it shows them that you fully understand their situation, and it's going to actually help them. So example, 0 control on your sales calls to closing at least 30,000 or more of the people you speak with in the next 8 weeks. So basically with that, you would put in the information based on what they're looking for. So they say, cool. And then here's the bridge. So the bridge is just 1 sentence. So cool. So when you come in, the very first thing we're going to do is build out what I call and you want to give each of these things a name. So I'm not going to, maybe I'll do a different video around how to build out the pitch, but this is assuming that the company that you're working with or remote closing for already has an offer. So if they have an offer and they don't have it broken out in pillars, maybe you can even get, like, this is what makes you super valuable as a closer, is if you're watching these videos, you can consult the business owners on how they can sell better. And then when you break this down, it makes it so much more clear when the prospect is writing these out, and then also more confident when you're presenting it. So the bridge is you're saying, okay, so when you come in, when you work with us, the very first thing we're going to do is build out what is called your pitch codex, what is called your date in a day process. I don't know. You come up with different fancy names. It's called a unique mechanism. So first thing we're going to do is get clear on your offer and how it's explained over the phone. And we're going to do that in a way in which it'll feel in the same way that's compelling, that's new and very different to what the prospect has heard before, which will not only allow you to separate yourself from the competition, but also because of the positioning, likely increase your pricing, which means less work to get to your goal and more time in the evenings with your family. Does that make sense? So a couple things I'm going to break down here. Again, you're going to have to build this out for your own offer, but you're doing a couple things in here. Every single time that you're giving each of these different pillars, what you're doing is you're taking different things that they told you, and you're putting them within this, and then you're also putting their desired situation into this. So for example, so right here, so it will allow you to separate yourself from the competition. So this would be really powerful if they said that one of their main problems is there's a ton of competition, right? So it's like this will allow you to separate yourself from the competition, but also because of the position, it'll likely increase your pricing, which means less work to get your goal and more time in the evenings with your family. So this could be one of their goals. And then you always want to ask, does that make sense? The reason you want to ask, does that make sense, is because you want to have like an actual conversation with them, not just talk to them for 15 minutes. It won't take 15 minutes, but 4 or 5 minutes about the specific pitch. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Okay, awesome. What questions do you have on that? If they don't have any questions, okay, cool. Once your pitch is dialed in, the next thing we'll focus on is, you go to the next thing. Next thing we'll focus on is your sales process redesign. So I don't think I'll go through this entire thing because this is very specific to like a specific offer, but just understand that everything under these, you can go through this document, copy and paste it, change it based on your specific offer. But it's like what you're doing is you're showing them what this thing is, how it's going to help them, and understanding that it's a simultaneous explanation why everything they've tried in the past hasn't worked and why this is going to be different. So for example, if they told you, again, in those doubt questions or this, doubt and solution questions, if they said like, oh, I've like tried this in the past, I'm doing this, whatever. So right here, so you said, so how earlier on the call you mentioned that you're dealing with a bunch of objections, right? So this could be, so how earlier on the call you mentioned that you're dealing, or that you're not able to lose the weight because of blah, blah, blah. Well, the reason that is because this, and that's why we created this. So again, you're creating this process that makes sense for them and it's gonna help them. So you guys can go through this. I mean, this video is gone pretty long at this point. And then pipeline follow-up systems. So again, very same thing. And then, the last thing here, and then delivery. So that's also the next process. And then here's the committing phase. So committing phase is really important. So the committing phase is basically them understanding after you go through the pitch, them understanding that this is like, they are 10 out of 10, 100% ready to move forward, right? So the committing phase, you're going to say this, just curious. In terms of the process specifically, and the process meaning all the things you talked about in terms of the pitch, how do you feel? How do you feel right now in terms of that process? So certain answer plus certainty tonality equals move on. So if they're like, yeah, I'm 100% confident, or they might not say that, but they'll say, yeah, I'm actually really confident that this is going to be what helps me out. If they say that, you can move on to the next part. If they don't say that, right, and they answer uncertain and they're like, yeah, I mean, it sounds okay, like, whatever. So if they answer in that way, you would say this part, right? So it'd say, I hear you. And just to be totally clear here, like what's really important to me on these conversations is alignment. So when you come in and work with us, we're rolling up the sleeves, right? We're getting in the trenches with you on this thing. And I mean, our team is all in. So it's really important that you feel good about this process. You know what I mean? So then you jump in. So just to be 100% clear here, like on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being like, I'm over the moon excited, like this is exactly what I need. Or I'm sorry, 1 is like, I hate this guy, get off the phone right now. 10 being like, yes, let's do it right now. Like I 100% want to make this go, like get this moving. Where do you feel like you fall exactly? So again, here, if 9 out of 10, if they say 9 out of 10, plus that certain language, they're like, yes, I'm 100% in, let's do it. You move on. If it's 8 or below, you got to ask the following. So, gotcha, man, gotcha, Susan, I appreciate you being honest here. I'm just curious, like what exactly do you think is keeping you from saying, and being like an 8, a 9, or a 10, right? And this is the beauty of this, right? This is the beauty of asking this 1 to 10 question is now what's happening is you are getting the objections out before you drop the price, right? We haven't dropped the price yet, which is good because the opposite thing usually happens is the salesperson will talk for 10 minutes and then they'll say, oh, here's our thing and it's $5,000. But you don't understand or you don't know if they had any objections with that entire process. So when we ask this is we're getting all the objections out by asking that, what's holding you back from being, 8, 9, or a 10? And they're going to give you the objections. Well, I don't know how this process works. Well, I've tried this in the past and it didn't work. Well, I did this, this, and this. And then you would handle those objections specifically. We'll talk about objections in one of the next videos. So again, very, very important is you got to, and here's where this like listening and like being present with a prospect comes into play. Because you don't want to like be super redundant here. If they're like already super excited, like, yes, 100%, I want to move forward. You don't necessarily have to go through this whole thing here, right? You can just say, just curious, but in terms of, process specifically, how do you feel? And they'll say, I'm really confident. I would skip this and say, okay, so just to be 100% clear here, like on a scale from 1 to 10, you don't have to like realign that belief, if that makes sense. So then you do that, then handle the objection, ask for clarifying questions, and then retemp, are you sure? So what you're gonna do is you handle that objection, whatever it is, ask the clarifying question. So, does that make sense? Like, does that answer the question? They'd say yes, and I'd say, okay, gotcha. So like, now are we on a scale, or now where are we on a scale from 1 to 10? Oh, I'm at an 8. And then you get to a point where you can move on. So transition language. So if necessary, gotcha. So you feel good? Any questions? What's next? Like, where do you feel like you want to go from here? Right? So this would be, again, that asking the question, right? Moving forward. Then we move to onboarding. So onboarding is you're painting the picture of what it's going to be like to move forward and move on with them, right? So, so what we're gonna do, next steps here, just so you understand, is since you're 100% certain, like, we're gonna process the investment with me. We're gonna do that on the call. Once we take care of that, what we're gonna do is just set a baseline. So I'm gonna give you some homework right away, see where we can get our quickest wins, as well as just have you send your current sales script, your pitch as well, call for review for feedback. Most people find that they end up closing at least an additional deal or two a week just from the first call review breakdown. Then from there, we're ready to rock and roll. That sound good? So again, this section right here, right, you would change this based on whatever you're selling. So keep that in mind there, and then you're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. Does that sound good? So if they all sound good there, and they're like, yes, let's do it. And keep in mind, like the thing here is, a lot of people will say, well, what if like there's objections, or what if they like, whatever. But as long as you follow this process, and as long as you get the 10 out of 10, as long as like everything is good there, they shouldn't be squirmish by the time they get to this, right? Anytime they might get here and you say this of like, so we'll process the investment with B. Once we take care of that, we'll move to the baseline. If they started to get like a little bit nervous, it's a good sign that you messed up somewhere within the process. So, the process investment, whatever, and then you go through that. Now, here's where we do the investment. So, and so does it sound good? Yes? Okay, perfect. So the investment to get high level outcomes, so the investment to help you start to lose those 30 pounds is just X amount, right? So an example here, and the investment to get you to $20,000 a month, so that's $240,000 a year, is just $6,800. And then you shut up, right? You shut up, keep it there, and you're gonna handle objections after that. We've gone really long for this video, so we don't have time to do the objections, but what I can help you guys do now, just give you a high-level overview. Next up in the series is we're going to go over how to land your first closing and appointment setting role. So how do you use all this information, and then how to go find a role. Also, we'll do objection handling jiu-jitsu. We'll go over the advanced sales techniques, and we'll also how to ascend even past the remote closer right now.
So we officially made it to episode number 6 of the Ultimate Guide to Remote Closing. 2 really quick reminders here. Number 1 is if you go ahead and down in the description below, the second link in the description is going to bring you to this document. On this document, there's going to be 2 or 3 different things that you need to click that will give you really full access to all the knowledge that we're going to go over in this video. So make sure to click the second link down there in the description. And then number 2 is make sure to check out all the previous 5 videos to this, because it's very much so a sequential series. If you don't really know about remote closing, you're definitely going to go back to episode number 1 and bring you all the way through. So table of contents, what we're going to go over in this video, a couple things here. So number 1, finding the right thing to sell. So what type of offer should you work with? And when I say offer, just keep in mind that's what you're going to be an appointment setter or a closer for. Also, optimizing your social profiles to be able to put your best foot forward. This part, I think a lot of people overlook. So I think this will be really important. And I haven't actually touched a ton about this on the channel. So it'll be some pretty new information for some of you. Also, we're going to go over to where to find these business owners. So 4 unique ways to find companies to reach out to be an appointment setter or closer for. And then also, last but not least, or actually 2 parts here, the outreach messages to land the gig. So these are exact copy and paste scripts that you can use, again, that we give to our private clients, but I'm giving to you guys here on this YouTube channel. So another reason to go to this document so you can physically copy and paste it and not have to write everything out. And the last thing is we're going to go over the secrets to landing more interviews. I put shush emojis on there, little shh, because it is definitely a secret. I want you guys to stay to the end to get that. And not only that, but also to get full context. I mean, if you skip around in this video and you try to like cut corners, I wouldn't expect to see much success. So just keep that in mind. Also on this document, you can watch the remote closing masterclass in full that I put together. It's about 15 to 20 minutes, and it kind of condenses all of remote closing into a much shorter form factor. So definitely click that on this sheet if you want to do that. Now, before we jump too deep into it, I want to answer this question right here of, does this actually work? Like, do these methods work and help people
land gigs to make $10, $20, $30,000 a month? And the answer is yes. These are direct screenshots from our community of people that are every single day seeing wins back to back to back. I'm not going to read through every single one of these, but just if we picked one right here, right? I self-sourced, was placed this week in a setter qualifying role, $5,000 to $10,000 a month OTE, selling 2 products, one $20K, one $30K. I've chosen and accepted an awesome offer in a setter role with a great company. Everything the company and CEO stands for aligns with me and my vision. I mean, you can stop these if you want to. Just got an offer, OTEs $20,000 a month. OTEs just on-track earnings. So the potential to make $20,000 a month and proven by other setters and closers in that specific offer. And this is just to show you here. And this down here is to show you there's 100 pages of these wins. I just go into our private community, Control F and search the page and put win. And I mean, the results speak for themselves. So if for whatever reason through this series you've been skeptical of does this actually work, here's just a couple of screenshots of the thousands that we have to showcase that this is something that does work, and it's something that's working in 2024 and will continue to work through the rest of this year and beyond. So first things first, guys, is we got to figure out what is the right offer to sell for us. One of the biggest realizations that I made since I've entered into the high ticket space, and that is there's an offer, course, mentorship group for literally everything. Like if, let's say someone needs to work on the relationship and not get divorced, there's an offer for that. If someone wants to get better at jump roping, there's an offer for that. If someone wants to play poker professionally and get paid to, again, go to the casinos, there's an offer for that. If you want to learn how to paddleboard, there's an offer for that. Like there's literally a coaching program for pretty much anything. So the point of saying that is if you can think it, there's going to be a coach or mentorship program around that, which means if you can find something that you're already interested in or passionate about that you can then partner up with and then, again, help them sell that product, not only are you going to feel more aligned, but you're going to feel more passionate. And I pretty much just wrote it all out here, is you're going to feel more passionate about that thing. You're going to wake up every single day super excited. And just something to keep in mind is sometimes like the most high ticket offers, for example, if they're selling something that's $20,000 or $30,000, a lot of people like to go after those because it shows like, oh, there's a lot of income potential here. But you got to remember, once you pass a certain threshold of money that you're making on a monthly basis, not to go down the whole rabbit hole of like money doesn't buy happiness, but at a certain point, if you're making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month, is you have to enjoy what you're doing on an everyday basis, because once your initial amount that you're making exceeds your living expenses, and so you can live pretty much stress-free, it's very difficult to have that sustain you. So if you can find an offer that has the happy medium between it's a high offer price so you can still make a good amount of money, but also something that you're interested in, it's the classic tale of if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. So that's my personal experience with it. Really just find something that you're at least a little bit interested in, go and search for those types of offers, and we'll talk about exactly where to find them and hear what are the next steps. Okay, so optimizing your social profiles. This is a part that I have actually not talked about in the past. I've kind of touched on it, but not really in as much detail as I'm about to do right here. So when it comes to optimizing your profiles, you have 3 main steps. Step number 1 is you got to ask yourself the question of, does your profile pass the grandma test? Now you might be saying, what the heck is the grandma test? I'm pretty sure I created this. I've never seen anyone else talk about this, but what you want to do is just take down any pictures or videos that you wouldn't want your grandma to see. So take down anything that, you're out partying with your friends and getting, belligerent and anything like that. Trust me, I was younger at one point. I have a family now. I've not only don't have the time, but the want to do any of that stuff. So just keep in mind, if you are a little bit younger, delete all that stuff off your social media. What you do lives on the internet and is connected to your name. This is even more prevalent now than like when I was, I'm 28 now, when I was, let's say 18, 19, 20, is the internet, was obviously around, but it just wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Is like anytime I'm hiring for a position or, anyone within our company, or the way we teach these thousands of B2B clients to look for setters and closers, is we tell them you got to do a search on their name, right? You got to figure out who that person is and figure out, how do they show up on social media? Are they professional, right? Have they done something in the past that we don't want to be associated with? Or so it's just, you got to make sure from looking from both sides as a company that hires remote closers and setters, is that's what we're looking for. So as a remote closer or appointment setter, you need to set yourself up for success and make sure to just delete all that stuff. It's whatever. It's already there. Take it off your social media and really optimize it for the better. So step number 2 is going to be to get a decent profile picture. Now I have I've done photo shoots and, been to events and stuff and have gotten pictures. So obviously you can see these first 3 are definitely more profile picture, like professional, if you will. But I literally took this picture, and this would work as well for a profile picture. And I took this for the purpose of this. Like I took this probably 30 minutes ago. I mean, we're wearing the same shirt, right? So I took this 30 minutes ago to show you that if you just have good lighting and you smile, right? Show your personality a little bit, then you'll be fine, right? I wouldn't, have like a super zoomed out picture where someone can't see your face. Like keep in mind, a lot of what we're doing with these, the optics of your profiles, right? When someone's outside looking in, is we're trying to showcase to the business owner how we're going to show up for them. So if you can't even put the effort in and making a half decent profile picture, they're not going to want to hire you. That's just, it is what it is, right? Especially in this space, as time goes on, you are going to have to do different things to help yourself stand out. So if you're not putting any effort into this stuff, but you're also expecting to make $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month, you're aligned very wrong in that sense. So just put some effort into it, and that effort literally is like take a shower, get a haircut, shave if you're a guy, right? Put some, don't be wearing like a hoodie with, a hoodie on. Like it should be pretty basic, but you'd be surprised the amount of applications you get through and they don't live up to what needs to be done. So anyway, that's profile picture. Again, pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions, or maybe if you're on this video, comment your profile and I can go audit if you want to. All right, step number 3 is optimizing your bio. So a couple things you want to break down here is number 1, what you do. So you can copy and paste this. Again, as I've said multiple times in here, these are like templates. I don't want you, like every single person to watch this video, to copy and paste this. Like make it your own, change it up a little bit. Because if everyone's using the same thing, then it's not going to be as effective, right? Once a business owner sees one of these, and we have a decent audience here, so if everyone starts using the exact same thing, it's going to start to lose its potency, if you will. So this is just an example, right? I help coaches and entrepreneurs make more money by taking their sales calls. So you can make this more specific. Let's say you're looking to work, let's say with fitness coaches, right? I help fitness coaches make more money by taking their sales calls for them so they can scale their business, right? So just, you want to get into the mind, and this really starts delving more into like marketing and copywriting, is you need to be able to market yourself correctly to showcase to the business owner that you know what you're talking about, right? Like I talked about before, this is the optics of, if you can create a bio that captivates them, it starts to help them see you as more valuable. So that's what you're trying to do, is how can you showcase, stand out, make yourself seem more valuable than the next appointment setter or the next closer that's coming to them, right? So that's the first thing. Credibility. So this can go one of 2 ways. You're either going to have experience or you're not going to have experience. Now, it's okay if you don't have experience. We've talked about it multiple times, that a lot of these companies, they would prefer that you don't have experience to an extent, right? Is they'd much rather bring someone in and help them, if they're hungry and they really want to learn, they're going to work with those people more than like the already jaded salesperson that has a bunch of like ego and bad habits. So if you do have sales experience, however, of course you would be silly to not leverage that. So you're going to say, personally, and the way I look at this is that they're like bullet points, right? So personally sold X amount in X industry. So personally sold 500,000 or, specific amount of units, whatever makes sense in the industry, in health and wellness, right? Or whatever it is. Now you would enter your credibility. You can say units, you can say money sold, you can say, you were with the company for a certain amount of time, whatever it is. Or if you don't have experience, you would say, passionate about X amount or X industry for X amount of time. So, passionate about real estate for the last 10 years, right? So it's like what you don't have in credibility, you're paying off with passion, right? If you can showcase that you're interested and passionate about an industry, then what that starts to signify to the business owner is that you could have a little bit of conviction because you believe in the industry, and conviction goes a really, really long way in sales. So keep that in mind. This is optional. I kind of put this in here. I mean, to be honest, I don't have this. Big asterisk here. I think the reason I added this is like, you want to have this if you want to showcase a little bit of your personality, And also if you don't have a ton of stuff like up here, if that makes sense. So anyway, keep that in mind. Last thing here, a CTA. So you can have a CTA to schedule a call with me. So schedule a call with me to see if I can help you grow. And then you would make an insert calendar link. So you can use Calendly, probably the easiest way, to be honest. Schedule Once is another software. But just keep in mind that you would put a CTA so that, let's say someone is searching for like closers or setters or whatever, and let's say you popped up for whatever reason and they look at your profile and they're like, this person seems pretty legit. They can now schedule a call with you, right? They can schedule a call with you, and now you have an inbound prospect to then have an interview with, and those are going to be a lot easier to book because they're reaching out to you and they're seeking out you to now become a closer for their business. So now that you have a profile that helps you stand out and showcases who you are as a closer, we're gonna go over where to find some of these potential remote closing clients. So again, second link down in the description, it's gonna bring you over to this doc where you can click this this remote closing outreach log. And this is something that, you know, we give off to our private clients, and I like it because it just allows you to stay organized. Staying organized as a closer or a setter, really just in general, if you're wanting to start your own business, is you have to be organized. Like there's no way around it. If you want to scale and do it in a way that's effective and that you wouldn't want to like, you know, go crazy in your head about this stuff, then just, you want to stay organized. And it gets you in the habit of tracking your stuff that you're going to need to do when you're a setter or closer anyway. So just keep all that stuff in mind. So we're going to come back to this as we go through some of the methods that you can use to find these clients. So the first way that we can do this, I'm going to give you 4 different ways. And you can use all of these. I would recommend to use all of these just so you're diversifying the platforms that you're using. So first things first, we have Facebook groups. So what you're gonna do, and I have a step-by-step here, but I'm just gonna kind of walk through it and show you what to do. So you're gonna go to Facebook, and obviously you have an account, and you're gonna go and search, one of the easiest ways, honestly, just search up high ticket closing or high ticket closers. And there's gonna be a ton of job boards that are on here. So I would you can filter over here by groups if you wanted to. And I would just say, jump into these boards. So high ticket sales. So this is going to be more like it looks like coaching. So I'm looking more for the boards. So for example, free job opportunities and high ticket sales. Boom. So you're going to go through here and you can scroll, and all these boards, all they're dedicated to is helping you find gigs. Right now, here's a massive disclaimer that I would say in here. If you look at this, there's 50,000 people in these groups. What that says to me is that there's going to be a lot of opportunities, but you're going to have to fish for the right opportunities. You know, the thing that I always look out for in terms of some of these things is, you know, how much detail is in there, right? Can I search up the specific company? So, you know, for this one, for example, you know, it doesn't look like they're specifically saying what company it is. They're just saying like what the offer is. If you can't do research on the company, I would be a little bit skeptical, because what a lot of these groups are and what they've kind of turned into, Facebook groups has turned into like my least favorite. That's why I'm kind of doing it first so I can get out of the way, is it's starting to be like a really bait and switchy tactic for a lot of these companies. Is they'll say, hey, we have this opportunity. They'll get you on a phone call and then try to sell you coaching, right? But not being like super straight up about that. So just, again, keep that in mind. And is it, again, my favorite thing to do, or my favorite way to find these jobs? Not necessarily, but I do think it's a really easy way to get your foot in the door and use multiple of these different ways that I'm talking about. So again, do your research on the companies that you want to reach out to. If they don't have information on the company, I'd be kind of skeptical about it. So just be careful there. But then if you do want to go after it, so you would just comment on the post. So a lot of these will have like some sort of call to action. They'll say, you know, if you're interested and want to learn more about this, comment or message me, DM me the word setter to get started. So you can do that, and then we'll go over the exact messaging down below in the document. I'm just going to go through all the ways first, and then just cover the entire message here in its entirety. So this is one way that you can go about it. This is honestly one of my favorite ways because it is a little bit more work, but when there's more work means it's less competitive because people are just lazy, right? So this is a really simple way to do it, but there really isn't much work into it. So that just means that the better opportunities probably aren't going to be found there. And the companies that are advertising, 2 reasons why that's good. Number one is they're spending money on ads, which means they are paying to fill up the calendar of their setters and closers. And number two is the kind of in the same lines, the company's paying money, which means they're investing in themselves, which means they're like a legitimate company, right? For a lot of these companies that are up here is they don't really have their systems in place, not all of them, but finding a company that has their systems in place, that has notoriety, that has customer results, it's a lot harder to find in that specific way. So the way you're gonna do this is really, really simple. So you're gonna go to Facebook, and you can do this on Instagram as well, and you refresh, and what you can see is over here, there's advertisements that are running. So what this tells me is, again, they're advertising. For me, I get hit with it. Well, that's not good. You wouldn't want to get, you don't want to hit a 501 error on that. So again, what this tells me is they're already spending money. So here's a great example, is the Cinematic Cheat Code, the Ultimate Video Marketing Course. So what they're selling is a course to help people get better at marketing. Now, this just says for only not $47. Don't let that get you away from it, because you got to understand the ladder of how this stuff works. Is they usually have a front-end product that they sell for $47 to $97, and then they're going to upsell people into a back-end higher ticket course where you as the setter or the closer are going to take advantage of this. So, for example, if I click learn more, it's probably going to ask me for my name, phone number, and email, and then that lets me know that this would be a pretty good company to reach out to. So when I click this, again, name, phone number, email. So the appointment setter, if I was to opt in here, I'm going to have an appointment setter probably reach out to me. Going back to our sheet is I want to find the information about this company. So if we go back to Facebook, all I'm going to do is click the message here. So he's actually running it off of his personal page here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste this information over. So I'm going to let's see here. So I'm gonna put the name, but I'm also going to find the company is called So sometimes, as you can see, it takes a little bit. So Cinematic Marketing Cheat Code, and perfect. It looks like this is actually going to bring me over into, their landing page as well. So all I'm doing here is just stacking up all the information that I need, putting it in this form, and I'm going to get all the information that I need in order to reach out to him. So that's the Facebook page there. I can go through here, probably find his email somewhere around here. I'm not going to spend all the time doing it, but you get it, right? You get the point. So you're going to put all that information in this sheet, and I would probably spend, X amount of time per day. So it doesn't really, I'm not going to put a number to it, but you want to just start filling this out. And then we'll talk about the message here in a second once we start reaching out. So that is the Facebook ads route. Talked about this, right? Scroll on Instagram and Facebook. Go to the landing page or the Facebook page with their contact information. Add what you can find in the sheet above that I gave you. And then you want to send them a message. So we're going to go over that here in a second. Now let's go over Instagram and school. So with Instagram, very straightforward here as well. You got to figure out what industry you're going to go after first. So I'm just going to use fitness coach, for example. I have found that it sometimes works better on the mobile version of this. But all I'm going to do is go to search and just do hashtag fitness coach. And I'm going to go to the hashtag here. And once it loads up, what I'm going to do is look and see, look at some of the engagement. What are some people doing? This one, this is a great example because they're showing you how to do, they're teaching you something. So this is a great example, is I can go here and then it looks like, yep, this is a, great example. So 461,000 followers, and they have links and whatnot. And she is a coach, right? So she's a trainer, a certified trainer and nutritionist. So let's just say I did want, to reach out to this person. I would just copy their handle. So LinFit, and I'm going to go ahead and add it over here as well into my sheet. So Instagram, and we have LinFit, and then you would just fill out all the information here as well. And a little cheat code here is if you follow, I think you can do this both on mobile and not, but if you were to follow, usually what happens, it didn't show up. I think only certain ones will do this, but when you click that, it'll bring up other people that it recommends, and you would follow those people. So I'm just going to unfollow because it's not really in my niche. I don't need women workouts. So again, you would find all the information, and then what you're gonna do is two things. You're gonna send the message that we go over here in a second, and then you're gonna go to their last couple of posts. So I'm gonna open up this post here. I'm gonna like this post, and I'm gonna comment after I send the DM. I'm gonna say, hey, love it, comma, just sent you a DM. And then I'm gonna like this post, I'm gonna like this post, and like 3 to 5 of the photos, or the photos and videos. And what this does is it's going to basically blow up their phone for like a split second and get yourself noticed. So I've done this multiple times, and it's happened to me as well, is I'll get an Instagram notification, and I'll get, a couple likes, I'll get a comment, and then I'll get a DM all back to back. And it just like fills up my phone. Of course, if the person has, 500,000 plus followers, or even 100,000 plus, is they probably have their notifications turned off, but it's definitely worth it because you just want to get your name shown. That just gives them a little bit more information about you. Very, very crucial when you do this is you need to have your Instagram profile optimized for this specifically. That should be pretty straightforward, but if you don't optimize your profile, and you start sending stuff out, and they go to your profile and it has nothing to do with remote closing, or I'm sorry, with closing in general, you're wasting your time. Like, the profile needs to be optimized. It's crucial. It's like mandatory if you're gonna do it through Instagram. So just keep that in mind. So that's their Instagram. And again, you would add, I would make a goal to add 10 to 15 people a day into this, and do this 10 to 15 times a day just on Instagram. Opt into the ads. And, if you're reaching out to 20 to 30 people a day, a minimum, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to find someone that at least gives you the chance to get on an interview. And then, let's say you take 10 interviews and you are able to 2 of those companies want to work with you, you now have the opportunity to pick the one that you want to work with. So just keep all that stuff in mind there. So that's Instagram. School is a relatively new, it's not new, it's been around for a couple years. But last video, I talked about Alex Ramosi investing a ton of money into the platform. So there's going to be more and more businesses that start to try to build their business on School. And it gives us the direct opportunity to start reaching out to those people and seeing if we can be their setter or closer. So go to school.com/discovery. So I think I have it opened up. Yep, right here. And you can search for a specific niche that you're looking into. Obviously, there is different ones you can click on here. So you're just going to scroll through and figure out what's going to go towards you, right? Do you want to help people that want to make money online? Do you want to help people that are learning marketing? There's one up here. Do you want to help people to learn how to jump higher, right? Like I talked about earlier, there is a thing out there, right? There is a program, course, mentorship for literally everything. So the one example that I came up with is, let's say, actually, no, that's not that, is the one that I went to is this Max Business School. Right, there's a free community, over 100,000 people in it. And I did a little bit of digging, figured out that Max Incubator is a thing here. And their community is free, but they have a higher level mentorship called Max Incubator, which is a higher level mentorship that I can't say 100% for sure, but I mean, if they're giving more one-on-one attention, they're going to be compensated for that. So all you need to do is, when you're on this school profile, and when you're on this specific group, make sure you join the group. If you don't join, you can't message people, but you would join the group, wait for yourself to get accepted. You would go to members, and under members, this is Maxwell Jones, right? This is the guy that owns the thing. So you would go to the admin, maybe that's not it. No, Scott Max, there we go. So you go to admins, and then you're going to message those people with the message that I'm about to give you. And again, you do this for 10, 15 school groups a day. I guarantee you're going to have someone that at least gives you the time of day, gives you the chance to jump in an interview. So I think this is going to be a really good way to do this, especially because there's a massive push of people over to School. Is a lot of people that are coming to School they're trying to build their business, right? They're not trying to be like a remote closer or a setter. So it just poses a really massive opportunity for us. If you are confused about this whole School thing, watch my last video. I'll just put a card up on screen as well, and it'll give you a little bit more context around that whole thing. So yeah, so then you would just do that, right? Join a few groups that fit your interest and your niche, and then just find the admins and DM them the script that I'm gonna go over right now. So I've teased enough. I know, let's go over the message to send to land your next remote closing and appointment setting gig. I put this in big red bold up here, do not just copy and paste the same message over and over and over and over again. You want to make it specific to the company, but more than that, you want to really just like do a little bit of research on the company specifically, because this video in and of itself is going to reach a good amount of people that are looking to do this, is everyone's going to be sending the same stuff. So when you can make yourself seem different, and the whole section after this is going to be just another way to do that, but just keep that in mind. You just don't copy and paste this and expect like a ton of results if you're not making these custom at all for each person that you're reaching out to. So 2 different versions is going to be, one is with sales experience or no sales experience, and one without sales experience. So what you're going to do is you're going to change this up, right? Copy and paste this. You're going to say, hey, name. So whatever the person is, hey, John, hey, Jared, hey, Susan, whatever. Are you hiring any appointment setters or closers, depending on what you're looking for insert company currently? So you would insert, you don't send them to this with insert company. Change the company name that you can see on there. You know, you go back, you reference their, you reference this, you would insert, okay, their company and contact is this. This is their name, right? You would just break it down based on each specific company. The reason I put, appointment setters and have that as the main thing here is if you don't have sales experience, it's probably going to make the most sense to start as an appointment setter. We've made, multiple videos on that before. Do you have to? No, just something that we recommend. So you're going to say, I've been looking for a company in insert industry. So I've been looking for a company in the crypto space. I've been looking for a company in the health and wellness space. I've been looking for a company in the business opportunity space to do sales for, since I'm super passionate about the space. I love what you're doing. So if you're hiring for the type of position, let me know if and where there's an application I can apply. Now, very short and sweet to the point, and you would put your name. Don't put your name, put Aaron, John, whatever your name is, right? And then that is going to be no sales experience. You would want to change this up for each company. Not only these parts here in the parentheses, but just in general to make it specific to the company. And then talk about like different things that you've seen on their profile. Do a little bit of research. See, how can you add a little bit of extra pizzazz into that? And then with sales experience is you would say, hey, John, are you hiring any appointment setters or closers for insert company currently? Same first line. I've been selling, and then here's where you put your credibility, right? I've been selling for 7 years now in the real estate industry, mortgage industry, but I've been looking for a role in the coaching space, right? Or let's say let's say you're a real estate agent and you're wanting to get into this space, is like looking to get into the online space so I can make more impact with the clients I'm enrolling. Saw some content you put on the other day on YouTube and figure this could be a good opportunity for both of them, should be both of us if you are currently hiring. So a little bit more, if I was to do this, again, it's kind of general. I would say, saw some content you put out the other day on YouTube about mortgage, how to generate more real estate leads in 2024. There's an example, right? You want to get a little bit more specific because this just seems too canned. Any time that you can be less canned of a response, like less templated, it helps out a lot, especially with me. Like if I'm going through my Instagram DMs, I get emails, DMs all day long. And if something looks like it's copy and paste, I just delete it. Like I don't look anything further. And this is something I already mentioned, but definitely change this up a little bit, be creative with it. The more you can change it up and stand out, the better. Gotta just remember, there's so many people that are sending messages that are like this one. So when you can stand out, you're gonna get the open rate. Higher open rates equals more responses equals more interviews equals more opportunity for you to get placed as a setter and closer. Okay, let's uncover my super secret underground strategy, and that is sending video and voice messages. Now, you might be saying, Aaron, that's not revolutionary. I've seen people talk about this before. That's fine. The thing is nobody does it. I get, again, if for every 1,000 DMs that I get on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, email, whatever, I might get two out of every 1,000. And every single time there's those two, because I open basically all my messages, I'll respond to those all the time because I get it, right? It's like, it's extra work to then send videos and voice messages. And I'm gonna give you the exact scripts and what to say and some examples here as well. But it's just, I promise you, if you utilize this, you are going to get way higher response rates, way higher open rates, way more opportunity, because 2 things. Number 1, when you send a video or a voice message to somebody, what you're doing is you're showing that you're willing to put in more effort, right? You're willing to put on a nice shirt. You're willing to get a haircut. You're willing to put in that extra amount of work to create a video script, right? Send a message or a video to somebody. The second thing is what you're doing is you're preemptively showing them how you're going to show up on the calls. When we're doing high ticket sales and you're selling something that is anywhere from $3,000 to $50,000, you're doing it on a Zoom call 98% of the time. So if you can showcase, have your phone out, take a video and showcase to the business owner what you look like on video, they're going to get much better of a gauge of who you are as a person and your personality. And then they'll be more likely to book you on an interview, right? Because if they can cut out that first guesswork of, again, trust me, I can't tell you how many times I've accepted an interview with somebody and I'll get on a call with them and they just don't know how to speak. Like they're just really terrible on video. It is what it is. So when you can cut out that initial guesswork for a business owner that, let's face it, are busy, it is going to help you out a ton. So just a couple different things that I would incorporate in, we also call it our 1-minute video. The way you're going to break it down, and again, I'm going to give you a direct example here in a second just of how I do it, but you're going to incorporate a couple different things. And keep in mind, you're going to get, decent lighting. Doesn't have to be like a ring light like I have. Get some nice natural lighting, put your back up against like a white wall, doesn't matter what it is, and you're going to take a selfie video, right? First thing you're going to incorporate is your name. Hey, what's going on? My name is Aaron. That's it. Whatever your name is, enter your name there. Reference content that you've seen of theirs. Hey, John, so I just reached out because I saw the video you put out a couple days ago about how to generate more leads by using something like Instagram or TikTok. And I have like a page of notes on that stuff. That's it, right? Reference some sort of content, which you can see is I can't just say that, right? I have to go and physically do research on the person, which shows extra effort, which shows that if you can put more effort in, that's someone that they want on their team. Right? State your experience or your lack of experience, right? What I mean here is just being honest. Do you have sales experience? Do you not have sales experience, right? If you do have sales experience, double in and leverage that. If you don't have sales experience, just be honest about it, right? Hey, I don't have sales experience. However, I'm hungry, I'm motivated, I'm super young, and I just want to learn. And if I can do that within your company, I guarantee you and I promise that I'm going to put in everything that I can to be successful in the role within your company. Do you see how and again, the delivery of that is very important, but it just showcases and you put your best foot forward, right? When you're doing that. And then last thing, how you can help them reach their goals, but also in turn, how you can reach your goals, right? It's obvious that you're jumping into these positions because you want to make money, right? You want to make a better life for yourself, but both of those things can be true at the same time, right? You can reach your goals while them reaching their goals, and you're just being honest with them too. Like they're a business, and you as a remote closer or a setter is also like, you're kind of like a mini business because you're a contractor, you're a business within their business. So if you can just be honest with them and be like, hey, to be honest with you, I want to change my life. I want to make a ton of money being within your company, but as a byproduct of that is you as a business, I'll be able to help you reach your goals as well. So you see how it all kind of comes full circle. So that's the example kind of broken out there. I'm going to splice over to an example that I did a couple months ago for our private community of what it would look like. All that information in an exact 1-minute video. Hey, what's going on, John? Aaron here. Just wanted to reach out here really quickly with a video message, put a face to the name. I actually saw that you had an application out for a high ticket closer for your company. And after going through a couple of your YouTube videos, I think it would be a really great fit for me to help you guys out and reach some of those goals. So really quickly about me, I've been in the high ticket space for about 2 years now. I've done a lot of growing, a lot of watching videos and trainings and things like that to help better my skills, and have been through about 3 or 4 different offers right now and looking for that next opportunity. So, some of my biggest goals is just to make more money, provide more for my family, and really make a difference in the offer that I'm selling. And I think that what you guys are doing with your company could be a really awesome fit for both of us. I can, achieve some of the things that I'm looking to do and then help you guys make more sales and ultimately impact more lives through what you're doing as well. So that being said, would love to set up a further interview with you. You can shoot me a message back here, via Messenger, and look forward to hearing from you soon. Thanks. Bye. So at this point, you've already done some research about, okay, what type of offer do I want to jump onto? Right? How do I optimize my profile? Where do I find these companies? How do I reach out to them? What is the messaging that I use? How do I stand out by using a 1-minute video? All that being said, I want to give you one of the biggest mistakes that I see people make, and how you can almost guarantee that you get a remote closing or appointment setting job in the next 24 to 48 hours, realistically, right? At least a response. It doesn't include the whole interview process. What I want you to do is, going back to the screen share here, is I want you to get this sheet, fill everything out, and then start sending messages to these people. And once you do, let's say I send a message to Lynn, right? I'm going to follow up, right? FU1 equals follow up. So follow up 1, follow up 2, follow up 3. And you would do this, let's say every 24 hours. You'll send the initial message, and then if they don't respond, okay, go back and follow up again and say, hey, just making sure you saw that above message, wanted to push this through. I know you're busy. Boom. They don't respond. Okay, perfect. Next day, following up number 2. Next day, follow up number 3. And then as you're doing that, you're also going to reach out to 10, 15, 20 people today. If you make it a commitment for yourself to literally fill out this sheet, and I have, let's see, what did I put out here? 96. If you go through this sheet and reach out to 96 companies, I can say with 99% certainty that you will have at least, multiple interviews if you just put in the work to do this. This is where so many people mess up, is they do all this work and they think that they want to like make $15,000, $20,000 a month, but they don't realize the work that it takes to get to that point. So don't be that person, and just understand that it is going to take some work. If you want to make the big boy money, you got to do the big boy work, right? So just make a commitment to do that. Last point I'll say here in terms of follow-up. The reason follow-up is important is what you're doing, as we've mentioned multiple times in the video, what you're doing when you're doing the outreach for these companies, or to these companies, is you are showing them how you are going to show up for them. Like, there's so many people that I've given interviews just because they're following up like crazy. People that I want on, selling my offer to people are the ones that are going to follow up until they say, until the person on the other end says F off, basically, right? Because I know that I can help change that person's life. So don't give up after you reach out 2 times or 3 times, because all you're telling the business owner is, oh, this person doesn't actually care. They don't actually want to become a business owner, or they don't actually want to become a closer or setter or do it for me. And I'm not going to hire them because they follow up 2 times. So follow up 5 times, 10 times, 15 times. Don't stop following up if you don't get responses. It's just the name of the game. And when you do that, I promise you, you're going to be that much closer to landing your next remote closing or appointment setting gig, and just getting better at follow-up overall, which is going to be a skill set that lives on for literally the rest of your life.
All right, guys, so don't click off the video just yet. Just wanted one more time to just say, first off, congratulations. They're making it through 4 hours of content. Obviously, that just proves that you are, again, driven, you're motivated, you want to see success in the remote closing space. So at this point, you really have 2 options. Number 1, obviously take all of your notes, go try to implement it yourself. 100% recommend that, everybody do that. However, if you're someone that does value time to implementation and time to success, then I invite you to book a call down below this video. You can just click the link and it's going to bring you over to a calendar where you can pick a time that works best for you. We do not have any sort of high pressure sales tactics or anything like that. We don't believe in that. In the same way that we teach a very consultative approach, is we'll just jump on a call with you after you pick a time, and we'll have a conversation to see if this works for you. And if it doesn't, if it does, cool, and we think we can help you, we'll talk about what that looks like. If not, again, no pressure. We'll just send you on your way with an action plan of how you can do it yourself. So last time, guys, click the link down below this video, book a call with the team. Aaron here from the Remote Closing Academy, and we'll see you guys on the next video.